fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got with the outside of both of them. Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God! Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get involved.
This is very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go. Oh no! That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God!
God, what?
Of the best sim racers, $100,000 on the line. Who will rise to the challenge? This is the most competitive and sought-after season in iRacing World Championship history. This is where legends are made. This is the Porsche Esports Super Cup.
This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Deep in the heart of Texas is where we find ourselves this evening. This is a place which many say that this is chalk and this is cheese. When you get a combination of car and track like this, it always seems to bring up some interesting results. But today's going to be one of those interesting races. We're in enduro mode for this one as we are at Circuits of the Americas, the purpose-built track. Now starting to hit years, probably 8 now, coming up very, very soon in terms of creation. And of course, we are here on the iRacing Esports Network bringing you the Parramatta Isuzu Ute AOSC action for you here today. Qualifying is currently underway in this team affair at the moment as we head into the mid stages of the championship, which at the moment is led at the moment by Harley Haber, but by not much at all after last round sprint race. But this track certainly does seem to bring the best and sometimes best out of people who you wouldn't normally expect to get up to the top. But in the commentary for this one, it's Jake Sperry, joined alongside as ever by Ryan Jones. And well, Ryan, you have to look at this and say that this is going to be a tough challenge for these drivers. This is a track and car combination that is seldom run because of the fact that it is so difficult and so different for these sorts of vehicles. There's a reason why they don't come here to COTA often, but they are this time, and this is going to be that telling challenge. Qualifying currently underway with 11 minutes left.
Yeah, going to be a super tough race for these drivers, and a lot of drivers don't have too much experience around here, as you mentioned, which makes it so much tougher. And 650-kilometer race or thereabouts means that it's going to be tough on both car and driver alike. And you got to nurse that car to get to the end. You got to look after your tires. You got to look after your fuel. Don't blow your engine, because that's going to be the biggest issue for these drivers in terms of the mechanical faults here in iRacing.
Yeah, they're certainly going to have a few issues here and there. Qualifying at the moment sees the Omen Zero Esports Blue, the brand new sponsor, of course, Omen by HP there on that brilliant blue car. Brady Mines going out. He has probably the most dangerous partner in the world with him, that being Forzan El Nabi joining alongside him. So Zero going all out in this one for Brady's championship push. It's Logitech G Altus Esports in second. Dane Warren behind the wheel. They're 0.6 of a second back though, which is mightily surprising for what he's got. But just saying that, just found 4 of those tenths, so it's a 2:09.2 for Dane Warren. Starting to push the boats out a little bit more. Pursuit Sim Racing find themselves in third. James Mackay behind the wheel, but Team Hyperdrive move up into third with Tom Freer, the qualifying specialist. Just like that, Hyperdrive are in control.
That's a great lap from Tom Freer to pop those team up into third place. Still got about 10 minutes left in this session though to try and find some more time. And as you mentioned at the moment, it's a bit of a two-car race out front between those top two drivers at the moment, trying to fight for pole position. Trying to see who else could be on a lap here. Looking at Pursuit Sim Racing 2. This is James Mackay making his way down the back straight to away now. Trying to get some of that draft off that car in front, trying to find every little 10th he can. As we've just lost him there, we get him back now, coming towards the braking zone. He's currently sat there in 4th place, 209.72 to his name. Another 10th of a second will see him move up into that 3rd spot. See what he can do as he makes his way. He's got some traffic in front of them, which could hold him up.
It is be okay for the longest time. Has got Gamble as well. Is actually a little bit wide in front of that as well, so they're both going to have to be just a little bit careful about the way that they are going to run. This is a smaller grid field than what many people were expecting. Only, I believe it is 27 who have the potential to take to the starting grid for this one, and there is a very distinct difference in terms of the times. The big gap at the moment in qualifying is the split between 12th and 13th, that being 7/10 of a second overall between Jamie McKnight's Evolution Racing Team 26 and the Tanked SRT 010 car being piloted at the moment by Rob Bowden. That is sort of where we're looking at, but if you look at the teams that are struggling at the moment, the big one is the championship leaders. Harley Haber had a fantastic run up towards the front of the field, but at Spa-Francorchamps it all went pear-shaped as he ran into troubles with Australia's phenom sim racer Jared Filsell. Now he's got to try and fight back. Now he's got to try and knuckle down, get his head down, score some decent and consistent points, because they know they don't have the pace here in this one. They're 1.2 off here in qualifying.
Yeah, they're going to have to just try and finish this race and get as many points as they can, be there at the end. It's going to be the #1 priority for them though, but starting mid-pack is going to make it extremely difficult to execute that, because as you know, Jake, mid-pack in a race like this with these cars can spell absolute disaster for some people.
Certainly can. It is a case of the wild, wild west out here in Texas. You've got to make sure you know when you need to shoot from the hip and you know when you need to retreat, so to speak. So these drivers are looking at this thinking, well, how good are we going to be? Someone on a rich vein of form at the moment is the 143 car piloted by Jordan Ross. No surprises, he's got 2 wins at Spa-Francorchamps over the last couple of weeks, 1 in AOSC, 1 in the Monday Night Official. He's got Kyle Stokes' teammate once again, ever the dependable set of hands to anchor the car home, but you have to remember who they are fighting in the championship, because the 017 team, Premier Esports Racing Team, remember that's Marlon McMullen joining in with Brian Borg. Those two seemingly a very, very solid partnership, always picking up the consistent points. It's the consistent point that the 017 has been so strong at in terms of getting themselves into that position to start striking, to start getting right. As we welcome the conversation, Ross Rizzo. Ross, we were just talking about Marlon McMullen and the consistency value of his points, what he brings to the table, what he can add as he gets himself in 5th position at the moment. Just how vital has his performances been? Not winning races, but just scoring high points finishes.
I'd almost argue he's in a stronger position than Harley is at the moment, because Marlon is so well practiced at putting together a lot of championships. He's in the right mindset from round 1, not thinking about the championship too late like I think maybe Harley or the younger guys might be doing. He's been thinking about it from the moment the season started, and it's working really well for him so far. A bit off the points lead at the moment, bit down on pace, but has that crucial mindset to be able to keep gathering points and hopefully be in a good position later in the season.
Certainly could be. We are looking at 5 minutes coming up. Zuva Racing's 209 is in a very nice position. They're currently in 8th place in qualifying, 1 second and 3 thousandths off of pole position, if you want to be that precise. Thomas Hinds behind the wheel of this one. So, not the Sim Racing Channel car, but moving over for a little bit of a free agent's run, so to speak, at Zuva Racing. Thomas Hinds, certainly a driver who knows how to turn up the spark. He does love a good scrap. He does love a good fight. He knows how to race. He knows how to gain positions. He is one of those drivers which you look maybe down the middle of an Australian touring cars pack and say, maybe like a Mark Winterbottom, so to speak, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly, and as he gets a big wiggle there, and that will ruin his lap. He is certainly a very good driver, not quite able to execute it on that lap. Jackson Susan Harlow, though, he's on a great lap. He's making his way through the penultimate couple of corners now, making the run down towards the final corner. He's going to come around, meet that apex, get the drive off. That short run to the start-finish line, it will be a 2:09.9, though, not going to be fast enough this time around. 7/10 off his previous best.
No, and 7/10, it's quite a bit around here as we keep an eye on that 717 car. Mackay getting a big wiggle of oversteer, trying to correct the car, just losing it. And look how shallow of a line he takes through the triple right-hander here, this brilliant Turkey-inspired track for the Istanbul City Park circuit before getting into turn number 19 out on track through the left-hander. And this is very much an in-lap. He's deciding to abandon ship after that, get down into pit road, practice a pit entry, make sure that he can take fuel tyres, get back out and racing. And remember, there's only 4 minutes, so you're looking at the next few laps, try and get that going. Keep an eye on the 201, because Andrew Gilliam, now hitting his brakes into fabled turn 12 territory, is trying to piece together here, Ross, a flying lap. Gilliam won the last Enduro with Pursuit at Daytona Beach, Florida. He wants to go 2 from 2 after missing the last round.
I'm sure he does, and I think this would be a good track for Andrew. Daytona throws up a little bit of a curveball, being such a long and unusual track, and this one, very, very unusual. You can't see half the apexes, even though the track's mostly flat, so he's keeping it tight as well, just like we saw his teammate. Runs it a little bit wide towards the exit, however, to perhaps open up a little bit more speed, and then open up this corner, which I find very, very important to get it right. Very easy to pick up the off track there, but he's also on an in lap, so we'll see what he'll do later on in the session. They've only got 3 minutes to go.
Which means you've got to get out very, very quickly. Keep an eye out, though, on the 019 car. This is Middle Finger Racing and Jonathan Bain, who is behind the wheel in that 019. 2:10.7 at the moment is good enough for 11th position. 2:10 would move up past the 46 V8 Sleuth car. Of course, you know that Guy Leach is piloting a car numbered 46 around the final corner, and the short dash to the line for Jonathan Bain, and he is now going on to a flying lap. That lap did not count at all, so that's very, very crucial data that these drivers are now looking to gear up and seeing what can they do to find the times which they know they are able to get to. Harley Haber, for example, in the 21 machine, has got draft of help there, and it is Jamie Stovald, who is the third place hyperdrive car at the moment. So Haber needing something here, Ryan, needing something now with 2 minutes to go. He's only got one opportunity after this.
That something could very well be that draft he got down the back straight. That'll be worth a fair chunk of time when he's needing to find just a couple tenths, move up a couple spots in the grid. Could be all he needs. What he doesn't need, though, is for Stovall to make a mistake in front of him and spin back in front of him, which would spell disaster and probably ruin his entire session. He's only got enough for one more lap after this one, though. He makes his way through this long, double, almost triple right-hander to round out the last couple of corners, still tucked in behind himself. You'll get a small draft too coming out of the last corner, but as I mentioned earlier, it's only a short run to that start finish line. Most of the draft for off Stovald's car will help him on the next lap though, but he won't need it if this one's good enough. What's it going to be as he comes across the line in a second now? It's a 2:10.3, and again, no good for Harley Haber. Can't improve, and that's him done for the session.
It is, as he pulls it off and says, I can't go any quicker. That's a little worrying in terms of that. Something else now keep an eye out on is Sean Thompson at the moment in that 092 KRF, the driver's seat car, down in 17th position on a 2:12.1. A little surprising, I have to say. I think Thompson's got a very good turn of pace, and he's someone who can push himself up to a level which I think is a lot higher than what he's got right now, and it's a 2:11.6, and just like that, moves up into the unluckiest position of all, that being 13th. Still 7/10 needed of improvement to get to Evolution Racing Team, but we move over to Exto Gaming Motorsports because Jacob Knight coming around the final corner, 20 seconds to go. He's got one lap after this, and he does himself a 2:11.8, so he jumps up a couple of positions, up to 15th, jumping the 40 talking. Jackson Susan Harlow, day done. He will not challenge Omen Zero Esports at the front of the field, so the timer will expire in just about 5 seconds. Craig Anspach will be the last driver who could set a lap, but he will not. He pulls it aside on a 2:12.3, which is pretty okay for him. But Mitchell McLeod will be the first man across the line as the checker comes out here at Circuit of the Americas, rounding through the triple right-hander, currently scored in 16th position on a 2:11.9. It is worth talking about this. We do not know who Mitchell McLeod's partner is. We've even got a team representative here of talking, that being Jay Kennedy. Oh, it's a huge wiggle coming through the penultimate corner. But we still do not know who Mitchell McLeod is going to be driving with through the second half of this race. Rounds himself through the final corner. Crossing the line goes McLeod, 2:11.5 up to 13th. Jumps the KRF car and does brilliantly. Jordan Ross has abandoned ship and hard into the Armco. That's in frustration. Ryan Johnstone will not be able to get himself to where he wants. Keep an eye out, though, on Gilliam, though, for the moment. He's on a storming lap at the moment, 2:09.7 only, as he gets a big amount of anti-cut curb heading through that right of 13, and now through the tight and twisted section. This is a difficult corner here. Two different ways to take it. You can take the long line or the short line. Gilliam prefers the short line as he gets a shorter run over towards the triple right hand, and we'll see what the 201 is capable of doing. Currently 9/10 of a second off of pole, a 10th off of Premier Esports Racing Team in 6th place at the moment, heading himself through that penultimate corner and getting a lot of curb and on the exit as well, doing pretty nicely there. A lot of curb on the brakes as he locks up slightly into the final corner. This is a scruffy end to the lap for Andrew Gilliam, and he crosses it and does not set a representative lap time. That's a shame for him. Baxter and Norris coming over the line. David Baxter does himself a nothing. Matthew Norris doing himself a 2:12.7, so he will not improve on his time. That is everyone across the line. This is how the grid will stack. So it will be Omen Zero Esports Blue who lines up on pole position on a 2:09 flat, with Logitech G Altus Esports starting this one alongside on the front row. Team Hyperdrive, great qualifying for Tom Freer, the specialist, getting himself up into third, with Pursuit Sim Racing second car, James Mackay, in fourth place. Evolution Racing Team's V8 143 car, Jordan Ross's car, is in fifth, with Premier Esports Racing Team in sixth place with Marlon McMullen. Seventh position for Sim Racing's first car, the 201. Eighth place would go to Zuva Racing, 2:09. And then you got Mark 1 and V8 Sleuth rounding out the top 10. Ryan stood by with 11-20.
Jonathan Ben lines up just outside the top 10 for Middle Finger Racing, with Evolution Racing Team showing that row with him. Mitchell McLeod got talking up into 13th place, with KRF, the driver's seat, in 14th. Tank SRT and XG Motorsports making up the 8th row of the grid. Back there in 17th will be Middle Finger Racing number 66 and XG Motorsport number 27. And rounding out the top 20, GRM Gone Rogue Motorsports and Middle Finger Racing 41.
Then in 21st we have the Hyperdrive car 543, then KRF Penske Racing Shocks NZ car number 308 in 22nd. Two redback cars for 031 and 069 in 23rd, 24th, and then one of our favourite teams we love to hate, Throttle Control Motorsport in 25th. And then we have SSF Penrite Racing 015, and I believe the 322 and the 055 are not taking the start.
Well, that is what we presume at this point in time. That much can very much be determined at the end of the 2-minute grid up process. Otherwise, they start from a place which is known primarily as pit lane. And sometimes with a field as small as this, it might be beneficial to go to pit lane because your net losses over the course of the racing action are going to be minimal. Yes, it will take a while to get yourself through, but there are safety cars around here. Of course, normally we have a lap distance in this sort of series, but because of the fact that this is a 650k race that has been effectively called, ultimately it is going to be classified as a race which is only going to go so far and is only going to do so much because of the time value, of course, of 4 hours, which is going to be the big difference maker in terms of racing like this. But for Brady Myers, for Omen Zero Esports Blue, this is a chance to get the championship back on track. He's arguably been the most impressive driver out of everyone in this one, but does not have the lead of the championship. We've seen how hard Harley Haber's fought for Mark 1, but he's got to do it from a long way down the order. Expect him to make some gains. Of course, you've got to remember, consistency team starts from 6th. That is Premier Esports Racing Team. A bold decision to put Brian Borg in the car first, so we'll see how that one plays out. A lot of drivers putting their secondary drivers in first, so they've got a quick run to the end, waiting on the 019 car, which did take to the grid and then decided, I'm I don't quite fancy it. In fact, both middle finger cars are starting this one, I believe, from pit road as a dedicated strategy, it seems then, with 3, 2, 1, and actually they're going to take the grid, or one's going to take the grid, the other one isn't. So that's going to be interesting. Lights up though, engine notes up. Let's get 4 hours on the clock. Let's get this 650 underway. Good start then from the front from the Omen car, as now immediately having to cover here. It's Logitech G Ultra Esports. Here's Hyperdrive on the outside. Jordan Ross getting a good run as they come up on the brakes into turn number 1. Hyperdrive stuck on the outside, unable to make that move. Slow from Gillian though, as they fight for third, as all of a sudden positions are exchanging and changing, but it is pretty much the top 3 staying as they were as they head into the Silverstone-inspired Essex section for the first time, side by side, still fighting in the pack. Guy Leach trying to go at it with Harley Haber. Haber's giving him a lot of room there, and he is able to hold the position. Sorry, that's Steven Varga. I didn't expect that. So Varga holding off the position at the moment, trying to stay with Taliancic, in the Pursuit Sim Racing 1 car. So that is where things stand at the moment. And Ross, it has to be said, it's a good, clean start. We haven't seen too many of those, but a clean start.
Yep, and that's great to see. We've got a big braking zone coming up with very difficult corner to spot, as it looks like Jackson Suslan-Harlow having a go at Brady Myers in the Zero Esports pole sit-up. Doesn't get it done, but will get the draft. But it looks like Jamie Stovall, very smart decision to put the B driver in, I think, at Hyperdrive, has a chance to put a pressure on these guys, if not, allow him to be carried along to give Tom Freer the best chance of fourth. There's a bit of a breakaway pack for fourth, as it looks like Brian Borg's lining up a pass on David Kidman.
He is, as he gets on the brakes in turn 12. The prime overtaking opportunity. Varga messes it up in the background, and he'll lose the position for his troubles. Still fighting there, Kidman on the inside, trying to get through. Cars around, though, in the background. We've got an eye on this. That's from the background. There's one of the extra gaming cars, and there's Throttle Control getting caught up in that one. So Cam Dance not happy. Jacob Knight caught up in the fracas as well. Front 4 remain as they were, but it is still David Kidman who holds off the position then for the top 5. We will get a replay for you then very, very soon, as all of that has caused big infighting at the back of that pack. It's spread out massively over the course of that, as we get the Western Mazda instant replay. Ryan, talk us through it.
Big back of cars, make their way down to the heavy braking zone. That's Cam Dance and forward control on the inside and completely bulldozes into the side of the other car involved there. Not quite sure who that was. We'll get a view here. It's gone in way too deep and completely uncooked it. And that's a big shame, because that's going to put them quite a way back in the field now, and not the ideal start to a 650-kilometre race. And Cam Dance maybe a little bit sheepish about that one later on.
Hey. Maybe he will, and of course, locking up that rear axle not going to help. Battle for the lead, though, very much on. Stovall is starting to get dropped here around this track as the 2 starlets of qualifying, Jackson Suslan-Harlow and Brady Myers, start angling up for attacks and battles as they go through the next right-hand corner here and up through the left of turn 9, and now heading towards 10 and 11 out on track. But Ross,
Thomas Hins around. Thomas Hins has just been turned. There was a slight wiggle from David Kinman, and then a check-up that unfortunately Stephen Varga did not quite predict. So I wonder if race control want to get involved, but that is disaster for the Zuva racing car.
It is, and you have to say that Thomas Hins could not have done much more, as we get a replay up on screen. He's very narrow on that inside, and just in that transfer style of corner, almost like a drift. In front of that, it was the issue of Kinman, who just gets a little bit sideways, caught on that inside, not able to commit fully to the power down the inside of Hins for fear of hitting the quarter panel. Varga ends up not seeing it or sees it too late. Thomas Hins gets a little boot, and he will be fuming underneath that helmet. He does have a bit of a temper at times, and that will show as this race goes on. He's got time to pull it back, and a fast repair as the challenge for the lead continues. As we were just saying, keep an eye out on Jackson Suslan-Harlow. He's got the position, and he's done it brilliantly. Turn 15 and 16 out on track here, Ryan. A big lunge to the inside, took all the curb and a bit more. Brady left him the move, and he's going to have to play this waiting game on the fuel to get on the brakes into the final corner. Once again, I was saying that Logitech G Ultra Esports have looked the most impressive in these Enduros. The issue has been the last stint has always cost them the race so far this season.
Big move there from Jackson, Susan, Harley to get into lead of the races out of the move. Third place behind. That's going to be Kyle Stokes moving up, sliding, locking the rears. Big tank slapper on exit. Loses a lot of momentum. This may allow Jamie Stovall to get back around his outside. Side by side through turn number 2 they go. They're going to go side by side through the S's. Will they? No. And Kyle Stokes will get P3, and Stovall in the end yielded that position.
Yeah, Jamie Stovall's playing the long game here. He doesn't want any unnecessary fighting, so he'll be happy with staying in 4th position just for the time being. But how much have the tyres been hyperheated by that massive drift, Ross? Because you look at those tyres, and especially with this dynamic track and the way that works, these tyres have that tendency to catch the oversteer, and a big drift like that really does not help with the heating of the tyres, and it does take about half a lap get that grip back in exactly the same way that it was, and that's not going to be helpful for Kyle Stokes, who's now officially lost the draft to the leading 2. It's a 2-horse race at the front.
Yeah, and that's why I'm confused he came from so far back. Yeah, the door was open, but it's still lap 2. It was just a little bit of a clumsy move. He got it done, fair enough, but I mean, look at what it's cost him. He's so far behind now, and we're side by side with Stephen Varga and David Kinman. So, nice and late on the brakes for Varga. He has a twitch. Does he pull it up? Just. So that Mark 1 car working well under brakes, but look at the pursuit car back on the throttle. Will not quite get it done on the outside, but here comes Michael Talianchitz as well, because we know who likes to play the long game as well. Will probably like to cooperate with his teammate.
Certainly will, as there is a sleuth car just there. Of course, that big guy, Leach, making that big push, trying to get around the outside at the triple right, trying to make this one happen. Not quite there. So 2 pursuit cars in the pursuing pack, so to speak, as they look to chase down the front 5 who have broken away at the front of this field. Good battling, though, going on in the middle pack at the moment. You've got Ryan Johnstone in the vehicle for GRM Gone Rogue. It's the old Johnstone team, so the Johnstone brothers looking to try and get this one. Damien will come in, so no drive then going to be coming in for Jack Boyd, so it's going to be a case here, Ryan, of a couple of Johnstones are going to try and find a way past through. It is going to have to be the 543 next of Matt Norris. They're going to have to get by next.
Yeah, and there's a big train of cars here that are all stacked up behind the Matt Stratford car of Middle Finger Racing, and that's about 8 or 9 cars all in a big line in a big snake. They'll snake their way through the S's, and a little slip up at the front of this pack could close these guys up massively. And the this midfield battle has been pretty energized, and the energized start from most of the field, to be honest with you. The opening 4 laps been a good start, but everyone's now going to try and settle in for the long haul. 3 hours 52 minutes still left on the clock in this one. We're running all the way through to midnight here on the eastern seaboard of Australia, and they've got to get their cars there to the end. And you see already a bit of damage to Stratford's Middle Finger Racing machine, and not the perfect start for them.
No, not the perfect start. They catch a lot of the curb heading through turn 11, and now onto the big long straight. There is a car spun in the background though, and that is Craig Anspatch for the tanked SRT team, trying to make the move down the inside on the brakes, lock up the rears, and see you later down the inside. Take the slow down as well while you're there. The big interesting fact is the fastest man in that train is Thomas Hinds, and by a very good margin. He is probably looks to be about a second quicker than everyone else in that train, so he will be moving on through with so much pace and regularity. That much I think everyone cannot argue with at the moment. The top 5 though are relatively close together, so to speak. Brady Myers has dropped back though over the course of this lap, so Logitech G AOSC Sports starting to pull the pin here a little bit, Ross, and they try and make sure they get on forward, but it's a case of everyone's just within about a second and a half. They can see what the challenge is in front of them. They know where they need to fight.
Yeah, and JSH looking sublime at the moment. I'd argue that the Altus car has the fastest pace overall. However, we saw that it was Forzan El Nabi who put the car on pole position for Zero Esports. So we know that the outright fastest driver is in the Omen car, but I think the fastest team is Logitech G. So it'd be interesting to see if it runs green, Altus have a nice advantage here, but if there's a late race safety car and they can put Forzan in that Zero Esports car, it could very much be omens to lose. At the moment, we're still looking at Kyle Stokes, who looks like he's come back, started to come back at the leading pair. It looked like he struggled a little bit. So is this perhaps signs of the ERT coming on song? Or maybe Brady Mars starting to fall away? But this is great pace from Kyle. Great to see him get back after what looked like he was going to lose the draft completely.
Well, let's keep an eye on the 3 times. Jackson Susan Harlow, a 2:12.7 that last time by, a 2:13.4 from Brady Myers, and a 2:31 Kyle Stokes. Now that tells me that Kyle certainly does have some pace and is going to be very, very willing to use some of that pace. But the big key fact is going to be that Brady Myers has dropped 0.7 of a second over that last lap, and we'll see whether that is a mistake or if that is the continuing trend, see how that goes forward. It's very easy to lose time on a mistake. Consistent you've got to look at as Brian Borg dives down the inside of Jamie Stovall in the battle for 4th. Stovall, I don't think, is going to fight this one too hard. Is he going to try and go up and under here at turn 13 into 14, now 15 and 16 coming up? Another look to the inside. No, not going to get there. Great fighting from Borg. He moves up to 4th.
Excellent move from Borgie, and I think Stovall's playing this absolutely beautifully right now. He knows he doesn't quite have the pace of his fast teammate Tom Freer, so he's just letting the car come to him, letting cars go past. I'm very familiar with that strategy myself, and it works quite nicely. So he's just keeping his car in contention, making sure he's minimizing the loss to the leaders. That's the main thing right now, and he's got a nice little cushion back to Mark 1 as well. So Varga trying to get back into this race as well. He's still Stovall, that is, still underneath the wing of Brian Borg, so has a chance to sit behind Borgie, save a bit of fuel, save a bit of tyres, and hopefully minimise the damage to the leaders.
Defensive move into turn number 1. Still not quite confident here as Brian Borg, as Stovall continues to have that scrap Talianchik in the background. Outbreaks himself at turn number 1. He was trying to get by Kinman. He cannot get teammate, and he has to back out of it and now try again. He's already lost half a second over this opening sector alone, as he has been struggling to try and find himself a way to get back onto the rear. But Ryan, you have to look at this. Yes, it's early stages, but these tyres already are going to start raining a little bit here. It's a swelteringly hot track. It's 48 degrees on the track, 35 in the air. You could say, even though it is effectively a September afternoon here in terms of America, it is sweltering, and it is going to be mightily tough for drivers to get this one correct and make sure it works. Just to say that, here's Guy Leach trying to make the move. He's not close there yet to try and make that happen, but these tyres are going to go off so quickly in the hot conditions.
They certainly are, and I see if we're going to change as I go on through this race. It is 3:45 in the afternoon sim time. So by the time they finish, it's going to be around 6 o'clock, 6:30, and the track's going to be considerably cooler, and the car's going to be handling almost completely differently. The tyre wear is going to be completely different as well. As we see, the battle continues for 4th place. Brian Borg now looking like he may be holding up Jamie Stovall even a little bit, as Stovall looking to just sort of sit in behind them. As I watch a little bit further back, there's a bit of an exchange happening between Thomas Hinds, who's found his way through on Matthew Norris, and he mentioned he was going to start to make his way through that pack, and he's starting to do it now, up into 12th place for that Zuva racing machine.
Just behind that, Sean Thompson running out of road by Ryan Johnstone, who feeds him a case of, well, if you want to go by me, you're going to have to go off track and pick up one of those very, very favourable points, and he runs wide through the triple right-hander, and this is going to give the chance on the outside of turn 19 to make that move. You never see it happen, but he's going to try it anyway. Round he goes, and Ryan Johnstone gets turned. You're always worried that something like that would happen at a corner like that, and there was always an overlap, but I think that was just the case of maybe, just maybe, Sean Thompson not leaving enough room on that inside there, Ross, potentially, for Ryan Johnstone.
Well, he doesn't want to let the car understeer out to the grippy, not so grippy, marbly area. So it's a tough one to call. He could have left more room, but also Ryan tracking out a little bit. I'm just glad I'm not race control for that one. But it looked like Ryan is sort of struggling in the high 15s at the moment. It looks like cars are trying to want to get on with this. Cars are getting even the the cars in the pack around him are a little bit quicker, so maybe a little bit of impatience as well. It's still early days, and little disappointed to see an incident like that so early.
Yeah, it is a shame to see it, but of course, this being a Herman Tilke designed track, Ryan, there is a million yards of runoff which you're able to use to get yourself back into the racing action. So very much capable of going back in and playing this one out the way that they really do want to. At the front, though, Brady Myers has clawed 6/10 back on Jackson Susan Harlow, who's had a pretty poor lap by his standards. He's been 212s for the majority of this. He's done a 212.6 with an off-track, 212.7 his representative best without any off-track incidents, but he's just gone in the last 2 laps, 213.3, 214 flat, which says to me I'm pushing a little bit too hard here at the moment, and I need to find a way to get back into this.
Yeah, Brady Myers got that target locked onto the back of Harlow's car at the moment, and Harlow, as you mentioned, just struggling just a little bit as we see him move. Guy Leach, Michael Taliantich, 8th and 9th. Pursuit Sim Racing trying to hold off V8 Sleuth Esports. Going to go side by side for that triple right-hander. Not quite going to find the room there is Guy Leach. Don't go for that outside move. Johnstone prove that's not going to prove fruitful for you. And he does think better of it as he gets a big slide coming out of the penultimate corner. Shows him the final corner, gets up the inside. A little bit of contact maybe, but they make it through, and it's still Taliantich in front. And these two fighting hard.
That's a big lunge. Guy Leach, who was all shades of out of position to try and make that move, but he sent it anyway, and he's done a very good job of keeping that. Well, you have to also credit Taliantich for leaving the room and giving himself space on the outside, because it has kept him the position as he's done in a gap at the front for the race lead, now down to just 0.4 of a second overall. And it's that opening sector where you see Brady Myers do well, but coming up the hill, there's a 10th back for the Logitech G-Autos Esports team. That corner, that left of turn 8 into 9, 10, 11, that is where you look at and say that is a corner that is so understated in terms of how this track works, Ross, but really it's one of the keys to unlocking a track like this.
Oh, for sure. This track tends to take the grip away from you when you need it most, and that corner makes it so difficult because of the way it undulates. Just on that battle before between Leach and Taliantich, these are two very experienced guys, so they know how to play their way into an endurance race. Of course, Taliantich having won a race earlier this year with his teammate Gilliam, probably a little bit further back than where they need to be, but they know they've got plenty of time to work their way back into this race. And we just go back to Borg and Stovall. Borg has not shaken Stovall at all. In fact, Stovall's looking way more comfortable behind Borg than he was out in clear air. So it's looking very positive for Hyperdrive in the early stages right now, as Borgie runs wide again, almost picking up the off track, but he'll be keen to swap back out to Mullen very soon. He's struggling a little bit there.
You bet he would be very keen to get to Mullen and as quickly as possible. Remember, there is a 100-point instant limit here, but you get a few penalties if you start hitting certain numbers, and we have to start talking about those numbers here for the moment, Ryan, because this track is fabled for being very tight with its off-track points, and you sometimes get tracks which let you go maybe a very fair ways wide and you don't pick up anything. You also get tracks where you breathe close to an apex and you say, well, yeah, you might as well get a point for that. We can't really work out how close you're going to be. And at the moment, Stovall is seeing Brian Borg just racking up those points, and the more those points get racked up, the easier life will be in terms of battling for the future, because when you're having to constrain yourself to race cleanly, you never truly can race at your fastest.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to save up those points for the end when you know there's most likely going to be a frenetic finish to the race. There's people running wide everywhere, and as you mentioned, those off tracks could prove pivotal, and you don't want to get disqualified with that 100 incident limit. And as we watch the numbers I'm looking at now, there's this gap between the leader, because Jackson Harlow is coming under quite a bit of pressure now from that Omadzera Esports blue car. And down the back straight, he's firmly in his shaft, and he may be close enough to just give him a little bit of a bump on the back bumper coming out of this corner.
He's already moved off.
2.0. He's on the inside into the hairpin. A little bit of a checkup, but it looks like he's got it done this time. So Leach through on the Pursuit Sim Racing 777.
Yeah, good move then as Guy Leach gets the position done, but that one might not be over. Positions did not change at the front of the field, but keep an eye on this because Guy Leach moved over too early. Taliancic straight back in the draft. Fights this one on the outside, and this is a feeling out process. On the brakes they go through, but good line on that inside from Guy Leach. Takes the track away from Taliancic, and just like that, he holds the position. So that is some good fighting, but that is a very, very good sign there for Taliancic. The fact that Guy Leach here, Ross, moved back early into the same line, and he was able to pull back alongside again with that draft.
Yeah, so I think a lot of positives to take out of that move for both of them. I mean, if Guy is a little bit faster, they can hopefully work together a little bit and close in on David Kinmond in front. So yeah, good overall speed and balance from the Zuva car, as ironically it has a little bit of a wiggle there. Just on the incident point issue, Talian just goes way too deep into the final corner, but avoids the off track. But as we're talking about with the off tracks, we've got a lot of B drivers starting this race, so they'll want to save up those incident points for the A drivers when they get in, so they don't have to restrain themselves quite so much. So it's a wise call to just not take off tracks where you can avoid them and leave them for the faster A driver at the end.
Battle going on for 12th position. This is Brenton O'Brien versus Matthew Norris. And speaking of, both drivers decide they want to go Tokyo style through turn number 1 as they both miss the gate point, so to speak. So in terms of closeness factor, they're not going to get many points at all in terms of that drift that they've got. But Brenton O'Brien, team boss of Evolution Racing Team, partnered with Jamie McKnight to Sean Thompson, getting word that he's just a little bit slow out on track as something has seemingly happened with him at the moment. As they got through turn 1, there was contact actually through turn 1, so he clips the rear of Jacob Knight, goes through, takes the position. I think he's trying to redress that position and go slow. Just like that in front of him though, Jacob Knight decides, okay, I've run myself a little bit wide, goes off, and now Sean Thompson really struggling because you have to look at that vehicle here, Ryan. It looks like it's ready for a scrap heap.
Yeah, they're gonna need to come down to pit road, I dare say. Maybe get some of that damage repaired, and maybe they'll be alright. I agree with you, Jake. It looks like it belongs to the scrap heap, not out on a 47-degree temperature race track. It's come down a degree, Jake. Won't do much, but it is a sign that the track will definitely start to cool down as we go on.
Well, it's certainly changing. It is a mostly cloudy track state, so this could mean that the clouds play a big pivotal factor on the overall heating of this track, as the leading two very happy to stay with each other. The gap when they cross the line, certainly the closest it's been in a long time, is just 3.5 tenths of a second. It doesn't seem like that much at all as they push their way up the hill towards turn number 1, and again, a shallow line being taken by Logitech G Ultra and Jackson Susan Harlow at the front of this pack. So these two are, I think, not necessarily working together, but they are fighting, cooperating at the same time. They want to pull the gap away from Kyle Stokes, but the big issue is Kyle Stokes needs to be consistent. 2:14.1 that last time by was good enough to match both drivers at the front of that pack who both did 2:14.1s, Ross, but it's the consistency value that's being the big issue. Jackson Susan Harlow has just done 3 laps within 1/10 of each other. Kyle Stokes has only just found a 2:14.1 after doing 2:14.4s and 2:14.5s.
Yeah, just as JSH is finding his mojo back and getting his head where it needs to be and the pace back where it needs to be, it looks like he's much more comfortable now. Likewise with Stokes, unfortunately, just a little bit too slow at the start, and probably that botch move not helping. But it's not going to matter too much in a few laps time or whenever the first safety car comes out. That's what these guys are driving for at the moment. At the moment, they're leaving everyone else behind. They're not going to be too fussed about who's leading who. In fact, I think Zero Esports would be happy to be sitting behind the Altus Esports car, saving a bit of fuel.
And of course, you know all about saving fuel because, Ross, you won a Bathurst saving.
Well, it was more the crazy strategy call at the end and unleashing a very fired up and keen for Zen Nabi, which I think Brady Myers will be keen to do the same thing here today. If he can give him the incident points, give him the time, and give him the tyres, I think there's going to be an amazing fight between here, and I would suspect Dane Warren kind of like a perennial rivalry that's brewed through many seasons in the AOSC between those two, and I can't wait to see it at the end, unless JSH feels like he's up for the fight, or Brady Myers, of course. They've got an excellent array of drivers between these two, in these two cars. But let's not count out that Evolution Racing team. They're also pretty savvy on their strategy too. Get Kyle Stokes and Jordan Ross back into this game with a late race safety car, and it's on.
All three of these teams at the front of this pack have a lot of form to be talking about here, Ryan. You talk about Altus Esports. They picked up the latest victory in the V8 Scup season. Of course, behind closed doors, it had to be last week, but they picked up the victory at Imola. You got Omen Zero Esports Blue, a fantastic sponsor for Scotty Briscoe, who's got big designs, very similar designs, I think, to what Altus have, and very much, I'd say, two sides of the same coin between those teams, but never count out Evolution Racing Team. They are arguably the best team in the world when it comes to these Australian touring cars, and you've got a driver like a certain Jordan Ross who beat Jared Filsell at Spa-Francorchamps, who knows just how to race this style of vehicle, who knows how to be quick, and who knows how to pick up victories during the mid and late parts of a season.
Certainly, there's some very formed teams and some drivers that are very much in form as well, scattered out this field. And the exciting prospect is that a lot of the drivers that we normally expect at the front winning races and are in purple patches, they're still sat on the sidelines at the moment watching their co-drivers go about business. And we're still going to see those guys like Jordan Ross, Forthan Al-Nabi, Dane Warren jump into these cars later on, as we are on board with Matthew Norris, Team Hyperdrive 4, all over the back of that ERT Evolution Racing Team car, piloted by Brenton O'Brien. Both of these guys looking a little bit ragged around this 5.5 kilometer circuit, making their way onto the back straight. They've got a 15th place right up, or 14th, my bad, sorry, of XG Motorsport, Scott Clark right in behind them as well. He's going to be getting a nice double slipstream off these guys, and whole position to capitalize. If we see a move going wrong, a little bit of contact, side-by-side action can slow you down as well, and that's something that often isn't talked about sometimes, is how much it slows you down when you go side-by-side. I think we mentioned it earlier on, actually, that move from... Oh, help me out, it wasn't...
Kyle Stokes.
Yeah, Kyle Stokes moving up the inside, and they lost so much time just from going side-by-side through two corners. And this section of the shaft these guys are working their way through now, so many left-right combinations, you can go side-by-side for almost an entire sector or two, and it can cost you an insane amount of time, and that's something that certainly in endurance races you've really got to be careful of, because do that 3 or 4 times in your opening stint and you've cost your main driver a whole heap of time.
I have to say, I'm mightily impressed at the moment with the 019 Middle Finger Racing car. They're in 10th position, they're up 1 place overall, and Matt Stratford is giving a great run. Talianchit, Guy Leach just in front of them, dives down the inside, up at turn 1, and gets the move done. So a change of position. David Kinman falls backwards to 16.3 that last time by from him, lost half a second. Guy Leach very comfortably is happy to pull away at this venture, but back to Matt Stratford here. He's having a great run here, Ross. He's really putting that Middle Finger Racing car and getting the finger out, so to speak, and he is really racing hard with a car which arguably was supposed to be a lot further forward, fighting inside the top 5. It isn't, but now they're in a fight with a car which I don't think they expected fighting at the start of racing.
No, certainly not. These guys were teammates back in the Performance Sim Sport days as Talianchit. Oh, slow down or just letting him through? I'm going to say it's a little bit of co-op. Yeah, not sure. Oh, Stratford locks it up a little bit. But no, Stratford is a very handy steerer. Probably doesn't drive as much as he used to, but he is very, very handy in these V8 supercars. And once he's gotten into the groove, he can put any car in the top 10. So it's great to see him having a good run tonight. Talianchit will probably be a little bit annoyed that Stratty's got a little bit of pace on him at the moment, but right now, much bigger fish to fry later on in the race. David Kinman having a good stint as well, who just let past Guy Leach as well. Looks like, if you are unable to keep the car behind you, just easier to let it go, wait to the second half of the race to start getting the elbows out. So a lot of these guys just playing it smart at the moment. It's really good to see.
You think that Pursuit may be on the mega fuel save here, Ross?
When are they not on the mega fuel save? I mean, we're talking about Michael Talianchit here. He's always saving fuel, so he'll be keen to make the pit stop, the first pit stop, as short as he can, or at least extend the first stint for as long as he can to give his teammate Andrew Gilliam the best chance or a longer lasting advantage when he gets in the car, hopefully on fresher tyres.
Well, some say that Michael Taliancic is a tank made of fairy dust because he makes the car go longer than I think anyone else ever expects it to. So that much you can say is very, very true as we continue battling. We're on lap 14 here of this 4-hour race. We're heading towards the 1/8 stage here in this one. As it is complete control at the moment for Logitech G Altus Esports, but they are being checked by Omen Zero Esports behind in second. Evolution Racing not too far away, always in a position to pounce as and when, with Premier Esports Racing fourth and Hyper Driving fifth. Things stay like this with Mark 1 in 6th position here, Ryan. There's a change at the top of the championship, which sees by the slimmest of margins Marlon McMullen take the championship lead away from Harley Haber. Harley had himself a 160-point lead, which was slashed down to 15 last round, and this would make it probably about 10-15-point swing the other way. Stephen Varga in no man's land at the moment, which won't be helping.
Yeah, disastrous round last time out for Harley Haber, and I wonder how much it's playing on his mind at the moment in terms of that championship battle, and knowing that those guys are up the front going to be opening up points to them, and we'll see how hard he fights when he gets back in this car, as that battle for the lead appears to be a little bit closer than it was the last time around. He's about a car length off the back of him, gets quite close to him as Harlow goes really, really shallow and tight through that triple apex, and he's running a much shallower line, almost around the entire racetrack I've noticed, compared to Brady Myers. And Ross, I think you've got more experience driving these things than me, and I don't know, maybe about Jake too, but any particular reason why Harley might be driving so shallow around the track? Because I don't think Myers is quite close enough to make a lunge.
This track's got 1,000,001 different lines into each corner. It is an extremely wide track, but sometimes you're enticed not to use it in its entirety. So JSH going with the narrower line, probably suiting a more of a point and shoot style setup perhaps, while maybe the Zero Esports car might be a little bit more of a flowy circuit, each of which will have their strengths and weaknesses play out, with a track that has flowy sections like the Meggetts and Beckett's replica at the start of the track, and of course the tight hairpins later on in the lap. But as long as they aren't locking up brakes, just overworking the tyres, either strategy will work just fine, I think.
Wow, who knew that Ross's middle name was Ted Kravitz? So,
I'll get my notebook out next time.
oh, well, we'll see that as we get continued racing as they go on forward, but some brilliant work that has been going on these battles, as actually Taliancic lost another position, and guess who? It's Thomas Hinds who's moved away back inside the top 10, now looking to attack Stratford here for 9th place overall, Ryan, and this is the big challenge. Hinds has got to do this one cleanly. Big wiggle there from Stratford through turn 8 up the hill now. He comes along, and this is perfect prime overtaking opportunity. Immediately goes defensive, in fact lets the position go in exactly the same way that Taliancic let it go. That's very telling. Both drivers playing the long game, do not want to touch with Hinds, do not want to fight, and Thomas Hinds gets a position.
Thomas Hinds is having an easy time of it out there. Everyone's letting him go through. Wish that had happened to me when I'm racing, but Hinds will be loving that. He'll be able to keep that car clean, losing very little time, if any time, in behind those guys as they pull over and let him go, and he'll carry on his way, and those guys will continue to play out their strategy and be there at the end, as we are on board with Brady Myers, as Myers that time around takes a whole lot of that penultimate corner. If he gets this one right, he might be close enough. He sets it up, looking for that great exit. A little bit of a slide, a small slide from Harlow, and Brady Myers is right there in his draft. We see Harlow go defensive down up in the uphill run to turn 1. Myers thinks better of it. It's only lap 16, and not even an hour into this one, and Harlow, again with that shallow line, is starting to come under more and more pressure as each lap goes by now.
Well, some may say, oh, this is boring. These drivers are at the front and they're not really fighting each other, but really I think they're playing long game fighting tactics. Brady Myers is very happy. Sit behind Jack Susan Harlow here, Ross. Save that fuel, and in fact, run the number 75 out of fuel faster, because he's at the front of that pack. He is using up more fuel because you have to say you've got a lot easier of an opportunity to lift and coast in the draft if you have it than you don't. And that 75 car will have to come in earlier, put in more fuel, waste more time on the lane, and it is that lane time which I think 097's trying to get right if it wasn't for the fact that they've really backed off this lap for a slowdown penalty.
Yeah, it's like they know what they're doing at Zero Esports. They yeah, that is exactly what they would be doing. Just because he's clearly easily able to keep up with JSH. There's no point getting ahead of him. Like he's keeping up with him, but we don't know if he's faster than him. He'd only be really tempted to have a go if he's able to gap him by a couple of tenths a lap. I don't think he's quite got that pace at the moment. So Forzan probably telling him, don't bother making the pass. Brady probably fully aware that he doesn't need to make the pass just yet. So smart gamesmanship there by the guys in front. They're still gapping the likes of Stokes and Borg behind. So again, no rush there whatsoever. Also with Thomas Hinz, he's got some great pace at the moment. We saw him have a drama early on. He was qualified inside the top 10, and now he's fighting back. He's probably a little bit fired up, probably a little disappointed, but hey, the car's fast at the moment, and we're still yet to see Brett Loxton get in that car. So lots of positives ahead for that 209 car, but right now they've absolutely left Matt Stratford and Michael Talienchitz behind.
I think that these two are almost playing games here with each other and a bit too much on the fuel save, because they lapped that last time by a full 1.6 seconds slower than Brenton O'Brien and Matthew Norris. In fact, Norris, quickest man of these drives behind Scott Clark, Craig Anspach, Jacob Knight and David Baxter. You have to go all the way back to Ryan Johnstone to see any 217 laps, and that is only a 271. These two are making so many mistakes and are too busy driving in their own world and driving the fuel save world here at the moment, Ryan, that they are just falling backwards. As in fact, Matt Stratford's going to say, you know what, I've had enough of this. I'm going to dive down onto the lane. I'm losing too much time. Kidman decides he wants to come in as well. The pit window has opened here on lap 17.
And now the first bit of strategy comes into this race. First pit stop's being made. We'll see whether they opt to get those A drivers or B drivers into the cars, or whether they may try and double stint these guys, get them out of the way, as these leaders will be watching this and seeing how they go as well, because they've got to make a decision at some point as well when they're going to pit. And as you mentioned, JSH, in theory, he's going to be out of fuel before that Zero Esports blue car, and that means we could see an overcut from Brady Myers.
We certainly could see a very good overcut, and there are driver changes from those who've got in. James Mackay gets out of pit road, and he'll come out behind the Redback Racing Team car of Grant Caines, and in fact, no, he'll come out behind Anthony Green in the KRF Penske Racing Shocks car. So that is not going to be ideal. A bit of traffic to deal with here as Jonathan Bain gets out for Middle Finger Racing, looking to get his middle stint going. So with an elongated field like this, it is a lot easier to maybe find a gap compared to other drivers, but it's about when is the right time to go for the pit stop. Do you want to come out with a gap or not? And this is what we're seeing here, 75 and 097. Someone's got to blink first. Normally, as the race leader, you go as long as you can and make sure that the driver behind you takes that pit and you cover off that move. I'm not sure that the 75 team has that opportunity to do so. They will stay out another lap here, Ross.
Yeah, I've just seen the track temp actually come down a little bit, so the overcut, the chance of an undercut has actually decreased, I think, in that scenario. Again, JSH with that really narrow line. I mean, it's a naturally defensive line, but if it's also the fastest one, then there's no way Brady's getting through. But you're right, it's going to be really difficult for Logitech G Altus Esports to potentially cover off any move from the Zero Esports car in terms of pit strategy, because yeah, he's just saving fuel. It's going to be potentially a longer stop, and then it's going to be down to a fight between Forzan Onabi and Dane Warren, which I assume they're going to make the first of their required driver changes at this pit stop, and then we'll see how that fight plays out.
Certainly we'll see how that fight plays out, and it is going to be a very interesting fight at that as well. So Brady Myers trying to get through as the battle continues here out on track. Everyone trying to make sure that this one falls in favour as they get through into turn 11, and now make the push down this very, very long straight. Try and make sure that this one plays out to which they are capable of. A few little battles out on track as this strategy window opens, but again, Brady Myers happy to sit at around 3/10 back and just lift and coast away on the brakes down into turn 12 and just sit comfortable with where they are at. Still got Evolution Racing and that scrap with the Team Hyperdrive 4 car. The 543 there of Matthew Norris has kept Brenton O'Brien honest, who is very slow up the hill, almost blocking slightly there as he had to go through. Well, Norris decided, I've had enough, I want to get on the noisy pedal. He brakes incredibly early and says, you know what, I could have made that move, but I decided against it, Ryan.
Yeah, and then gets too eager on the throttle there, coming off the corner, got a bit of a wheel spin and cost him the run down this back straight in that draft. He'll claw back the time and slowly start gaining with Brenton O'Brien, but it's going to cost him the chance to make a move down here at the end of this back straight. He's going to have to sit behind him for at least another corner as O'Brien just takes the car a couple of car widths shallower on entry to sort of really try and urge Norris not to make that move. Doesn't want to go all the way defensive though, but he runs wide and he's going to offer up the inside to Norris, but O'Brien's going to have the inside for the next corner, 15 and 16, and Norris going to try around the outside, not going to get it down there, not going to get the cut back either. He cuts back in and tucks back in, behind him, and this battle is vigorized for 10th place right now, as O'Brien again is struggling for a bit of grip out there, I think.
Yeah, Brenton O'Brien is one of the most frustrating people to be behind, and I mean that in the most positive of ways. But he's so difficult to pass because he's very meticulous with his racecraft, very experienced, and we saw it right there. He didn't really deviate much from his line, but it was enough to not give the hyperdrive car a chance, even though he looks like he's so much quicker right now.
But it's very much a case of minimalist defence as Norris again looks into the mirror and says, well, oh, mirror, mirror on the wall, can I overtake Brenton O'Brien? And the answer is still no, but this could be the chance. Getting a good run down the hill here in towards 2 and looking at it again, not quite there. And this is the big issue, I think, that Norris is finding. When he was heading through that big left-hander at 16. The issue that we were seeing there, Ross, was the fact that he left himself about 3 car lengths to battle. Not his fault, but because that corner is so wide and is so sharp, the spotter pack that they have here really does not accommodate telling you, well, how close are you? You could be a car length, you could be 5, you could be 10, as he gives a shot saying, well, come on, I'm getting caught here by Scott Clark behind, let me through.
Yeah, this is hurting both of them now, but I don't think Brenton really cares too much. He's entitled to fight, so he will do so. A bit of a narrower line. So again, we've seen this before from the hyperdrive car. Again, doesn't quite get the drive that he needed, but that would have been a good chance for him to try and pass the Evolution Racing team car. But you know, Brenton doing a good job, but he's sort of fighting a losing battle at the moment with the cars looming in behind him. So hard to call what Brenton should do here. I know what I would be doing, but I'm not Brenton.
Well, we know that Brenton O'Brien is very good in the battle, in the defence, as Scott Clark is there, and also on the back of this is Craig Anspach, and the fastest man of all of these is Jacob Knight. Now, talk about this. Jacob Knight, a 2:15 flat he did last time by, took 2.2 seconds. It's eye-watering out of the drivers, and they are backing each other up into the middle of this big 5-car pack, which it's going to be, and this is not helping out anyone at the front. And really, I think Brenton O'Brien here is just racing his own race, saying, you know what, I'm going to drive the way that I want to. Matthew Norris is looking every which way for a move, and all of a sudden, because he's been weaving so much, Ryan, and been poking around the track and driving a much longer lap than he has, his issue. Scott Clark, I think he just hit the retaining wall there trying to come in, or did he just avoid it? I think he just avoided it as he tried to come down in. He's got to be careful here now, Ryan. He could get unsafe pit entry for that.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to jump in and mention maybe one of these drivers could come into the lane and avoid being held up even more. Clark's done it, but not in the way he probably would have imagined. Just kept it off the wall on the right. Just got it turned before hitting that wall on the left, but that's going to cost him about 5 or 6 seconds and maybe an unsafe entry. We'll keep an eye on that one and see whether he can get one though.
Well, we will see. It will be an extra 15 seconds that he will stop and he will hold in his box. But at the front of the field, it is still these two at the front, and they have extended their lead over the 143 Evolution Racing Team car to 6 seconds out on track. Kyle Stokes has been unable to deal with it, and in the last 7 laps or so, that gap has nearly doubled. So this is not ideal for Evolution Racing Team, but if anyone can claw 6 seconds back, Jordan Ross may just be the man to do so as they go through turn 19, your leading pair, and still questions remain on how late are you going to leave it come down onto the lane. They have gone a good 44 minutes here on this tank of fuel. You normally expect drivers to go maybe about 50 minutes on a tank, so to speak here, Ross. We do have a couple of very slow corner sections, do give a lot of ability to save maybe a lap, potentially 2 if you're brave.
Yeah, a lot of different tactics to be able to save fuel here, but what is difficult with this track is you are accelerating from low speeds quite frequently. You can feather the throttle through the faster sections and lift and coast, but I am impressed with the fuel mileage that they're getting at the moment. Unfortunately, I don't have fuel numbers on me at the moment, so we can't tell how much further they are going to go. But you mentioned Jordan Ross earlier. Yeah, he's a little, with Kyle Stokes' car, that is. He is... Obviously, he's a fair way back at the moment, but still plenty of time for him to get back into it. And let's not forget, he's in a chance with the title as well. He ran it all the way to the final round last season, only to be pipped at Bathurst in the final race. So I think he'll be pretty happy with, if he can keep that car in a podium contention spot to get his championship back on track for this season.
Got to get that championship on track, and he knows it because he has hemorrhaged points early in this one, but something that I do keep an eye out on is Mike Italiancic is now in on the lane and has released Andrew Gilliam into the vehicle. The one thing I do know is undercut numbers. James Mackay, 2:12.8 that last time by, 1.2 seconds quicker than the race leaders, and has caught Ryan Johnstone, and he's caught him at 4 seconds a lap. Get that in your mind. 4 seconds a lap he caught. Gilliam still waiting, as through will go the middle finger car, so they've been royally jumped over the stop, and this is a long stop. Finally, Gilliam gets out and away right as the caution comes.
Oh, that was perfect from the Pursuit Sim Racing team. I was questioning, we all would have thought that Italiancic would have gone longer than anyone, but he's absolutely played that beautifully right now. So we saw the deficit with the old tyres versus the new tyres. There's still also, of course, the impact of being on tyres that are perhaps 2-3 laps newer than your rival for the entirety of a stint. Now that's probably even more dangerous than a potential undercut, or the short-term gain that you can get with an undercut, because it looks like the tyre degradation can be quite dramatic here.
Certainly can be dramatic. So the first caution comes up for Jackson Suzlin-Harlow as he is leading this one ahead of Brady Myers and Kyle Stokes. The pace car looks to come out, and I think these drivers are going to have to slow down and let this pace car through as it does so, and that is going to allow them to just get behind and race on the way they want. Brian Borg in 4th, Jamie Stovall there in 5th, and Stephen Varga there in 6th for Mark 1. So your big gainers in the field, and this is not including the pit stops. Team Hyperdrive at the moment, and they're up 11 places here, Ryan.
Yeah, Hyperdrive had a good race so far, up into 10th place. Opted not to make an early pit stop like we saw Scott Clark attempt to do, and maybe he might pay off for him. We might make a pit stop on the course. We'll see how that plays out. But I've just been looking at the time drop off from the start of the stint to the end of until the caution flag's flown. There's some of the front runners, and for example, the fastest lap the Harlow set was a 12.7, doing high 12s, so the early part of his stint. Tell me finisher, he was at the high 13s and low 14s, so losing about a second and a half, maybe a bit more. And for Brady Myers, it's a similar story. So you talk about tyre wear, new versus old tyres. If you're losing a second and a half a lap, that's 5-10 seconds in the space of just a handful of laps, and it can really change the course of the race if you miss your pit strategy.
This is the first 2 mandatory cautions that this field will have. This first one here scored at just past 46 minutes, and now they will get one more caution which will come along somewhere, we believe, around that 2 to 3 hour mark, maybe even later than that. And Ross, when you are racing with cautions, when you know there are cautions in this field, you know and understand that making positions sometimes early is not the most beneficial strategy. Sometimes it's about track position and working for a caution as and when it happens. This is why in this series, pitting earlier is so much more advantageous than pitting late, because if you leave it too late, you're dropping positions, you're dropping time, because people around you have already pitted and they will jump you as the field bunches up.
Oh, that's so true, and we're going to see that happen when we go green this time by. We'll see the leaders come in and cycle to the back. But yes, at Trick, we're certainly fans of running the gauntlet, pushing the envelope as hard as we can, as far as we can, before being caught by a safety car. And luckily, it never burnt us. But ironically, it's burnt Forzan and Brady in the Zero Esports team. They'll likely still come out ahead of the Logitech G Altus Esports car, but they will be behind quite a number of cars. I think we'll see the Pursuit Sim Racing car of James McKee and David Kinman cycle through to the lead of the race, followed by, I believe it was the MFR car of Jonathan Bain. Then, of course, we have Andrew Gilliam, who pitted perfectly under that safety car. And then we'll actually have the Exto Gaming Motorsports number 27 blue car of Simon Vella and Scott Clark, who narrowly missed the pit entry, but thank God he chose to pit when he did. They'll restart potentially in the top 5 here.
Well, it all depends on how quick these stops are for the drivers at the front, because this is a shortened field, and what we've seen with longer fields, Ryan, who have come down in and have made stops, that, you know, you could make your stop and come back out and you'd still be in the middle of the pack, essentially, as everyone's running through at around 70 kilometers an hour around this track. So this really, as a case, as a testament, is going to be for drivers, well, okay, we've got to come in. It's quicker if we do it in the stop, time effective wise, but at exactly the same time, where we come out is going to be a mystery based on who closes up and who does what.
Well, you mentioned that smaller field, and there's 22 drivers running around the lead lap, and for me, that significantly reduces the risk that they run by pitting and ending up in the middle of the field, because Jackson Harlow,
he's had to stop because of the safety car. Get this right, he's come around the final corner, thought he was clear in pit lane here, and Ross will come to you with it. He's just realised, I still need to be behind the safety car, and he has stopped right on the yellow pit cone lines and brought it to a complete standstill to make sure that he could get through. One car that has stayed out is Simon Vella and the Exto Gaming car, so they have, I think, short-filled it to get themselves in front. In fact, a lot of people have come in, and in fact, those who had come out are going to come back in again. So Mackay's come straight back in for a stop. I think Pursuit have decided to get a driver swap again, get their driver swaps out the way early so they can run drivers like Mackay later on in this race. This is great strategy from Pursuit, and they'll have a much shorter stop.
They'll still have to sit through the driver swap. No, they should actually jump these guys. You're right, Sperry. So this is a great call from PSS, and I was thinking this could be an option, but I was curious whether anyone would do it. And we'll see in a few moments whether Kinman actually does jump the other cars. Oh, it looks like Zero Esports have made the jump.
Wow.
They have, and look at the Evolution Racing Team car of Jamie McKnight and Brenton O'Brien up into effective P2 after all that squabbling. That is a masterstroke from Evolution Racing Team.
Well, they've gone for maybe a shorter fill and have decided, okay, it's time for strategy. James McKnight's done well. So Forzan El Nabi behind the wheel of Omen has effectively got net race lead, but they've got Rob Harris and Simon Vella. They've both got to try and get around, but it's now McKnight in second for the 26 team. Dane Warren back to third, so another case here, Ryan, of a poor pit stop for Altus Esports. How many more pit stops are they gonna lose out to their rivals here? I think Simon Feigl, team boss, has got to sit them down and say, right, we're spending an entire day doing nothing but pit stop.
It's not gone well for them, and I'm glad you were clued onto the fact of what Jackson Susan Harlow was doing on the entrance of pit lane, because I had absolutely no clue what was going on. I thought, what the hell's Sally Haber doing? And I'm glad you helped me out there, Jake, because I was at very levels of confused. But the point I was getting at before I confused myself with Jackson Harlow stopping in pit lane was, with a 22 car trainer car in the lead lap, the risk of getting taken out in a midfield battle is reduced by about half compared to a 40-car field, which, in my opinion, makes a strategy gamble or a strategy that puts you back in the pack at some point in the race a little bit less risky, because yes, you still got, 20 cars to get through, but the chance of getting rear-ended by a late move from behind or getting involved in a crash with, multiple cars, there's not as much of a risk, and it's something that might come into play throughout this race.
Biggest loser though, Ross, Team Hyperdrive 946. They're in big trouble. They're right towards the back.
Yeah, I wonder if did they come in again under the. They've got a penalty we're hearing, so all that hard work from Jamie Stovall coming undone at the last moment. So that's really heartbreaking for that team. They were doing such a great job. We were also giving Logitech G Altus Esports a bit of a grilling there with the pit stop. It was a bit wild for JSH to storm off like that, but I'm sure Dane quickly got on the comms to say, hey, you need to stop. So quickly sorted that out. But we knew this from lap 5 that they were going to have a longer stop than Zero Esports Blue. So the fact they came out behind them, no biggie. The big thing is that they did lose position to Jamie McKnight. If it wasn't for that, it wouldn't have been too much of an issue. But we saw this coming. But they're going to be disappointed they lost out to Jamie McKnight. So now we've got Forzan Onabi restarting from position number 3 on fresh tyres against Rob Harris, who's only just done a few laps in the car, not quite up to speed yet, and likewise with Simon Vella. This is going to be very, very interesting, whether Jamie McKnight can follow him, whether Dane Warren can latch onto the back as well. This is going to be an exciting restart. There are only 3 cars back, but as you say, with these midfield battles, Ryan, there is a lower risk, but this could get heated.
Hang on, we're about to go green this time by as Simon Vella really checking up this pack and waiting for that pace car to dive down into lane, which it does so right now. And that is a very early jump from Vella. Tries to go through the final corner, but look at this run. It's going to come in. Oh, there's trouble! McKnight's been turned by Warren, and that's caused pandemonium off the restart, and surely Nick Hausler at Race Control's got to do something. Big run coming from Sleuth in the middle of the pack. He's going to get round one of the, or if not both vehicles. There's great on the brakes here from Marlon McMullen. They're already scrapping it out here as Forzan Onabi already looking to battle it out for the race lead here out on track, trying to go at it down the inside and go around the outside here when it comes to the S's section. El Nabi in complete control, and Altus Esports in all sorts of trouble.
I'm just looking at that restart. And Vella is steadily accelerating. So I think some cars behind have taken that as the cue to go, which is what Dane Warren did. And unfortunately, Jamie McKnight has checked up in front, thinking, no, he hasn't gone. And then it's all Constantine it up. So I think House is going to be having a look at the restart of the Exto Gaming car. Dane Warren down the inside of Simon Vella. He needs to catch up with Forzan Onabi, who's already capped, who's already put his car well and truly in the lead and well out of draft range.
Oh, and talk about this, the 3 title rivals are right next to each other as Harley Haber goes down the inside of Simon Vella now on this long run, and he's got no draft, and that draft to Marlon McMullen is very key. A dynamite stick has been chucked into the race at around an hour's point in. We were starting maybe to get a little bit drowsy, but that's not the case anymore as they go on the brakes into that next section. Now Kinman still trying to get in on this action, trying to deal with this, but Rob Harris having a good run at the moment in second position. He's not done anything too untoward. He's been solid at the moment in terms of keeping his pace, but now here's the true test, because here's Dane Warren just behind, who will want to get through PDQ if he wants to get this move done. Ryan, what a sensational start to this restart here at Circuit of the Americas, and just like this, Dane Warren wants second.
Yeah, Rob Harris going to look at a blowtorch applied to the back of that KRF driver's seat car, because Dane Warren, like Altus car, so much pace that we know Dane Warren's got, and he's going to get right up in behind him and almost pushing him into the braking zone, and gets the run off the corner. Now he's going to get alongside him down this main straight, and won't quite be alongside, but he should be close enough now to make a move up in the uphill run into turn 1, and so much later on the brakes than Rob Harris, and Warren easily through into P2. He'll see El Nabi up the road, and El Nabi's got about a 1.5 second lead, which he'll be quite happy with, because they've gapped the leaders from the first stint of the race, and now Rob Harris is under more pressure. Jordan Ross, Marlon McMullen, Harley Haber, all on a train behind him now.
Well, you have to say as well that it's been all about how you fight, how you battle, and 1.8 seconds has already been lost here for Ultras Esports as Marlon McMullen says, I am not going anywhere near with a barge pole near Harley Haber. I'm not risking my race and my instant points with a guy who can go at it and fights with everything he's got on the table. You go through, I'll follow. That is the race management that Marlon McMullen does so religiously well as down the inside for third goes through Jordan Ross.
Well, Harley Haber's Marlon's best chance of latching on to the top 3 here. So they should be able to get past Rob Harris fairly quickly. Rob doing a really good job, by the way. He won't be wanting to put up too much of a fight of these guys. He knows his place. They'll be looking at trying to solidify a top 10, so they're way ahead of schedule at the moment, and McMullen nearly getting into the back of Harley Haber. That is not what he would want. Haber looking, sizing up the inside of Rob Harris. Rob lets him through. No dramas.
Wow. Big dramas, and that is in the background. That's Damien Johnstone, forgotten rogue, who's gone in 3 wide with the hyperdrive car and has ultimately, he T-boned Simon Vella there for Exto Gaming. So both Exto Gaming cars in the opening 25 laps have found themselves in a bit of contact in the middle of the pack. Keep an eye on Tom Freer. He will be determined to pull himself through. Actually determined to finish a race as well. He doesn't finish too many of those, but for the time being anyway, Forza El Nabi in the lead, a bit of contact in the middle of the pack, not helpful, but keep an eye on Tom Freer here. He's absolutely storming. He's just got past Rob Bowden. Next up, Simon Vella gets on the brakes into the final corner. That makes me think I'm putting you somewhere around about 11th place at the moment, 12th, and now fighting this one for 11th here as Team Hyperdrive. They've managed to pull up 10 places in the opening 2 laps, make this position 11 here, Ryan, as down the inside, big wiggle coming up from the Exto Gaming car, under pressure now they come along again, and that is position gain Tom Freer, nearly Rob Bowden as well.
Yeah, Freer's on an absolute roll as well. Bowden will get that spot on Vella around the outside, and Vella might lose another spot too. Mizomo! Oh, Mizomo, what are you doing? He's thrown it up the inside of the S's. Now he might come under pressure from Johnstone. Johnstone just about thinks better of it, but that was maybe a little bit cheeky from Mizomo and that throttle control motorsport car, and lucky to get out of there in one piece, those 2 drivers.
Well, they both got out of Dodge, but how much are they going to be worrying about how much contact they are making? Because there is so much that has not gone right in terms of that one, and Mizomo's going to come back at it again, dive down the inside at 11, and has he got it slowed up? Yes, he does, but here's a cutback coming, and that's not ideal for throttle control. Here's Exto Gaming trying to make that move. Simon Vella trying to get in on this. Johnstone will wait, as will Josh Pickett in the other Exto Gaming car, the red car, as they now battle it down this back straight and looking towards turn 12. The prime overtaking opportunity. Big pinch coming along from the Exto Gaming car as one of the middle finger cars runs into trouble. Turn again as now Mizomo gets the hit. Johnstone there, a little too greedy on that inside. And there's more contact as McKnight turns around in the background.
Yeah, that was getting very messy and heated from these guys. Simon Vella is a little bit out of place at the moment, a little bit not quite on the pace as everyone around him. But like we saw with Brenton before, he's entitled to fight, but it's getting a little bit too messy, and it's a shame that for Mizomo and throttle control that that's gone completely wrong for them. Out front, Forza El Nabi, first flying lap, fastest lap of the race, 2:12.0, backs it up with a 2:12.2. Dane Warren 2/10 off that lap, so Forzan really getting the head down and making that clear air work nicely for Zero Esports. Jordan Ross slightly lagging behind Dane Warren at the moment with a 12.7, but they are back in the fight, and he's got Harley Haber chasing him down.
Certainly does, as the first penalty has come in for the Middle Finger Racing team and Matt Stratford, which has not been ideal, and they are serving that right now, the 019 team, and that has come after 27 laps. They have hit 1/3 of their instant points, which is somewhere around 33, 34, 35 points. So to get over a point a lap is a little bit concerning, and a missed box as well is just compounded misery here, Ryan.
Yeah, not great for Middle Finger Racing, and Stratford will opt to, looks like he's got a 30-second hold, doesn't he? And
yeah,
it's not great. It's going to put him a long way off the back. He's not going to catch anyone, really. unless until the next safety car comes out, and that could be a very long and arduous stint for Stratford. And there's a co-driver middle finger racing, which let me go and check for you. Is Mark? No, not Mark.
Jonathan Bain.
Jonathan Bain, yeah, of course. And Stratford and Bain going to have a very hard time on their hands until that next safety car comes out. Luckily for them, 2 minutes 12 lap times around here. They won't go a lap down.
They won't go a lap down, but they will get very close when you've got one of the fastest, well, two of the fastest men in Australian touring cars, Fortan El Nabi and Dane Warren, going at it with each other at the moment. But this front five pack are all split by about a second and a half from each other, apart from the driver, and that much is telling. David Kinman is just managing to deal with Rob Harris and Luke Page. Luke Page, very inconsistent, did himself a 216 to get tyres up to temperature. Then he's now hitting his stride, 214, 213. Luke Page starting to get into this here, as David Kinman's done well. Rob Harris has lost another position, but you have to say he is keeping out of the way of everyone and keeping a good turn of pace. So this is strong from the KRF, the driver's seat team. And you have to remember as well here, Ross, that this KRF team is effectively the subsidiary or the B team compared to Zuva Racing, and to see them doing so well and actually ahead by a lap at the moment is very promising.
Oh, for sure. And Rob and Sean actually have quite a bit of synergy together, being teammates previously at Pro Force Racing and Valkyrie Sim Racing in the heydays of that team. So they've carried this partnership over. That works very, very well. Rob also a streamer, so I'm sure he's had a couple of exciting moments on that stream tonight and probably given a bit of an insight into his thought process as well. But I'm sure it's one that's just, hey, let's bring the car home. Still a long way to go. So they're already up 7 spots from their qualifying position. They'll be absolutely stoked with that at the moment. So David Kinman as well, who's you know, I'm looking forward to seeing what James McKee can do, and I've just seen in the lap times that James McKee actually did a 2:11.8 in the 3 or so flying laps that he managed to do. So he has a whole heap of pace, but is yet to show it. But David Kinman doing the job he needs to do in the 717 to keep them in contention towards the end of the race.
They are keeping contention. Here comes Tom Freer down the inside at turn 11 and takes the position away from Michael Taliancic and moves up now into 9th place. So Tom Freer is the man on the move to 13.4 that last time by, and that will probably set him good to get to maybe David Kinman and not much further. So they've done well. The recovery almost complete for Hyperdrive as they've tried to pull their way back in, but there is 3 seconds up to the Page Harris Kinman battle, and you have to say these three aren't falling away from each other at all. They're freight training each other at this stage and very much running in the train tracks and having a very solid run of things. So it's a case of everyone's just finding their own little pack, their own little battle, and trying to have some good runnings here, as Jay McKnight has found a way through on the middle finger racing 66 of Gavin Cox, as Tom O'Connor, or should I say Thom O'Connor, with the way that his name is spelt here, right, is trying to have himself a good old scrap here at the moment. This is KRF Penske against middle finger, and this one going on for 16th, 17th, 18th.
Yeah, well, we're with a triple right-hander now, and Tom O'Connor for KRF Penske Racing Shocks, and the sister car to that KRF driver's seat car, I want to mention, up there in 7th place, that safety car, absolutely beautiful timing for these guys, and they're not falling away by all that much. They're still running in 7th in that pack of drivers, and Rob Harris doing a brilliant job in there, and that 092 car looking good right now, and Sean Thompson will be thrilled with how Harris is driving right now, because if he can say that, Thompson's going to have a pretty handy position to jump back into. But we look back to that 18th and 19th battle. Tom O'Connor still trying to make his way past Gavin Cox, not able to find a room at turn 1.
No, not going to find it at turn 1, and he's not going to find it at turn 3 either. So making sure you're trying to pull forward Tom O'Connor, who's not really able to close up on Gavin Cox, who is just being very narrow and very calm, in effect using Jay Knight in front as a line guide, so to speak. And for these drivers a little lower down the field, when vehicles do make the moves and you see them go by, you sort of almost push to their level a little bit more. You sort of raise the bar, Ross, and that's sort of where you need to learn. Just follow quicker drivers. That's what you need to do in practice sessions. See where their lines are going, see where they're braking, and try and emulate that as much as possible. That's how you improve.
Oh, well, we saw Jamie Stovall do an excellent job of that behind Brian Borg, I believe it was, just sitting in the draft of the car behind. It wasn't necessarily copying his lines, but he was just comfortable doing it. But you're right, you are learning different braking zones and different entry points to corners that you might not have thought of before. And if the car ahead of you is getting away, well, they're doing something right. So it might be worth having a crack at that line. So Gavin he's probably got his eyes on the mirror with Tom O'Connor really putting the pressure on at the moment, but runs it a bit wide at that corner though. But they're still having a great battle down here, and these are the kinds of battles we don't pay too much attention to them, which is a shame. But these battles towards the end of the pack are always so passionate of these guys who just want to get out there, have a run in these fantastic cars in an amazing format like an endurance race.
They certainly do, and they certainly want to prove it here at the moment, as O'Connor and Cox just starting to extend their gaps a little bit. Mazomo is looking for a round 2 here with Exto Gaming. 666, Devil's car against 27, as there's a small little wider line being taken. A good chance now for Mazomo to use the draft. He says he loves this place. He's one of the few drivers who seemingly do like Circuit of the Americas here on iRacing, but now looking to try and make that push. Big lunge down to the inside, and how telling is it there's a massive gap there. Go through a huge look to the inside, really checks up the pack, and this gives Jamie McKnight now a chance to fight for 16th and 15th.
Well, if you needed any proof, sorry Ryan, but if you need any proof that Simon's a weird fellow, that he really likes this track, well, that goes to show it. But he put a great move there on Simon Vella, who has been struggling in a couple of laps, so he looks like he's going to start filtering back through. Jamie McKnight, with loads of experience up his belt recently, will be keen to put that Exto Gaming car behind him pretty quickly.
Yeah, we'll be very keen. Well, we'll talk about this one here, Ryan, because I just want to keep an eye out on what the leading backpacks are doing here, because you got El Marby on a 12.4, 12.7 for Dane Warren, a 12.4 that time by for Jordan Ross. That's good. You got then a 31 and a 34 as we got a battle going on. Rob Harris is coming back here at David Kinman. That's fantastic work.
6 and 7 of these guys fighting for side by side. Luke Page getting involved there too. 6, 7 and 8 for these guys side by side, and Rob Harris will remain in 7th place in behind David Kinman. I was watching McKnight lock at all sorts of sideways of the inside umbrella. He went through up into 14th place, as these guys will go in side by side through the 3rd and 4th sector of this racetrack. And this restart really energized this field, Jake, because these guys now are fighting tooth and nail all the way up and down this field.
And just talking about that, Tom O'Connor's finally got his man. Gavin Cox will have to go from behind and try and find another way through. So that one not quite working out. But keep an eye out on that battle, 6th, 7th, 8th, because I'm going to say, and 9th, because Tom Freer is now very clearly on the rear of this pack. 2:36 he did that last time by. He was 1.9 seconds quicker than David Kinman last go around, so he has reached the train and he will want to breeze on through as quickly as he possibly can against 3 fuel savers, you have to say, who are at the moment Luke Page, Rob Harris and David Kinman Ross.
Yeah, for sure. I keep thinking back, we only had a small field, but Ryan ominously said the chance of a midfield wreck were lower in these smaller fields, but that exploded very quickly with just one slight misjudgment. And what a great thing it's done for this race. It is sad for what happened, but we're seeing cars being elevated way above where they're meant to be, and some drivers coping with that pressure extremely well, like Rob Harris. Others not so much, like Simon Vella. Here comes Tom Freer. Absolutely mugs Luke Page there at one of the most difficult corners of the circuit. So Tom Freer getting hyperdrive back into the race where they need to be, and I think they'll make pretty quick work of Harris and Kinman, as Bowden lining up a move on Scott Gamble. Can't get it done, but will be a nice little drag race here. Don't squeeze him too much there, guys. High speed accidents are plenty down here, but Rob Bowden, a great run on the inside for the Tanked SRT car.
Well, they're going to give each other just enough room, car width between them. And look at that, right up to the door. Hello, I'm going to buzz the tower as he gets on the brakes down into turn 12 and takes the position. Scott Gamble will look over and say, well, I got 7 deuce and I didn't quite do enough with it. So that's not the plan for Scott Gamble. He tried everything. He buzzed the tower. And just like that, Rob Bowden able to gain the position and do exactly what he wants. Taliancic will be next. Taliancic is really fuel saving. Has to be fuel saving massively the way that he's driving it. They gave Gillian maybe 2 laps, 3 laps in behind the wheel. I think they're really trying to play that fuel number here with Talyancic here, Ryan. They are saving at a second a lap slower than everyone else. I think this is the case that they're trying to save themselves maybe 5, 7, 10 laps even, half a stint towards the end to make sure that they are going to jump everyone come the end because there are caution.
Yeah, exactly, and we know just how much fuel can change up with a timely or untimely safety car, and they can do all they want to the strategy, but you catch that safety car at the wrong time, and it's night-night for your race, as Demi Johnston will dive it up the inside now of Scott Gamble and make that move stick. As we're watching Freya and Harris, who were side-by-side, and now still Harris ahead of Freya, and still Harris fighting for 7th place for that restart, still doing a great job up there. Luke Page will be hoping to capitalise here on the move that surely is inevitably coming for Tom Freya, moving through this field with so much ease it seems like from the up here in the commentary booth, and Luke Page will want to try and follow him through, while Tom Freya will want to get this done relatively quickly before Kinman gets too much.
Oh, here we go!
And there he goes. Late dive up the inside. Harris leaves him just enough room, but he won't get the run. Down the back straight, he'll have to tuck back in and look for a move at the end of this back straightaway.
He looks from leagues back to try and make that move. That was a big lunge from Tom Freya, who clearly is getting a little bit bogged down and a bit frustrated here by Rob Harris. Now he's going to make a bigger lunge down the inside. He broke a good 20 meters later in the braking zone. Gets down the inside and takes the position away. So Tom Freya now moves up into 7th place. Next up on his hit list is David Kimmett as Bowden gets the next move. Does he on Talyancic? It's not quite completed. As he gets on the brakes, he runs wide. Up and under we're going to go. And Rob Bowden is way too narrow. That may just be a slowdown penalty. He goes very wide, looking to go around the outside. Talyancic, mobile chicane a little bit at the moment, as now leaves the door open through the triple right-hander. That's never the place you want to be battling it out, and he's going to try and get that better traction on the outside. Can he hold it off? No, he can't. Rob Bowden has got the move done on Talyancic, and John Stone will be next to try and get through. Good recovery, but look at that, running wide. Back into play. This is a big scrap, and where do you go if you're Damien Johnstone? You don't. You're almost looking like you're driving an Indy here in some stages, seeing drivers go too wide and go, actually, I'd rather not.
How good is this? Again, Rob Bowden just getting across the nose, but this is smart driving from Bowden, except for that last corner. He ran it in too deep when when it looked like he had the move done. Now he has to do it all over again. But I'm really concerned for the Talyancic car. I was riding on board for him a little bit earlier. No fuel saving, so I think it's just pure struggle street. And we saw Gilliam unable to put it in the top 5. We would have expected him, so I'm a bit worried for this car. Hopefully they can turn it around. But the pace from Bowden and Johnston behind is really quite impressive, and I'm sure they'll be able to take off after these guys in the top 10 once they're unleashed from this Pursuit Sim Racing car.
I would just say that Jamie McKnight did a 2:39 behind them, which was a full 2.8 seconds a lap quicker than what Talyancic managing. If you want to know what Struggle Street looks like, you're looking right at it and you're straight down the avenue. You look at the building, and Rob Bowden with a big bit of sideways action, locking up the rear axle, trying to get down the inside. Talyancic leaves the room, but still couldn't quite get it done. Bowden didn't want to make the move. He was forced into it, Ryan.
Yeah, he was. He went a bit too deep on the brakes and locked it up. Did a good job not to get into the side of Talyancic, though. Did a good job to recover as well and get the drive down the back straight, because it would have been very easy to not get the momentum he needed and come under pressure from Demi and Johnstone as they get so close off the corner as they make their way now into this tight couple of sectors that really promote side-by-side racing. And we'll see whether we get a bit of side-by-side racing. This time, Bowden looks to the inside. Talyancic shut that door very quickly. And Bowden can't find a way through as he looks maybe to the outside to the triple apex corner. That's not the line you want to go through. Tucks back in and gets a bit sideways, it seemed like, almost on entry. Bowden's fighting hard to get the spot away from Talyancic, but that Pursuit Sim Racing car, a proven race-winning car, is doing what it needs at the moment to just stay ahead of these guys and do anything it can right now to hold on to that top 10 spot.
But it is the final spot inside the top 10. But look at Tom Freer now, battling it out for 6th, looking to the inside of David Kinman. They've had a bit of history between each other, these two, as they go through, but Kinman has to leave the room, and Tom Freer moves up now into 6th place. So Hyperdrive starting to make some waves, starting to push forward and say exactly what they need to do. I am back in this fight. The big issue, though, is that they are 12 seconds now behind Marlon McMullen, and McMullen is going quicker and quicker than them. So I think they have hit the end of the road, so to speak, as they go forward. Still, though, that battle pack, that 4-car pack, which has Scott Gamble at the rear, just looking at it, John Stone, Bowden, and Taliancic, is still continuing to have that big scrap that is going on, and they've been looking every which way to try and make some moves. Look at the lines that Damien Johnstone is trying to take now here, Ross, because he is trying to open up every corner possible to try and line up a move, and this could be the place that he decides to make this one happen. Does he have a big lunge down the inside? Thought about it, was never close enough.
Ooh, nearly touched on the rear to Rob Bowden. If I was Rob's teammate, I'd just be telling him just to stay in the wheel tracks of Michael, and then just show the nose when he's got the confidence. I don't think Michael really wants to put up a fight here. He probably wants to avoid getting taken out, because if Rob keeps harassing the back, there's a high chance of an incident. And we just saw there, with clean racing between Johnston and Bowden, almost could have ended in disaster with light contact. So they've got to keep that on the back of their mind as well. Again, Taliancic just can't seem to find an apex at the moment. That car looks it's just awful. Maybe whether it is the car or whether he's just unable to gel with the track. We did say it's an unusual challenge, but I'm surprised that Taliancic is just struggling right now. And there's Rob Bowden again, really good through that infield section compared to Taliancic. Got that drive quite nicely, but I'm riding on board. There are some weird mid-corner corrections going on in the Tank SRT car, so I'm not sure how far ahead he's trying to plan for this move, but I kind of don't think he's going to get it done. It's probably going to be more the likes of Jamie and Johnston. Might have to pull a sneaky move on the Tank SRT car and then mug Taliancic. No, here comes the chance as Taliancic runs way too right. Oh, that's going to be it. That's the move that Rob was waiting for. Finally gets it done. Now, will Johnston sneak to the inside? He's on the wrong side of the track to try it. Now, Rob Bowden needs to finish this off. Last time he didn't do it, but it looks like he's made the apex. He's got that one done. Well done, Rob. So now Taliancic has to look at Damien Johnson, who throws it down the inside. He'll cop an incident point for that, but I think he'll take it. And now is side by side into the Megaton Beckett's replica, but Taliancic will hold on. Oh,
no, he won't. He's gone too deep. He's gone way too deep, and there's the slowdown, and just like that, thank you, 1. Thank you, 2. Are you going to go for a Scott Gamble around the outside here at 7? Oh, yes, he will, and he's got the inside for 8 and 9, and just like that, still Taliancic tries to fight it. Big bit of contact there as they hold it together, and Taliancic keeps the position, but he has lost 2 for his troubles. And look, from where they were at the opening stage of the lap, he has lost 2 seconds plus over this first sector. That's what a slowdown penalty does for you on iRacing and the iRacing Esports Network, ladies and gentlemen. That is how hard you fight and how easily everything can go awry. And just like that, the battle completely fades into obscurity at the moment. The lead, though, at the front of the field for Omen Zero Esports Blue and Forzan El Nabi stands at 3.4 seconds and looks to increase again as they cross the line to start their 36th lap of racing action after an hour and 22 minutes worth of running. A Logitech G Ultra a 230 flat that last time by. The lead extends to 3.8 seconds at the front of the field, but now you start wondering here, Ryan, who's got something left, because Forzan by far and away is the class of the field. He's a cut above. He's 3 seconds quicker than the driver he's fighting behind, and Dane Warren is no slouch by any stretch of the imagination. I have to say, as we get a replay on screen of Damien Johnstone and his move, you have to say there's been some great battling that's been going on here.
Yeah, exactly, and the rules change once again once the driver changes occur. Once more we get Brady Myers and Jackson Season Harlow back in the car, and it seemed earlier that it was Jackson Harlow for Altus Esports that maybe had the advantage over Brady Myers, and Meyer's certainly able to keep up with him. Whether he had the speed to get ahead of him and gap him is another story. He may be able to get an answer to this one in the next pit stop phase, because all going well, Brady Myers should be jumping into a car that's leading the race by about 3.5 seconds, maybe more. But, and as we've seen with Altus's pit stops, they haven't been particularly on the level of Williams F1, more, you know, Red Bull 2016 Monaco for Altus. Maybe not the same disastrous lengths, but I'm interested to see how this is going to pan out with the different drivers getting back in, because certainly now it's all for Zen and nothing for Tane Warren at the moment.
That one's all on you there, Ryan. I'll let you cop the blame for anything that comes back our way. But for the time being anyway, Jamie McKnight's looking at position 14 at the moment here, Ross. Josh Pickett now having to try and play the defensive card in the 038 machine. So we'll see what is going to be capable of doing as McKnight now looks to try and start pulling in that draft. And there is a big break coming in there. And just like that down the side, I think Josh Pickett knew, I am not picking a fight with Jamie McKnight here today. He is way too quick.
Yeah, that was full cooperation from Joshua Pickett in the Exto Gaming car. Very smart game to play, I think, in these stages. So Jamie getting on with it after that disastrous restart. Really got a feel for him after that one. I'd be curious to see what decision comes out from race control from that one. But for now, Jamie's got to get his head back down. They've got a lot of work ahead of them to get back into this race. Jonathan Bain right behind Scott Gamble as well. Scott was looking a little bit more comfortable. He lost a 1.5 seconds on that previous lap, which is interesting. Actually, Matt Stratford lost 2 seconds. So, oh, is he a lap down here? Oh, he is too. My apologies. Yeah, so that disastrous incident point penalty plus overshooting the box has just gone horribly wrong for the 019 after a great start to the race, and it's
they've pitted again.
They have. I think they have.
Just a lap ago, they made another pit stop.
So that's what, 4 times now they've pitted here, Ryan? So they're really... I think they're just completely out of this race, and they're just racing for something at the moment here, because the one thing that they've got to worry about is Zuva Racing Car, which is only half a lap behind. But if you're going to pit maybe after 10, 15 laps, I'm not sure what the strategy is here. I'm not sure what the advantage is for pitting a 4th time.
Maybe they're taking a wild punt and hoping on a safety car coming out where they can stay out, get their lap back potentially, and go from there. But I agree with you, Jake. It's going to be difficult, if anything. Maybe an understatement, that one. Difficult to get back here from Middle Finger Racing.
Yeah, it seems very difficult for them to try and pull this one back. I'm keeping an eye out, though, on the gap between Premier Esports Racing and Mark 1 Esports Pink. This is the championship battle for 4th and 5th place. Mark 1 and Harley Haber will extend their championship lead by a minimal amount over Marlon McMullen if the race were to end at this point in time. The difference in lap times was a 1/10.5 in favour of Harley Haber that last time by. So Marlon McMullen is very happy in my view here, just to keep that Mark 1 car in sight. Knows that it is consistency that will get him through, because we've seen how Harley loves to battle, loves to fight, and we've seen how the double-edged sword of the Harley Haber driving technique has come back to bite him, has cost him major championship points. Marlon McMullen is smooth. He's like a bit of jazz.
Probably not, but an interesting analogy we'll call it. But yes, you're certainly right about this double-edged sword of Harley Haber and this more collected nature of Marlon. We're pretty quick to write off Stephen Varga's stint in the opening half of the race, but he brought that car up from 9th to 6th, remembering that Harley actually qualified the car. So that was actually a very positive stint for the Mark 1 pink car. So now they're getting on with it. They're in 4th place right now. They're a fair way off P number 3, but 4th will do just nicely if they are able to hold off Marlon McMullen and Tom Freer. But we'll see how this fighting spirit of Harley Haber comes back out. And of course, we've got to see Stephen Varga get back in the car. And if he has another quiet stint like that, then they'll be looking nice for a nice collection of championship points.
And those championship points so vital, especially with a couple of drop rounds that come into play here and there. Keep an eye out on Rob Harris, because he has not gone away from David Kinman. And this is so impressive 7th and 8th. Rob Harris has found himself a medium, sticking with it, and he's staying in the draft, and David Kinman will look behind and say, wait, is that Rob Harris behind me? What am I doing? What's happening here? And you have to say, it is Rob Harris having a fantastic drive, and again, look at him, closing up in the braking zone, right? He pulls it to within a car length, a little wiggle on the rear axle there, trying to rotate it. Kinman, I think he's actually overdriving the car a little bit.
Yeah, very likely that he is, and coming under a bit of pressure can do that to some drivers, and haven't got too much experience as again Kinman locks up the front left there, pinching it on entry. Haven't got too much of a background on Kinman, don't know whether he's the sort of driver that thrives under pressure or maybe is prone to a mistake or two. It's certainly something that changes driver to driver, and some much more capable than others, but right now Kinman looks to be suffering a bit of a pressure cooker at the moment.
I'll throw another theory out there, is that the draft is actually probably a little stronger than we initially thought. We saw Brady keeping up with JSH very, very easily. We're watching Rob Harris do the same thing to David Kinman right now, and I'm sure there are other instances where we've seen cars are unable to pull away because the draft is actually a lot stronger than we thought here. So they're just keeping up, minding their own business, and as you said, he's found a happy medium, and he's pressing on with the job.
He is, and doing a sensational job pressing on with that job and keeping the vehicle in front within that 1 second window. That gap was half a second and under the last time that they crossed the start-finish line. So Rob Harris having a very good run for KRF, and this is with them dropping the V8 Sleuth car behind, which will soon falling potentially into the clutches of Gone Rogue. 8 seconds down the road Gone Rogue are, but that last time by took a full second out of Sleuth. So this is a case where Damien Johnstone and Luke Page are effectively alternating in terms of their good and bad drivers, so to speak, because Luke Page, no disrespect to him, is the B driver in that car, Guy Leach the A. And you look at Ryan Johnstone is the B to the Damien Johnstone A here, Ryan. So you have to say that it's a case of Sleuth will pull out, Gone Rogue will catch them and reel them back in.
Exactly, and the next pit stop phase with the second battle, and that one 7.8 seconds the gap between these two at the moment. The margins that are spreading out throughout this field, they really don't mean all that much until we've gone through that second mandatory safety car phase, because unless you somehow manage to lose 2 minutes and 10 seconds to the leader, you're not going to fall a lap down, and you're going to get all that time back no matter what on the next safety car. So a lot of these drives right now are probably just trying to get to that phase and then unleash their A driver at the end.
Releasing that A driver is going to be the big key for everyone to try and go through as they look to try and continue on their battles that they have planned for them. But for the time being, though, it is still Forza Elnabi in control at the front of the field. That gap now extending 4.3 seconds and is now nearly 10 seconds now, Ross, to Jordan Ross. As I have to say, Evolution Racing Team's 143, they've been great in third position, just not quite had as much the two drivers in front, running some very consistent times, 2:39 that last time by, but again, another 0.6 of a second lopped off or lost to Forzan Elnabi, I have to say. Jordan Ross, you know, I think he's met his match here today at COTA.
If you're finishing a race behind Forzan Elnabi, Brady Myers, JSH, and Dane Warren, I'd say you'd have a good day. So I don't think they're too fussed about where they are. I do also just want to quickly point out about going a lap down. The next car to go a lap down is Mark Dial in the 031 RRT LeBlanc car. He's currently about 40 seconds from being a lap down, and he goes Tokyo style through the final corner. I just want to point out he's about 40 seconds from going a lap down. He's currently about 4 seconds slower than Forzan Elnabi, so he's only got about 10 laps left or so before it's game over for him, and they can't afford to make a pit stop right now if the safety car comes out. So a little bit of a difficult scenario here for the poor guys running at the back here.
Certainly is a poor situation for guys at the back, but we are going to step aside very briefly here on the iRacing Esports Network. You are watching the Parramatta Isuzu Ute AOSC Championship here from Circuit of the Americas. We'll be back with more continued action after these messages.
40 of the best sim racers, $100,000 on the line. Who will rise to the challenge? This is the most competitive and sought-after season in iRacing World Championship history. This is where legends are made. This is the Porsche Esports Super Cup.
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them 4 abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going around the outside, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up top
Oh
here!
my god! Oh! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
It's very close. These guys I want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go! Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to AOSC action here at Circuit of the Americas. We're focusing at the moment here on the battle that is raging on for 4th place as Marlon McMullen has just locked another 3/10 second, if not 4, over Harley Haber as Throttlecontrol Motorsports gets a 30-second stop and hold penalty for hitting their first instant limit penalty overall. So, Marlon McMullen has been slowly gaining that gap in. It's Jake Sperry along with Ryan Jones and Ross Ted Rizzo. Ross, we've been looking at this one just slowly developing here. Marlon McMullen has been very happy to keep Harley in the sights, but the longer this stint has gone on, the more that this has favoured Premier.
For sure, and our director pointed out some aggressive fuel saving going on from Marlon McMullen. He's putting in the clutch down the hill out of turn 2 and into turn 3 through the Meggetts and Beckett's replica. I'm on board with him now heading into the hairpin, and again, a very, very big lift. So he is comfortably holding this pace, but he's working hard to try and save some fuel. So he's potentially gearing up for a safety pit stop under the safety car, where we saw not only the Altus Esports, the Zero Esports car get out ahead, but that blinding call from the 26 Evolution Racing Team car come into play. If this field gets bunched up like it did last time, and he's saved about 4 or 5 litres worth of fuel, they'll come out in the lead, which would be an absolute masterstroke. And he's clearly able to do that without losing time to Harley Haber. So this is quite a remarkable stint from Marlon.
It is, and we are just starting to hit that pit stop window. So any time around now, we are expecting these sorts of drivers to start thinking about coming down in and making a pit stop at the moment. This race being led by Forzan El Nabi, as you got Logitech G Ultimate second, Evolution Racing Team in third. But Harley Haber's driving style is an aggressive one, and I'm not sure how good it is at saving those tyres. This track will cool down more and more as this race continue. But Ryan, has to be said, Harley Haber on the short term is a powder keg. He can explode off at any moment and be fantastic in the way that he makes moves. On a long-term stint, you look at that latter half and you always see him starting to struggle a little bit on those tyres.
Yeah, exactly, and Haber's a very aggressive driver at times and very fast at times as well, and McMullen's just, he's not often winning races in AOSC, but he's very often there or thereabouts, and that's why he's in this championship battle with Harley Haber. And it's going to be interesting to see. When you mentioned McMullen saving fuel, will he try and save fuel and breeze by Haber, or will he save fuel even more so by tucking into that draft and that hole in the air that Harley Haber's going to be punching for him, which allows him to not strain that engine quite as much down the back and down the front straight away, and saves a bit more fuel. And as you mentioned, next pit stop phase could be a big advantage in favour of Premier Esports Racing Team. And something else that we mentioned among ourselves that definitely wasn't brought up by someone else was that the setups could play a big part in this race. As the track cools off, as we get towards the end of this race, who has set up their car to be in the prime phase of its performance in the cooler conditions at the end of the race, and who's going to struggle? Because if you set your car up for these hot conditions, you could, someone like Oma Zero, if they're set up for the hot conditions and Altus is set up for cold conditions, will have an absolute grandstand finish at the end of this one.
Talking about struggles, look down the inside for Scott Gamble on Taliancic. Taliancic forced to go wide. Gamble gave him a case of, you're going to turn in on me? I'm just going to take my normal line here of diving down the inside. Gamble gets the move, but Taliancic now may have the chance of coming back here using the draft on that outside. And what can they do here on the brakes? And that is a huge lift and coast there from Taliancic, who decides, I'm going to give up that position and go through. I wonder if they set up that car here, Ross, to be good on straight, because in the low speed, they're in trouble.
Well, I'm hoping they set it up for cooler conditions, like Ryan just mentioned, because right now it's not doing anything in the hot conditions right now. But yeah, big lift and coast from Taliancic. Also noticed in the very recently that the 092 of Rob Harris and Sean Thompson just came into the pits for a fuel stop. Also saw Thomas Hinz back out on track. He's only come out just ahead of Forzan El Nabi, so they're in threat of going a lap down. Oh, they're 2 laps down. Wait, how did they end up 2 laps down there? Okay, a 7-minute pit stop for Thomas Hinz, who had a rough start to to the race. But back to the point I was trying to make, pit stop window must be open very, very soon because the KRF car, the KRF driver's seat car pitted about 3 or 4 laps before the last SC. So pit window should open in about 2 or 3 laps, I suspect.
And talking about that, do you make the move now for track position coming down onto pit road if you're 017 Marlon McMullen, who has been instrumental in the very strong finish from doing not much of note in races? He's quiet, he gets about his own work. I said earlier, he's smooth as jazz at times, the way that he runs around the track, and it's almost the case that you can't really fault Marlon McMullen too often. But on the brakes into turn 12, now tucked up underneath Harley Haber. This is the worry that Mark 1 are going to have. We don't really want to battle, but it is in Harley's nature that he does battle and he does scrap and he does try and fight to get position back once he's lost them. He does not like losing anything, does Harley Haber. Big winner's mentality he has as he goes slightly wide through turn 16 and now through, turn 15, and now through 16, 17, 18, this triple right-hander. Question becomes, anyone diving down onto pit road at this stage, as 3 vehicles are on pit road. They are Exto Gaming Red, KRF Penske and Floffelcon 12 for their penalty, but still no takers on the lane. Marlon here, Ryan, in a position to pounce if he chooses to.
If he chooses to, that's the key sentence there, Jake. We saw earlier Freddie Myers didn't choose to make the move, but it looks like McMullen will do. Up the inside. Oh, he's still pinching the rears, locks it all up and crosses it all up and goes straight ahead at turn 1. And he's going to have to sit back and rethink that one because that really didn't work for McMullen. Did a good job, though, not to run off track, and those vital incident points, he'll not rack one up there because he kept all 4 on the sticky stuff in between those red and white painted lines. Not great news for McMullen. Haber will be loving it because that's given him another 5 or 6 car length advantage over McMullen.
Tell you what though here, Ross, it's a case of, well, I'm getting a new fresh pair of boots in the next few laps, so it's going to be probably just fine enough here from them. Say, you know what? I may have made that mistake. I may have crossed myself up left, right and centre, but McMullen knows it's not the end of the world. I'm still within 2 seconds.
He's got plenty of options. I was just quickly looking at the pace relative to Brian Borg and Stephen Varga, the relative B drivers of the respective cars, and it looks like Brian Borg has a fairly reasonable advantage over Varga. So they've got options heading into this next stage. They don't need to play a strategy card to get an undercut or a short fill. I think Borgie should have the pace to chase down Varga if they come out behind Harley. But looking at the fuel saving from Marlon, I dare say he'll have a shorter fill to the top of that tank because he is fuel saving like a madman. I'm in awe of that he's putting in he's using the clutch. He's almost shutting off the engine going into the downhill sections of the track, which I'm not sure how much is actually helping him save, but that shows that's his #1 priority. With the exception of having a go at that move. So Dane Warren, we're hearing, is now into the pit lane. Astro Gaming leads Altus Esports making a call.
Well, it's the first driver in, and he needs to, because that undercut, that last time we went to a pit stop phase, was a good 1.2 seconds a lap. So this is the gauntlet call to say to Forza and Elnabi, I'm 4 seconds back of you coming into the stop. I know that if you don't pit within 3 laps, I'm going to get past you, and there's nothing you can do about it. So Forzan knows now to nullify and negate, sorry there, ladies and gentlemen, the undercut that's going to be going on. Omen are probably forced here in the next couple of laps to dive down in onto the lane here, Ryan.
Yeah, they'll have to react at some point. That margin they had will allow them a lap or 2 to think about it, but not much more than that. The gap was around 4.5, maybe 5 seconds before we're pitted as Rob Bowden for Tank SRT will make his stop as well. Jackson Susan Harlow has jumped back into the Logitech G Altus machine, and he will exit back onto the racetrack there in behind of Scott Gamble, and yeah, as you say, Jake, in traffic. He'll want to make his way through there relatively quickly. and loses minimal time for Oswald. This is crucial for Harlow to get as much time as he can with this undercut.
Oh, well, he's in a bit of trouble, and he's got to get past Scott Gamble quickly. Remember, Gamble can play the card for the other hyperdrive car, the 946, but decides better of it here as a big lunge down the inside, and that's going to be very suboptimal there, making that move. It's going to be a slow outlap because he compromises 7 and into 8 as well. Sorry, 8 and 9. Jackson, Susan, Harlow there just getting a little bit too greedy on the fresh tyres, and Scott Gamble there, I think, did the right thing in that battle. So keep an eye on these pit stop windows because Susan Harlow, El Nabi is staying out in terms of this battle. He is staying out and doing very well. Keep an eye on David Kimmond as well. He's got pressure, but of the wrong variety, the lap down variety, the Brett Loxton variety.
Yeah, it's a shame to see someone like Brett a lap down, but just want to talk about that pit stop with the Altus Esports car. So ERT are now into the lane as well with Jordan Rosso. Will they make a driver change here and put Carl Stokes back in the car?
Well, we'll see here, but I'll let you make your point.
Yes, so apologies there. So we're talking about the Altus Esports car. I'm wondering whether or not they thought they were going to come out in traffic. I suspect that wasn't planned, but that dive was the lesser of two evils. He was going to get held up a little bit longer if he stayed behind Scott there, but that's not worked out well for them at all. It only plays more into Zero Esports hands as they can now run longer into this stint, which means they can run longer, a fresher tyre set into the final stint, which at the moment it looks like what they're gearing up towards right now. And Forzan, in a league of his own in the recent past, I'm sure he's got all the confidence in Brady that he will be able to come out ahead. The only thing playing to the Altus Esports advantage is that they would have had a shorter fill time, so it could still be very tight coming off the pit lane. But if Omen Zero Esports Blue come out ahead of this pit stop, I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult for the Altus Esports crew to come back at them in the final stint.
Carl Stokes back in behind the wheel. Mach 1 have come in. Stephen Varga now gets a fresh pair of boots. Also in is Team Hyperdrive and Pursuit Sim Racing 2. So James Mackay and Jamie Stovall now looking to get out and away, as is Grant Keynes for the Redback Racing team. They are a lap down, but look at that. That is a great jump from both KRF and V8 Sleuth. They've got back ahead of Hyperdrive here, and they've gone miles ahead of Pursuit. The big undercut has paid off, and same for Ryan Johnstone as well in the Gone Rogue Motorsports car. They've also got the jump here on Pursuit. Pursuit are now outside of the top 10 as the race leader, Ryan, dives in.
Here we go, we're going to find out how much Harlow has been able to gain with the undercut. I dare say it might not be enough, but we really don't know.
He's coughing in the pit lane.
Omen Zero, I don't know, he's coughing in the pit lane, almost unable to get to his box, gets it stopped, doesn't overshoot, which is crucial, especially as you say, they're running out of fuel. An instant replay up on screen from West End Mazda on board with Brady Miles. You can hear, Forzan El Nabi, sorry, you can hear the car coughing as he makes his way down towards that number 1 pit stall. Brady Miles now gets into the car, and we will see the battle regime between Harlow and Myers. We saw it in the first stint. Harlow side by side as I go to him with David Baxter. Some more lap traffic hurting his chances of undercutting that leader. Carl Stokes though behind Taliantich.
Just keep an eye on this. Carl Stokes and Taliantich won battle, but Brady Myers is spending a while here. Gets himself on the power. Can he get himself out and away? Answer for the moment is this is going to be mighty close as they go through. Here's Jackson, Susan, Harlow. They're side by side into turn 1, and just like that, they just held it off. The coughing, the spluttering down the lane, still not enough, but Jackson, Susan, Harlow, through all the traffic, has brought that gap back to a second. This is sensational stuff there. Altus have done fantastic. A purple 2:11.7 is what brought Jackson right to a second here, Ross. Fantastic driving.
Well, this this has really played beautifully into Alta's hands now. Surprisingly, I'm amazed they've come back from that despite all the traffic. Now he's in the draft, and it's an inverse scenario of what we saw earlier in the race. So if he has relative pace compared to Brady, he should be able to keep up here and maybe save some fuel. So there's still so much more to play out for this race. A big pressure stint coming up for both of these guys here. They need to give the cars give their A drivers the best chance they can to win this race. I think they're going to try and push as hard as they can now. No playing nice like we saw in the first stint. I think it's go time.
I think it is. Remember, Marlon McMullen has yet to come down onto the lane. We've saying he's been religiously fuel saving as if his life depended on it, and right now his life depends on it. Expect him to come down in. He's probably saved a lap's worth of fuel, or is he going to go one more? You're kidding me. He's going to go one more, is he not? Is he not? So that is mental at the moment for Marlon McMullen, who crosses the line in the race lead. 28 laps he's going on this tank of fuel, saving with everything that he's got. We've seen this is crazy. Oman went 26 laps, Ryan, and coughed coming over the line. Premier Esports are starting their 29th lap.
Remember that aggressive fuel saving we mentioned coming back from the break? Well, there it is in effect for Marlon McMullen, able to go 2 laps longer than the race leader. And going back to that pit exit for Brady Myers, I'm really hoping no one heard me say he's jumped him as Harley went down the main straight, because I thought that Myers was gone, but super late on the brakes from both those drivers, and that inside line was pivotal in that defense of the lead for the effective race lead for Brady Myers. How much longer can Premier Esports go? Surely they've got a pit this time by, right? Surely.
They have to. They have to. Into the lane comes Michael Talianchis. Even he can't go that long, and he's been in a vehicle going 2-3 seconds slower over the course of the lap. But keep an eye as well on the battling going on, because Jamie Stovold is through on both Sean Thompson and Guy Leach, and has gained those positions fantastically over the course of the last couple of laps. So Stovold really making gains and making progress here for the Hyperdrive team. Brady Myers and Jackson Susan Harlow very close together, but I think Brady with the tyre advantage will be able to pull that gap open again for Omen Zero as this race continues. But we focus once again on the 017. Marlon McMullen playing the mega fuel save game, trying to make the strategy work for the championship battle at the moment in this mid part of the season. It's very crucial that they get those points over Mark 1. Expect them to fall behind because they're not on the fresh rubber. They are running 14.7s, and Mark 1 that last time by did a 12.9. Expect them to drop maybe 5 to 10 seconds back. But, Ross, you have to say that in the long run, on that final stop, they're going to be good as finally they make the choice to dive down onto the lane by design, not by fault.
Yeah, I think you have to applaud Marlon on that stint there. Maybe not so much the pit entry, but I think Premier Esports will be good against Mark 1. I do believe Brian Borg does have the pace over Varga at the moment. So there's still one more driver change still coming in most of our main contenders. However, the Talianchis and Gilliam car, they've got their driver swaps out of the way. So if there is a safety car anytime soon, we're going to see that car jump to the front with a very short pit stop, because they won't have to take the 30-second or so driver swap that everyone else may have to take. So Pursuit not out of this yet, but I do hope their car is better for the colder conditions.
We will certainly see if Pursuit can find a way back in. They are currently classed as being in not the best position in the world. They're just heading through the back straight now. They're behind Matthew Norris, so that puts 14th out on track as Norris trying to find a way past Craig Anspatch, who was teamed up with Rob Bowden earlier on. Brenton O'Brien just in front of the pair of them right now, so Matthew Norris is probably looking at this going, not again, I wanted to get by him last time and now I've got to do this whole exam all over again. That's not the plan that Norris wants, but he's got to get past Anspatch first, and maybe he goes to the cabbage patch, says, Anspatch, use me as a pick, please.
Yeah, exactly, and he's going to try and go around the outside, as they go to the penultimate corner. Not going to work there, tucked back in behind him. show the nose, try and put him off into the final corner. Brenton O'Brien's right in front of these guys. He'll be watching his mirrors and begging them to battle away as right out sideways. Oh God, Scafey quotes come out again. Goes Matthew Norris at the last corner, and again he shows the nose, and he's looking eager to get by, but he's not close enough to do it as they make their way through turn 1.
The battle 11th, 12th, 13th on the road at the moment, and they're all on their own, so these three know that it's just between them. A big wide line from Brenton O'Brien into this section really gets caught up, and Anspatch thinking about the inside. Oh, he gives him a tap! He gives him a tap coming through turn 6. Oh my goodness me. Brenton O'Brien left the door slightly open, and my goodness, Anspatch took it and a little bit more, and that is a big warning for Brenton O'Brien, who is massively fuel saving up the hill and struggling here, and this is allowing Matthew Norris, no relation of course to Lando, trying to make this move, looks to the inside, thinks better of it here as the big defensive line comes in from Brenton O'Brien, who's desperately trying every which way to hold this pack off.
Yeah, so Brenton trying to do what he did earlier in the race. He's already moving to the left-hand side of the road to make his intent pretty clear that he's not going to give this up easily. But Craig Anspatch, he's going to have the fight of his life on his hands here for 11th place. It's difficult to believe that, but Brenton is one of the toughest guys in the field to pass, despite having all kinds of a pace advantage. He knows where to put that car. You also saw Norris trying to plan ahead, trying to get the run onto the back straight. It didn't work because the tanked SRT car was in the way, so he couldn't quite put the power down like he needed to. But that kind of forward thinking from Norris could be the difference to get past. So as we saw with Rob Bowden earlier, he needs to plan a few corners ahead and size up where he's going to make the pass to give him the best chance into the most ideal overtaking scenario.
We are at the halfway stage as 2 hours comes up on the clock through 51 and a little bit laps, which says to me that we're probably going 102, 103 overall in this race. So this is going to be a big challenge here as Brenton O'Brien continues his staunch defence against Anspatch and Norris. This is the battle 11th, 12th and 13th out here on the road. This is the big one at the moment that we're keeping our eyes on, as again that shallow line coming in from O'Brien into the opening corner. Yep, that's all well and fine, no worries at all. Other battles on track. That gap at the front of the field is about half a second here between Omen and Logitech G Altus Esports. So what can Omen Zero do against Logitech G Altus? These two are probably going to be the two big up-and-coming superpowers of Australian sim racing for the future, not just when we're talking about an Australian touring car, both with big designs when it comes to VRS Endurance Championships, when it comes to the likes of, say, the Porsche Super Cup. These drivers know that they want to fight in that battle, in that area, and showcase what they are capable of doing. And you have to say at the moment, this is the truest test that these drivers are going to have at the moment. Gap slashed by 4/10. Now, Ryan, it's half a second.
Big lap, that one, for Jackson Harlow and the Altus Esports. As we see that shallow line for Harlow, it almost seems like he's trying to affect or attempt to move on Brady Myers, but not quite the case. He's still content to take that shallow line around the racetrack that he picks up on in his first stint. As we make the way through the S's, bouncing up and over those curbs, and crucial to have to set up the handles nicely. It doesn't just throw the car out sideways when you hit them, because as we know, these Aussie touring cars, they love to get up on these curbs in real life, and probably the drivers in iRacing want to do the same thing, even if it doesn't quite work quite as nicely.
Well, they want to get up on those curves, but they know that these are anti-cut curves. These are different curves. These are nasty style curves, which do not like it when you touch them, because they will fling you up into the air and a little bit more, as on the brakes into the hairpin, the leading pair come along once again now down this beautiful straight, down the hill from the highest point of the track all the way to one of the lowest, as they now look to try and make this push forward. And it's Susan Harlow who is going to be now playing a roles reverse stage here. Surely you'd have to think, Ross, in the fact that he can sit behind and waste all of the Omen fuel compared to what they were having to waste earlier on with the opening pit stop and the safety car.
Yes, but the Zero Omen car has 2 laps more fuel on board, I can assume, given they went 2 laps longer in that stint. So it's going to be a hard task to get that fuel advantage back. And of course, JSH is on slightly older tyres. That said, he's doing a phenomenal job keeping Brady honest right now. But if I'm Forzan or Brady, I'm just saying keep the thing on the road, keep the tyres underneath you. It's going to take a mistake to get for Altus to get past, and even then, it's far from game over because Forzan proved he's got unbelievable pace in that car, and if they can have stronger tire life at the end of the race, then it's going to be difficult for anyone to catch the 097 from here. I also wanted to point out, first flying lap from Brian Borg wasn't hugely impressive, given what we've seen in terms of outright pace, but he was the fastest driver that time round and locked a good second and a bit out of Steven Varga. So the battle for the podium, or at least the top 4th, is well and truly on.
Gilliam's really quick as well. He's doing well, as is James Mackay, because Mackay, just for the moment, has caught both Thompson and Guy Leach, and Guy Leach has actually found his way through. Here's the chance for Mackay at the penultimate corner, not going to quite find it. The move being made on a mistake at 15, running wide, sliding the rears out, and Thompson nowhere to go from there, had to drop the position. Now Mackay probably best poised to try and go out there, make this move tucked underneath that gearbox and trying to move to that inside to make sure that this one is going to work in his favor. A look to that inside, is comfortable, up on the brakes, trying to get the move done. Has he got it sorted? Not just yet. Thompson's going to fight him back. They make their way towards the next section of track here, turn 2. Thompson holding off, staving off that move. Mackay has got to do it in a different way, Ryan.
He does, and there's a few battles up and down this field as well. The one that Andrew Gilliam's just latched himself onto the back of is this 4-car pack now. Norris and Spatch and O'Brien are still bumper to bumper, unable to make moves. Gilliam's arrived on the scene, and he wants to go straight up the inside of Matthew Norris, and there's going to be contact, and there is. Big hit to the right rear of Gilliam and the left front of Matthew Norris's car. We'll get a replay up on screen, and you could see very early on the trajectory that Gilliam and Norris was taking, respectively. They were gonna touch, and we watch from on board with Norris. You see Gilliam all the way to the inside there, and just contact made as Norris tried to turn back down towards the corner, and it looks like they've both managed to escape unharmed in terms of damage to the car. As down the back straight, this battle for 8th place, the 7th place continues. No moves we made there.
Keep on Gilliam.
Gilliam, though, he's going to try and make a move. Coming into the back straight away. Up the inside he's going to go once again. And it's another spot for Gilliam, and those fresh tyres are working an absolute treat for Pursuit Sim Racing right now.
Oh, you bet they are, and they're side by side in front of that as James Mackay tries to go around the outside of Guy Leach. This is brilliant stuff, as now Thompson gets narrow and can't quite capitalise. He has to yield. So Guy Leach now ahead of Mackay. Mackay's got 1 for his troubles already. Gilliam comfortably through on Craig and Spatch. Next up will be the very tricky Brenton O'Brien, who will be next on the list for Gilliam, so he's got to be worried about that. Mackay, though, still trying to get in on that scrap. Battle for the lead has extended up over a second now for the first time in about a couple of laps or so. But Guy Leach under pressure here. Mackay has got something here in this Pursuit car, because this Pursuit car is working now. That track start of the race has come down a full 7 degrees, Ross, and that's what's helping Pursuit out at the moment.
Yeah, the Mackay car's been strong all day in the hands of Kinman as well, and they've got an advantage where they don't have to make a driver change in the final stop. So say for example, if safety car was to come out right now, for example, and everyone dives in, the 717 will take the lead of the race with their fastest driver in the lead at that point. So good call for Pursuit now. Of course, they're about 54 seconds off the lead of the race, so it's not looking that great. His pace is good for now, which is fine, but they'll come back into the race with a safety car. And the sooner it comes out, the better for Pursuit Sim Racing 2 and 1, I think, because remembering Gilliam got some pace in the car as well. They've completed their driver changes as well.
Oh, Brent O'Brien's lost 2 spots, but before that, here's Mackay thinking about the inside as he makes the lunge late on the brakes. And can he get it slowed up? He can. Thompson takes advantage and says, well, I'll Max Verstappen my way through, shall I, from Monaco a few years back. Tries to use the driver in front as a pick. to make that move and needs to get in the draft and doesn't and backs out of it. So that's a shame. Brenton O'Brien dropping 2 spots and dropping those 2 spots right at turn 1. No contact there. Gilliam got down the inside of O'Brien, and O'Brien making a turn, ran too deep, and that was a case of cookies for Craig Anspach. He got the position for free.
Oh, and Guy Leach nearly found the wall coming out of the left-hander from the back straight, lit up the rears and just about caught it, but it gave up the position back to the KRF driver's seat car of Sean Thompson.
Well, just like that, Guy Leach goes from front of the pack to back of the pack, just like so. As this racing continues, we keep an eye on the battle going on 4th place as the lead goes back to 6/10, but let's focus on this battle going on between Varga and Borg, because Borg's taken another 4/10 out. Gap was at 6 seconds, mind you here, Ryan, when they started this stint. It is now down to 2.7.
It was 4/10 quicker last time by. As the stint goes on, the fresh tyres that Brian Borg have will become less and less sort of noticeably quicker than Varga's car. He's got to try and get that gap closed before those tyres drop off and he loses some of that advantage. But for now, he's still got it and he's still closing, and he should be there or thereabouts in just a few laps' time. As we mentioned, that battle for the lead has come right down and almost on the bumper through the last corner of the back straight is Jackson Harlow. He's starting to pressure Brady Myers as well. Further back, that battle between Brenton O'Brien, Gilliam's checked out, Anspach's checked out from O'Brien, and Norris has sort of fallen away from them as well. So that battle for now has sort of cleaned itself up for now.
For now at least. So those battles then are trying to change. Guy Leach though might have a look down the inside here at Thompson, trying to get back that position lost and not quite there, but he's got this whole straight, this kilometre long straight that he can now use to his advantage if he wants to bring back the gap and the time. And these vehicles moving up swiftly past 240 k's, swiftly past 250 k's, getting past 260 before hitting the brakes. It's not the 280s you see at Mount Panorama, but there is a lockup, there is a wide line, and there is a freebie there for Guy Leach, who says, I'll have that one back, thank you very much. Here's the receipt, and I'll get myself an 8th place once again, Ross.
Yeah, so again, experience coming from Guy, who will be disappointed he let it go in the first place. But now he can try. Oh, I guess he won't be able to keep up with James Mackay. He's got great pace in that car right now, but the V8 Sleuth Esports car, well in the top 10, decent pace right now, looking fairly strong to maintain that top 10 spot. The gap's still closing between 4th and 5th at the moment, nearly a full second in the favour of Brian Borg. So those fresh tyres working well for now, but for how much longer?
How much longer is always the question. It's going to be half a second. That gap for the race lead at the moment as Brady Myers and Jackson Suzlin Harlow, they continue to have their scrap. They continue to have their battle. But again, it's a case of, I'm happy to sit, I'm happy to wait, I'm happy to let this one play out. We're all nice and calm and dandy, and we'll have this scrap when 3 hours and 50 minutes come up on the clock and there's nothing left to lose in this race. At the moment, at 2 hours, 10 minutes, they've got no reason really to fight at the moment. We've said it already. It's the early stages. There's a mandatory caution coming at some point in the next 2 hours. They know they've got to just sit quiet and patient and hope that the opportunity comes to them. At the moment, there is no point battling unless you want track position. Wide line taken there by the 097 Omen car. They are starting to feel it though.
Tell you what, he's starting to get a lot closer is Jackson Harlow onto the back of Brady Myers, and the last 2 races in AOSC have been decided on the final lap. And I dare say we're going to see something similar today with the way this race is panning out. AOSC Esports, certainly in the hands of Jackson Harlow, have been able to stay with Brady Myers or at least match him for pace. Forza Al Nabi look to have the measure of Dane Warren, But if Warren could get out of this pit stop in the draft of Forza Al Nabi, I just wonder how much that draft is worth and whether he'll be able to stay right there with him.
That was the thing here, Ross. The fact that Forza El Nabi had a vehicle in between him, was able to brake a second early, and he didn't look back. We haven't seen Forza El Nabi battle with Dane Warren in the draft yet. If Dane's in the draft, that's the big unknown. We expect him to be able to stay there. Will he be able to make moves is the next question. And that is what I think everyone's going to be looking at and trying to answer over the final few stints, because they know better than everyone else that these two vehicles are evenly matched at the moment.
Yeah, you are right. Battling Dane in the draft will pose a very big threat to Thorzan. He'll have nowhere to hide in the draft, I guess. We saw when there was no draft into effect, Thorzan was clearly quicker, but we've seen throughout the course of the day that the draft is very powerful here. So, and Dane's a feisty old racer, and we can see JSH is really giving... I wrote off JSH a little too early. He's doing really good now. So this Altus car working well in the draft, and you know they're still going to give a fight to this Omen Zero Esports blue car, and there's still plenty of time to sort it out with the safety car yet to go.
Brian Borg has caught Stephen Varga in the battle for the championship at the moment. The lead scrap, 15 points between them. We were saying we're at the mid part of the season, and now these drivers know that they need to be trading positions. Brady Myers in the championship fight. Remember this as well, leading this race. Arguably with Forza El Nabi, there is not going to be much hope unless they come together, the leading two, that these two are going to gain those points. Brian Borg so late on the brakes, just letting it off and rolling up to Varga's rear window and saying, oh, hello, I'm here. Now trying to think about the next opportunity to make the move. Maybe the penultimate corner and the final corner, or here if you've got a very good run to the inside. Well covered, of course, there by Varga, but you can get a great run out to the exit if you try here. And Brian Borg is poised.
He's poised, he's ready to make the move on Stephen Varga, and the fresh tire advantage that Brian Borg has got right now should see him through as he almost tries to throw the nose on the inside of the triple apex corner. Can't find room there, can't find room at the ultimate corner. I dare say we'll see the move down here at turn 1. There's a brake again, gets locked from Stephen Varga. They both get a little bit squirrely off the exit of the final corner, but the run down this main straight will be crucial, and it will be Brian Borg getting closer and closer, and he's almost going to get to his left rear. He doesn't quite get there. He gets there in the end. A little bit of contact on exit. They bang doors and they go side by side on the run down of turn 2, but in the end, those fresh tyres are going to be too powerful. Varga has to succumb that position for now. Still a long way to go, and this battle will not be settled until the checkered flag flies in an hour and 43 minutes time.
Well, that was a case there of lifting through turn 2. Varga could have fought that. He was on the outside. He had equal battling prowess, I have to say, through there, but he chose to lift out of it as they go through. As I'm just keeping an eye out on Jackson Susan Harlow. Did he potentially just get himself a slowdown penalty out on track? He lost a full second as he actually got massively caught by a back marker through turn 9. That was Brett Loxton, who was on circuit, and he tried to get out of the way late, and in fact turned to try and get off the circuit. Susan Harlow didn't see him late, thought I can take to the outside, and both of them, big miscommunication. Susan Harlow with a big bump to Brett, and just like that, Jackson Susan Harlow's time is lost once again. Those are the margins you can't afford to get in, because Brett Loxton, I think, has every right to lodge a protest about that, Ross.
I'd beg to differ. I know he was trying to do the right thing. He was slow on the racing line, and JSH wasn't quite privy to that. But I'm looking at Loxton's line. I think he'd already grabbed I was thinking he wasn't keen on grabbing an off track, but I think by that point he actually already had, so he might as well have just stayed out there and let JSH go by. Of course, it's a bit too polite to just completely get off the road there, but he'd already copped the penalty, so I was wondering. Yeah, look, I'm probably being a little bit harsh on Brett there, but you know it's a difficult scenario for JSH to manage, and that's hurt them big time, and we'll see if that has long-term effects in the next coming laps.
We'll see, especially when there is a caution still yet to come in the racing action. that we've got at the moment in terms of keeping an eye out on certain sorts of battles. Andrew Gillian, keep an eye on the 201 car because he 231 that last time by 1.9 seconds out of Ryan Johnstone, and it's been taking these 2 seconds out again and again and again here, Ryan, and this is crucial because the Gone Road car is in that same scrap. They should be with each other in 5 laps time. Pursuit trying to get back inside the top 10 here with Andrew Gillian.
Exactly, and how far can they go? We know they can go 3-4 laps longer on fuel than the guys around them. And I wonder if their safety car, when the next safety car is going to come out, it's going to be soonish. We don't. I think the official ruling is somewhere between the end of the last safety car and 75% further on in the race distance, so it won't be too far along. Somewhere in the next 40 minutes, I would expect. So the next safety car is going to play right into the hands of somewhere around that next pit window, which could make it very interesting.
It certainly could, and we've certainly seen how that is the case. Also, keep an eye on Mackay versus Stovall for 6th place overall. That gap now down to 2.1 seconds and is closing. 1.3 lost that last time by for Stovall. He's starting to struggle with the tyres. Mackay is flying on a 2:12.5 at the moment. Last time by was quicker than your race leader Brady Myers. That shows you how quick Mackay is at the moment. With the vehicle and the setup working in favour, Ross, he is the fastest man on track.
Yeah, and that'll bring a very big smile to everyone at Pursuit Sim Racing's ears. They have got spectacular pace throughout the last few races that we've seen, so they'll be pleased to see that it's working for them again now. But as for the other Pursuit Sim Racing car, not quite. He's in the low 13s, but still not where we expected that car to be. So it's a case of what could have been for the Pursuit Sim Racing one car winners last time out at Daytona. It's not gone well for them today, just a lack of pace, but they'll take points. They'll probably take this as a drop round, but you know, the other car coming along quite nicely for safety car. The longer the safety car stays out, the hang on, we have an issue for Dane Warren.
Yes, we do. Logitech G Altus Esports. That's 30 seconds in the lane, we hear. And the big game changer is right there. The 75 car has copped too many incident points. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the Brett Loxton incident that tipped the scales in that battle. They will have to come in and take a drive-through penalty. Sorry, a stop and hold penalty. Just like that. Jackson Susan Harlow's day and Altus's day again in the Enduros comes to a shuddering halt, Ryan.
That is absolutely disastrous for Altus Esports, but it does make me think of one thing. 35 incidents, you need to get to that penalty, and even that contact with that lapped car would only be worth 4 incident points at maximum, which they've still got 31 out there on track, and he didn't look like he was using that much of the racetrack, to be perfectly honest with you. Will we see similar scenarios unfolding for other teams that are running towards the front as he almost got the pit entry barrier? He locked it up getting into the pits as a side-by-side go hyperdrive and Pursuit car on track as Mackay makes the move on Jamie Stovall. I'll get back to my point eventually as Mackay looks like he's completed that move. We see Harley down on pit road, but if he's racked up 31 incidents before that contact with Brett Loxton, how are Omen Zero going? Is it possible that they're getting close to incidents? What about ERT, Premier Esports? We just don't know. There's still so much longer left to go in this race.
Well, I do not have any data on incident points. I cannot tell you who's on what, as I would prefer to love to do when it comes to racing like this. But very clearly, in the lane is Jackson Susan Harlow, waiting for his 30 seconds to be all said and done before any crew can touch the vehicle at all in the lane. They know as much. James Mackay has got through this lap on Jamie Stovall. They made the move fantastically at turn 12 on the brakes into the left-hander at 120 degrees. That corner certainly runs, and it was just so easy down the inside. It was almost plain sailing for Mackay, who is still the fastest man out on track and still running some brilliant lap times overall. But for the time being, that is 6th place, now 5th place for them at the moment. This promotes Premier Esports Racing into the podium positions right now here, Ross. Crucial, because that difference between 3rd and 4th is bigger than the one between 4th and 5th. They will get more points.
Yeah, this championship for Marlon suddenly coming alive, and it's amazing to see it being settled more or less while the championship combatants themselves are actually in the pits waiting for their final stint. I have also just seen a bit of damage on the Premier Esports car on the side of the car. I can't see what side it is, but I did notice the door caved in a little bit. I'm wondering if he's clobbered one of those harsh anti-cuts a little too hard, and whether that will impair the handling, and if indeed they have a fast repair left.
Jackson Susan Harlow has come out behind the Hyperdrive 1 car. This will be a battle for position. Dovold's got to be a little bit cautious right now here. This is the battle for 6th and 7th out on the road. So on the brakes they go into the next right-hander at turn 13. And for the time being anyway, Stovald will now have to try and play the defensive game here against the team of Altus Esports. But Ryan, this is still not the end of the world here for Altus Esports. They still have the caution to come back in. Yes, they are almost a minute back at the moment, if not a minute back. They can still claw this back with the safety car and still come in to win this race. It's just a lot tougher than it was.
Certainly is a lot tougher, not done with, but to get back at them, they'll have to pass a lot of race cars, and even with the safety car, they're not going to catch all this time back up to get themselves back in the 2nd place before the safety car comes out. It is 57 seconds at the line, which means it's 40 seconds to 2nd place.
And Ross, you had something as the move is made for Jackson Susan Harlow. He gets the move.
There was a car. There was a car stopped on the main straight. Looks like a hardware failure. Car hard on the brakes and on the rev limiter. I'm not sure if it's been cleared yet, but that is a weird disaster there for Mark Dial.
Mark Dial. So Mark Dial cleared it, and looking at it, he comes out of the final corner. And he's getting up the power, and nope, hit the brakes. I can't see anything. And that is very much stop on the inside, tow it. I can't do anything. I can't see anything. And David Baxter will now get in behind the wheel. So Redback Racing Team, far from where they were a few years ago, if not maybe 6, 8, 9 months ago, when they had the likes of Harley Haber and everyone else. Now turning into a developmental team is very much a different point entirely in terms of what their expectations and their goals are. It's a hard reset for the team, and things like that here, Ryan, really do not help them.
They really don't. As you mentioned, a strange one there. Must be a hardware failure of some sort for them. As
Anthony Green as well.
Trouble. So Anthony Green gets on the brakes, heads through turn 12. Oh, that's the engine. He's completely blown the engine on the brakes. And that Penske car, which was in 17th position, is now going to have a very long tow, followed by a fast repair, followed by get out and going again, I would have to say, Ross.
Yeah, difficult scenario. So we still got this battle going on between Norris and O'Brien. Seems like a headache that will never go away, these two. So the hyperdrive car, he's been battling this car seemingly all day. He's got to run now. That's exactly what he's been after for however many laps, but he needs to stay in that draft and be very brave and bold on the brakes. Brenton not moving over to the left, which is a surprise. So is he leaving the door open? Is he conceding defeat? Hard on the brakes for both of them. Brenton, amazingly deep under brakes. He's actually going to pull it up and stay ahead. Wow. How has that happened? That is amazing from Brenton. Norris, you need to be a little bit more brave, I think, mate. Have a crack. Lick the stamp and send it. Have a go. You had nothing to lose there, I think. So he's going to have to wait for a better opportunity, but I doubt there'll be a better one than that. Already seen it here. Brenton goes to turn in, actually gets out of it, but we'll have the inside line for the Istanbul corner. Around the outside does go Norris. There's not much grip out there, and he finds the limit there, and we'll have to try again later.
Oh, well, he's trying and trying, bless his cotton socks, but he's not getting there at the moment. Matthew Norris has seemingly met an imperial iron wall that he cannot find a way through. And that is what Brenton O'Brien has been doing so often to so many people for so many years. He makes your life a living nightmare as they go through, as the track drops under 40 degrees down to 38, so it's getting cooler and cooler and cooler again. It's on the brakes again, they go up into turn number 1, and still no dice for Matthew Norris, who cannot find any which way he looks an opportunity to make an overtake. He can keep looking all day long and all night, but it seems at the moment, Ryan, that no matter what he does, he's coming up with nothing.
Exactly, as Ross mentioned, in the words of our favourite Australian, Daniel Ricciardo, he's got to lick and stamp and send it. He's not quite managed to do that just yet. He goes very wide through that corner there, looking to get some sort of run, looking to execute a run, get the line right, to get one down towards this corner before the back straight, but he's going to get a bit loose next to it. Brady Myers now has come down into pit lane. Forza Nabi's jumped into the car, and Omen Zero are taking their pit stop now.
Well, this is a earlier stop than maybe some would have expected, and this is going to put them right in the thick of things, you would have to think. So taking that stop, and they all drop behind the Mark 1 car, behind Premier car, the pursuit car coming along right now, and out of pit road. Forza Nabi will comfortably be ahead of that. On the brakes they go into turn 1. Comfortable advantage at the moment, but this leaves them acceptable to a potential safety car with an hour and a half left to go in this race. A safety car could come at any given point in any given time, and I think everybody is starting to understand that, as we got a battle out on track, a change of positions, 1 lap down for 14th place as Scott Clark loses out the position in the end to Damian Johnstone, but he's fighting back here against the gone rogue man in the 3-3-1. Team Johnstone against Scott Clark and Simon Vella, so it's going to be a case of on the brakes, can you get the move sorted? Around the outside we'll try Johnstone, and he'll have superior traction and will hold and maintain the position here, Ross.
Yeah, Scott Clark was a bit narrow on the exit there. I think he could afford to have tracked out a little bit harder. So Brenton O'Brien has made a mistake. Into the pit lane he comes, so he'll quickly address that scenario. So he's looped it into the pit lane. So it's been tempted to happen a few times. Oh, he's coming way too hot. And has he collected the barrier? I think he has missed the barrier, but will switch over to Jamie McKnight. So I'm to actually be pitting now that we're on the subject, because the safety car it can be no more than half an hour away. So if you're just waiting for that safety car to come out, you're going to get burnt like you did in the first stint. If you don't want to roll the dice, come in now, get the pit stop done before the safety car, so you can stay at the head of the pack when it does come out.
Very much Brenton O'Brien pulled up like, hey, I'm a sim racer. It's in comes Kyle Stokes from the race lead, and he goes, whoa, way too deep in on the brakes. I think he may have just got away with that. I kept denying it. Sorry, I caught this on replay as he come down in onto the lane. So he's going to get that fast repair done. He did clip the outside wall, so he got in on the brakes a little bit too hot, just catching a little bit of that red stuff, gets the nice little soft, safer barrier, and gets there and does very well to go through. James Mackay also decides to dive in, as does Jamie Stovold, so both of them deciding to come in. And this is what I'm wondering right now. Did Jackson Susan Harlow actually take service at his stop and hold? Because with the timing of that, he'll only be a couple of seconds removed, I think, Ryan. He could be back in position.
Yeah, exactly. Although I don't think he took much of a service, if any. He was stopped for 34 seconds, I do believe. I've seen Jay mention 34 second stop for Jackson Harlow. Sorry, his name's escaped me there. Which is only 4 seconds longer than their black flag. So if anything, 4 seconds of fuel, and that's it.
Well, Craig Ansbach will have to come down. Sorry, just
Sorry, you
before
go
that,
ahead, Jake.
Yeah, Craig Ansbach has the 30-second stop and hold, so Tanked SRT, who are running in 11th place, they're going to have to come down in and get themselves a big, long wait. But to your point, Ross.
Is it legal to actually take a service while serving those black flags?
I believe you can in AOSC, yeah.
So if it is indeed legal, then Altus Esports have missed a prime opportunity to actually put Dane in the car. and
Yeah.
just have him chase down. If the safety car comes out now, they're going to have to sit through the driver change that Omen have already done. You can see Tanked SRT are on the jacks now, and I believe doing a driver swap. So scratching my head over the Altus Esports thought process there.
Yeah, you get the service done first, and then you take the penalty. That's how it works here in iRacing. So they took the penalty and decided we're not really going to do much more apart from that, maybe get a bit of fuel in. So that's not ideal, and maybe they were trying to salvage some track position, keep themselves in play the longer that this one goes on. But ultimately, this race, I think, is going to fall away from AOSC Esports once again, and once again through a bit of a mistake on their part. Fastest lap of the race, though, goes to Forzan El Nabi and, of course, to Omen Esports, who are in third position at the moment. A 2:10.8. That's astonishing, Ryan. That's astonishing.
That is a stonking lap time from Forzan El Nabi. And you would assume he knows that Altus have had their race torn to shreds, because you wouldn't know it looking at that lap time. He's pushing that car really hard out there, and just having fun, I'd say, out there, because it looks easy for Forzan right now.
Certainly does. Fresh tyres. He's 2.5 seconds faster than the Premier Esports racing team that lead this race. They've got Harley Haber back in the vehicle, though, for Mark 1, as also in our KRF, the driver's seat, I believe. No, V8 Sleuth, sorry, and Luke Page definitely in behind the wheel, as is Rob Harris for KRF, the driver's seat there, as I get myself slightly mixed and muddled up. But Harley Haber comes out behind Andrew Gilliam, who's yet to make his stop, a long way behind Jordan Ross, though. But what we have been keeping an eye out on, just how good Premier Esports have been on the fuel save. I don't expect them to go too much longer, though, Ross, because Brian Borg has been very aggressive over this stint.
Yeah, and I suspect that staying out too long could hurt them. I mean, the safety car is no more than 23 minutes away, so it can be dropped at any moment, remembering that it can be called any time before the 75, and there it is, as we call it. That, now, yeah, call that what you like, but that is an absolute disaster for the Premier Esports racing team. They've done all that fuel saving, and it's all going to be for naught, because it's going to happen under safety car while there's going to be a driver change. So it's all going to be for naught for Marlon McMullen, and that brings none other than Harley Haber back into the fray, who we recall just made their pit stop. So suddenly the tables switch back into the favour of Mark 1 in the championship.
They certainly do, and well, Ryan, we have to say it's not Mystic Meg, it's Mystic Ted.
Yeah, Ross, I'm gonna blame me for that safety car.
I said at any point at 23 minutes, not the 23 seconds, but wow. But call that as horrible luck for Brian Borg and Premier Esports and Marlon McMullen. But that was the game they were playing. Everyone else seemed to have gotten their stops done, and they've been caught out. So, yeah, you've got to make sure you're playing with the probability and that the risk is in your favour.
You absolutely have to, and I think there's quite a handful of drivers who will have to come in over this second and final mandatory pit stop. So they'll have an hour 35. Probably it will come down to about an hour 25 by the time that they get themselves, or about an hour 27-ish by the time that the green flag drops once again on these drivers. Omen came in and made their stop, and did so right on cue, as did, of course, that team that came along, that one being Mark 1. So they are certainly in control, but you will see how much time Premier Esports are going to lose, and I think no amount of fuel saving is going to help you in this long run right now. You've got to gain positions, you've got to drive aggressively for the final hour and a half of this race, and I think that's what we're looking at here from this team, Ryan. You have to say, Premier Esports racing team have to go out as if every lap is the last lap.
I think a lot of these drivers have been a similar sort of style now. I think there'll be about 35-ish, maybe 34 laps of green flag running, or of running left from this race, with an hour and 20 minutes left to go, and it's almost like a regular 200-kilometre odd round now of AOSC, and these drivers through the start should be one pit stop to the end from here, And we'll see how Altus Esports come out of all this. I'll have to make a pit stop here under the caution because I haven't made one yet. And they'll come out towards the back end along with Premier Esports. It's going to be fun to watch these two teams carve their way through the field.
Oh, you absolutely bet it will, as these teams will now try and fight as hard as they can to make their positions through. But there are some good teams up and down this field who maybe aren't in the best situation in the world. And one team that I am just keeping my eye out on for who has come in at the right time has been Pursuit Sim Racing. They did wonders on that stop, as did Team Hyperdrive. A lot of teams came in around two laps, maybe a lap, 2 laps before they needed to, and that has been the key. This has happened right on the strategic pit stop window, so it has been a bit of a gamble as to when that safety car is going to come out. Drivers are allowed to come down onto pit road this time by, and I have to say, I only expect half the field to make that jump, Ross.
Yeah, agreed. The first of those being actually JSH first, and then we'll see the Premier Esports car come down onto the lane. I've noticed that Jordan Ross, who's been very quiet all race, will suddenly jump up into second place, and then unbelievably Andrew Gilliam in the Pursuit Sim Racing car, after the day they've had, will be in a net podium position. Though I do wonder if they will actually make a pit stop here. It's been a long time since they made a stop, so they probably will come in, which would leave Harley Haber into the coveted third spot.
Yeah, I expect that Pursuit are going to dive down in and get themselves in, as Brenton O'Brien, Thomas Hinds and co all get their wave around, so they will now get themselves back onto leading lap, so to speak, as they will make their decisions if they want to come in, want to get their lap, or so to speak. So now a big commitment to the lane already from Brian Borg. He's going to decide, I'm not going to do any fancy stuff or try and be forced down onto the lane, and a whole handful of names decide they want to go in. Tom Freed decides he stays out, so Hyperdrive move up into 4th place, as 5th will go then to VH Sleuth team at the moment. So a lot of positions changing on the fly. Now it's a battle of pit crews, who is going to be top dog when it comes to that. It was quite slow, had to be said, from Jackson Susan Harlow that time onto the lane. He's given a lot of time away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 seconds he is given, and more as he misses his box short side there, Ryan. So big disaster for Altus. They're going to drop even more positions as Dane gets in the car.
That was peculiar from Jacqueline Harlow. That was a short stop for Pursuit Sim Racing too, James Mackay. And yeah, that was peculiar for Jackson Harlow. First time around in the first pit stop on the first safety car, we know it's because he didn't want to pass the safety car. You can't pass the safety car, but that time around, he was the second car into the lane, so not sure what he was doing there. As McMullen will exit the pits well ahead of Warren. Andrew Gilliam will be ahead of the Altus car. So will Gavin Cox. And Warren now will come out of the lane just ahead of Scott Gamble and Michael Spithill, sorry. And that's more time lost for Altus and yet another bad pit stop.
Yeah, and that's a shame for them, and they will have every bit of work to do to get themselves forward. So Andrew Gilliam trying to chase down, as will Marlon McMullen, who's made a good stop of his own, but it is the best of those stops. James Mackay came in 2 laps earlier and has ceded his track position to get 2 lap fresher tyres or maybe a top up on the fuel, so that his strategy works out in favour. It's a bold call, but he's not really losing too much. He's got quite a few drivers he can definitely make a way through, as the lights on top of the iRacing Porsche first safety car are off, which means that they are going to be going green next time by. Forza Nanabi, they're leading for Omen 0. Evolution Racing Team 2nd. Mark 1 in 3rd. Team Hyperdrive in 4th. Ross, you have to say it, Harley Haber's behind the wheel in a prominent position. You surely have to expect he's going to attack turn 1.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be really, really exciting. But I am thinking about that Pursuit Sim Racing 2 car of James McKee. They would have been in a net 4th position if they stayed out. So I'm curious they favoured the extra 2-3 laps of fuel rather than being right behind Harley Haber, which I would have thought was a no-brainer to stay behind Harley and see what kind of, I guess, trails he will blaze up the field. He's got Jordan Ross ahead of him, who I don't I'm pretty sure they'll be even on pace. Actually, we've not seen a huge deal of pace from Haber, but we see a lot of fight. But they're all in that crucial toe of Forzan Elnabi, and Pursuit Sim Racing have given up said toe. So I'm really curious by that strategy call. But regardless, the top three here looking quite handy at the moment, I think. We also have Tom Freer, who's fought his way back into that position. He opted not to pit under that SC, so I think that's a great call from Team Hyperdrive. They've been blessed with a couple of extra positions there, I think, which is great for them. Is Luke Page in position? I'm not sure, but I will also want to point out that Thomas Hinz and the Brenton O'Brien and Jamie McKnight car back on the lead lap, who are genuine top 10 contenders, so they'll be good to watch for the remainder of the race too.
Worth noting that James Mackay has only lost 4 places by coming in and making that 2-3 lap splash and dash fill up. So really, I think they're still in a good position, and they've got fresher tyres compared to everyone else in front of them. So they are something to keep an eye out on. They head through the triple right-hander, 6, 7, 18 out on track. Elnabi in control of this field. Haber the man to watch. Jordan Ross will be looking in his mirrors instead of looking forward. You got Freer, Page there in 5th. Rob Harris in 6th, both there deservedly. John Stone in 7th, Mackay in 8th, then McMullen 9th, and Andrew Gilliam rounding out the top 10. Dane Warren is there in 12th place. Expect some fireworks as he tries to make moves through the field. He's looked absolutely fantastic as the pace car will now dive down in onto pit road. When will Elnabi let them go? He is waiting and just trying to get this jump through this corner, and he goes now, and he goes early, and he gets a good jump as well. Gets 4 car lengths worth of advantage as the green flag drops. We get going. Lap 70 of this 4-hour race. An hour and 15 remains as all of a sudden Harley Haber not in position to make that move into turn number 1. But Elnabi goes way too deep, and this is going to bring everyone back in. John Stone and Harris going at it, and that allows Mackay down the inside of 1, if not 2. Yes, 2 around the outside. He'll try and go. Yes, he can get it. Fantastic work. Elnabi holds on, but he's not got the jump he wanted.
Yeah, running wide at turn 1 will hurt. He would have wanted to put that second gap that he needs to break the toe in these couple of corners, but now he's only just starting to build it. He's got the pace, you can see it. Jordan Ross trying his best to keep up with him. Haber looming in the mirrors, and look at Freer. He's fired up here. Haber runs way too wide through that corner there. This is really going to heat up as we get into the braking zone for the back straight. Now look at how close Forzan Elnabi was to breaking the draft. It would have been day done completely, but now he's going to have to fight for a couple more laps, I think, to fight off Jordan Ross, who simply would not quit at Spa. I expect absolutely none of the same here today.
Well, keep an eye on this. There was side-by-side between McMullen and Johnstone. He can't get there. Now Gilliam and Warren will try and go at it together. A big gap behind to Scott Gamble, who definitely cannot keep up with these drivers. They go on the brakes into turn 12. Currently your leaders, and look at this. Gilliam trying to go around the outside here of McMullen, who was caught short. And Dane Warren's going to try and follow in the tracks using karting experience. Try and make this move. And Ryan, you have to look at this now. He's now going to try and split this one around the outside of Andrew Gilliam, and Gilliam's not going to have any of it. McMullen's going to try and go for the big run.
These guys fighting hard for what is 10th place at the moment. Looking to the lead of the race though, Forzan Elnabi's got Jordan Ross all over him through the penultimate corner now. And it's not been a great first lap for Forzan because he's not broken away from Jordan Ross, and he's right there with him. They've got a couple of car lengths, maybe more, over Harley Haber and Tom 3, who are battling for 3rd. We look further down the pack once again at that battle with Gilliam, McMullen and Warren. And they all go down the main straight. There's the field, and there's the lead. Forzan moves the car around a bit as they make the way towards the braking zone, and that is Harley Haber just keeping it ahead as they make their way through the different lines being taken. It's hard to know what's going on sometimes.
Well, it's a big battle everywhere you look. A great opening lap for James Mackay. He's gone from 8th to 5th on that opening lap. Exactly what he wanted, and now he's got the 2-lap tyre advantage. and was the fastest man on fresh tyres. Let's not forget that much, as he's been battling it out. Currently, Rob Harris is the big sticking point for everyone in the middle of this pack, as Gilliam holds off Dane Warren once again, heading through turn 7 and up into 8 and 9. They come along and still trying to play that defensive pact at the moment. It is a good breakaway through the opening sector of this lap then for Forzan El Nabi. He's got that gap over half a second, but Tom Freer now suddenly the aggressor. You remember, he started this race in terms of qualifying in position 3. Fantastic in qualifying. Surely his race pace has got to be somewhere similar. And let's not forget, in terms of some great broadcast races, that the one race that we didn't broadcast of AOSC this season was won by a hyperdrive car. That one belonging to one certain driver. That one, off the top of my head, was the former, mind me,
Emerson?
TTL racing driver.
And that would be Emerson.
Yeah, it would be John Emerson. You're absolutely right. The only start he had. So that is the difference maker that we've seen here. And Ross, thank you for reminding me. This is not out of the realms of possibility for hyperdrive.
Yeah, but they're looking good at the moment. So yeah, as you said, they're only down one position, being displaced by the car that started in 9th with Harley Haber at the wheel, doing a good job. But I think it's more the fighting spirit that's keeping him. Yep, and now Dane and Gilliam still getting into it. Is this the aggressive Gilliam that we saw last time? Oh my goodness, they were nearly 3 wide there. But is this the aggressive Gilliam we saw at Spa, or is this the cool-headed one that we saw at Daytona? He needs to be, I think, a bit of both here, as he nearly wipes out Rob Harris, who is going to be a bit of a cork in the bottle here. He's going to wisely get out of the way here, I think, and let these two go through. Now, is Dane able to use Rob as a bit of a cover to be a bit of a sneaky dive here? Gilliam left the door open. Gilliam left the door open, and Dane was more than happy to call him out on that one. Move done, Altus Esports. Oh, almost. No, it looks like he's got it done. Great move from Dane Warren. Excellent spontaneous craftsmanship there.
Now what, Marlon? You've got to get through, and you're stuck through the S's section whilst everyone else is gaining seconds. That's not part of the plan. This didn't go to script, as he now needs to think about how he's going to get through. Thinks to the inside. No. Door covered nicely there by Rob Harris, who's racing fantastically at the moment for KRF, as currently Premier Esports Racing Team in all sorts of issues, and they're going to lose time to the pack, who are trying to chase on down. James Mackay has caught both Freer and Haber in the battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Out on track. Front 2, though, breaking away. Front 1 breaking away. Forzan's gained the 2nd ride, exactly what was needed.
Forzan's turned on the heat now, and he's driving away from Jordan Ross, who's got nothing for him at the moment. And in turn, Harley Haber's struggling a bit for pace on those top 2 guys. Tom Freer's right there with him. Mackay's almost overshooting the quarter, and behind him, he looks to have a fair bit of pace at the moment as well. The battle's for 3rd, the battle is for 6th, while the top 2 drive away. And Marlon did get by Rob Harris in the end, leading on to the back straight away. As Dane Warren now will get by, or try to go around the outside of Luke Page on the V8 Salute Esports car, and he gets it done. That was a sensational move. And through goes Dane Warren, up another spot.
See you, mate. That was easy as you like. Just left him standing at the stoplight and saying, well, you going to go, or am I going to have to go by you? The answer was, I'm going to have to go by you. Luke Page, nothing to respond with. Now 6th position gain for Dane Warren, but he's got a long road to get to James Mackay, and crucially enough, Mackay that last time by did a 2:11.9 and stayed very nicely on the train. El Nabi 2:11.1 that last lap by, did some brilliant work. Keep this race in favour. Jordan Ross there in 2nd. Harley Haber there in 3rd position with Tom Freer 4th. James Mackay in 5th. Andrew Gilliam down the inside of Luke Page. That 7th position his now as he goes through. And next up for Luke Page to worry about will be Marlon McMullen trying to find a way through. Trying to get back to Mark 1 as quickly as possible to limit the damage in the championship and keep that gap to a minimum.
Who would have thought it would have been damage limitation after their awesome stint earlier from the Premier Esports team, but now Marlon has an exciting challenge of his hands to chase down that Mark 1 car. Luke Page was very kind, I think, to both of the Altus Esports and Pursuit Sim Racing cars. Will we expect more of the same? I'm sure Marlon is hoping for it. Gilliam not quite checking out in front, so that could protect the V8 Sleuth car being in the draft for a little bit longer. Look at McKee now underneath the rear wing of Tom Freer. Harley Haber is looking like he's on borrowed time at the moment. The cars behind him are so quick. Or is it this draft that we've been talking about? Is it really that strong?
Is it that strong? Is there an ability to go out there and make moves? It's not strong enough to make the move. It's strong enough to keep you in play as they all go on the brakes. Is Freer going for it? Oh, he thought about it, but no. As Harley Haber was indecisive at the corner. He couldn't quite make sure that he's got it, and now he's defending hard for his position as Tom Freer gets in. Mackay trying to pick up a move on the inside. He can't quite get there, though, as they now battle it up. And Freer with a huge lunge down the inside. A hyper dive from Team Hyperdrive. And just like that, it's a great move. Mackay trying to go around the outside to pick this up as well, and he's trying every which way to get by Haber, and Haber just about trying to hold him off, using the draft to help, and just like that, it's Hyperdrive on the podium, but Haber comes straight back down the inside. Brilliant work, and they're going to be 3 wide to the final corner, are they? Tom Freer holds on, or does he? Because another lunge comes in, and now Haber is trying to fight every position they go, and let's go 3 wide here towards turn number 1. Stay with this here, because look at this fantastic scrap between them. Now where does Mackay go? Don't you dare thread the needle, and he thinks better of it. Haber down on the inside, try and pick the pocket, and he's going to try and get both of them here as Haber runs wide. Freer's going to pick up the mega run coming down the hill, and just like that, it's now back to position 5 for Tom Freer. Haber somehow holds on to 3rd here, Ryan.
Don't know what just happened, but I loved it. That was amazing racing from Haber, Mackay, and Tom Freer, and crucially, there was no contact. We love it. Absolutely brilliant stuff, and now Haber has got Mackay all over him. Going to give him a little bit of a push coming out of the corner almost, and I think all 3 of us expected Haber to be on the aggression coming off that restart, but it's all about the defense for Haber at the moment. He's got nothing for these 2 guys behind him right now. Or if he does, it's the draft. Bring them into players. Oh, look at the move from Tom Freer and James Mackay. Freer can't quite get there. And now they'll go down the back straight, and it's a game of the draft as already Haber's trying to lose it, snaking his way left and right down this back straightaway.
And look who else is trying to party.
Ding dong, it's Dane Warren. Watch this, Tom Freer, big lunge to the inside. They're all going to go at it here. Don't tell me they're going to go 3 wide into the braking zone. None of them wanting to yield. And a big look then from Freer. He can't get there. And Dane Warren has joined the party. So welcome to Battle Central, as now it's a train of 4 for the podium here, Ross.
Well, if you thought it was a slow burner, I think it was worth the wait. This is phenomenal. I think we've seen multiple additions for the iRacing Top 10 already. Hot on the brakes comes Dane Warren, but he looks like he's got some pace now. Well, he always has had pace, but now he's got a chance to show it. I think a little bit of hindsight as well for the Pursuit Sim racing car. I think they'd be a lot closer to the Evolution Racing Team car up in position number 2. Had they stayed out under that SC, but anyway, they've made the call now, but they've provided some of the most thrilling racing we've seen all race. Here comes Dane, not quite deep enough under brakes, but he's probably going to get a better opportunity at turn number 1. Freer not getting the drive he needed, so it looks like it could be open season for Dane Warren.
And maybe, just maybe, that all that battling has hurt Tom Freer and what he's capable of doing in terms of pace. Maybe he needs to cool the tyres down. Let's Dane Warren have it as he takes the big wide line, as he has to check up on that exit because of James Mackay, who was there. So some good work to pull themselves back in. Meanwhile, the gap at the front of the field is just 1.6 seconds as Jordan Ross again loses a couple tenths, but the difference has been how hard they've been fighting. Haber 2:13.1 that last time by, 2:11.3 from the Ultras Esports car, and Dane Warren, who is a man on a mission. Try and make this move, try and get through. Remember, they've got a bit of a leeway margin to the next penalty point, which everyone else in this field hasn't. Remember, they had to serve a 30-second stop and hold, and they are still in position, just 8 seconds off of the race lead. Do you die for it here? Yes, you do if you're Dane. He looks for the inside here on James Mackay, but Mackay's going to fight him every step of the way. They'll be side by side, Ryan, all the way now, down to turn 12.
Who can stay on that throttle the longest before jumping onto the brake pedal down here at the end of the back straightaway? I dare say it's going to be Dane Warren, but what can Mackay do? Will he try and tuck in behind him and follow him through? He will. He'll brake early. Let him go, but look at Tom Freer trying to get to the inside. Oh, he had to back out of it there. That was almost going to be contact. Great driving to avoid it there. Dane Warren's gone through. Now Harley Haber's going to have all sorts of pressure being applied in just a few moments' time, because Dane Warren is on an absolute charge to the field right now.
I just want to quickly point out that James McKee basically telegraphed to Tom Freer behind him what he was going to do. He was bled onto the brakes about at the 200-meter board way too early, and Tom Freer has taken that as an open invitation. Now, James needs to be a bit smarter than that. He could have lifted out and not given that away so badly.
At the same time, I think Tom Freer's being far too aggressive here. He didn't have to go for that move. In fact, it's cost him more time than he would have done if he'd just stuck behind and gone for the move at the next corner. I think he saw the opportunity and went, oh, opportunity, I'll take that, and realised, oh, wait, I can't, and now all of a sudden I'm 0.7 of a second back at the end of this lap instead of being ahead of the driver in front of me. Not ideal, but all of this is to get to Harley once again, and Dane Warren is primed try and make sure that happens. Took 0.3 of a second, if not 4, out of Harley Haber that last time by. He is the man with the pace. And let's not forget there's an Andrew Gilliam waiting on the back of this train, as well as a Marlon McMullen, who are both looking at this going, well, we want to have a scrap, we want to have a fight, we want to gain those positions, because they all know that Forzan and Jordan Ross have pulled away, and unless they do something now, they're never going to see them again here, Ryan.
No, exactly, and while we continue to watch this, there's also a 4-car battle going on for 8th place as well, so they're energised at the moment. They're all wanting every spot they can get, about to reach the 1 hour mark of this race. In fact, it might just about be there, and it's all action stations up and down this field as that's Dane Warren looking at the back of Harley Haber, staring off into the sun, almost blinding him down this back straight. Is he close enough? It'd be one hell of a send if he does it. Thinks better of it.
Oh, he's gone himself.
He's gone to the outside, and he overcooks that one. Brakes way too late. What am I saying? Way too deep. Sorry, folks. And going to lose a spot, in fact, to James McKee as well. And you're going to have to try and get back ahead of that Pursuit Sim Racing car once more.
Wow. Dane, that's the sort of Dane that you don't often see. The mistakes replay up on screen, brought to you by West End Mazda. This is just how it went down as they got themselves into this section. Look at it from behind Harley Haber, and he brakes at the normal point. Dane Warren missed his braking point by a good 20, 50 metres maybe, and he's steamrolled straight on by, and is so lucky he has not taken the Mark 1 car with him. And Harley Haber's championship there that almost changed. Dane Warren back down the inside into 4th place, does it at the final corner, so a good move there, but ultimately now he's got to do it all over again. Harley Haber has now got himself 1.4 seconds of an advantage here as he looks to hold the last place on the podium, and you know what? Mackay's not giving this one up because he's bringing Gilliam back in with him.
Yeah, the teammates are going to work together here. They've seen that crucial mistake from Dane Warren. I have to tip my hat to Dane there that he didn't just wipe Harley out. There is so much history between the two. I'm sure he was tempted to do it, but I'm really glad he did not. So good job by the Altus Esports driver. Now he's got to deal with the key for a couple of corners here with Tom Freer and Gilliam chasing in tow. We are now into the final hour of this race. I think there's one more pit stop to go, so still plenty to play out for the final spot on the podium.
Anything can happen. A missed box, a speeding on pit road. Jordan Ross has not fallen completely away for Zen El Nabi. That gap, 2 seconds. It is extending, but get this, Ryan, only by a 10th each lap, and that is enough for Jordan Ross to continue putting that pressure on Omen Zero Esports Blue. Zen El Nabi is a fantastic driver when he's out in front. When he has to battle, though, but he hasn't today, that's when you see the cracks come unstuck in Zen El Nabi. As a penalty comes in for Mark Dial for the Redback Racing team, they're going to have to hold for 30 seconds in the lane.
If he can stay around that 2-second margin, maybe get a couple tenths closer, if Forzan makes a little bit of a mistake, he's going to be right in that undercut range, and that could change the lead of the race with the final pit stop. As we see a battle here, that's Rob Harris, Damien Johnstone, I do believe, and Luke Page all going side by side. And that's Harris trying to attack and defend, and at the same time it's very difficult to attack and then to defend, and to do it all at once is nearly impossible sometimes, but Harris is managing it through 15 and 16 as they make their way through the long and never-ending triple apex right-hander, getting towards the back of the circuit now. This battle still very energized and still not over yet.
still definitely not over as Rob Harris finds himself in Schrodinger's battle. He must both attack and both defend at the same time, which is never very easy to do when you're out there on track, especially with just how great the battling has been overall. Harley Haber, though, caught in the battle for third place. Dane Warren, 2:11.6, has been dragging James Mackay with him on a 2:11.8. And they are the fastest men out on track. Dane Warren, that last time by, was 0.2 of a second quicker than a certain Forzan El Nabi at the front of this field. They want to make the positions and make them quickly, and they know they have that pace. I think James Mackay could be the biggest sleeper agent to potentially pick up a race victory here in this race if things go their way. But we know Harley will defend with everything he's got. He's not going to care about the race victory now. Big lunge down to the inside. Dane Warren had him completely scouted, caught him off guard, but Harley's going to try and get the big up and under here as they head themselves to turn 12, and that was the plan, trying to goad him into the move and say, well, I've got you, back at you, Sonny, as he tries to battle, but he's got not enough power down the straight, so he'll have to fall back into tow and then try and make a lunge again. Does he do it? No, he doesn't. Big look to the inside then, as he broke a little bit earlier, maybe saving a little bit of fuel here is Harley, but that's Mackay trying to make that move. Cannot quite get it done on that outside, but Ryan, has to be said, it's a looking game now as Harley Haber's lost third.
Yeah, exactly, and Haber actually just tapped the brakes down the back straight about halfway down it and tucked back in behind Dane Warren. Interesting not to see Harley try and retake that position. Maybe he's just accepted the fact that Dane Warren's got such superior pace right now that it's not worth it. And he's got to look at James Mackay as the West battle lies at the moment as he gets right out, letting Mackay hang out off the exit of that corner, and Mackay's going to be loving that. The attitude in the back of that car isn't handling fantastic, and the Pursuit Sim Racing boys will fancy their chances of getting a spot up here on Harley Haber. Down the front straight, he's right there with him. He may be close enough. He should be close enough for a lunge here. Up the inside at turn 1. Lick that stamp and send it. He's not gonna do it there. Looking for the cutback, maybe almost there. But this is great battling. We love it.
We certainly do, as James Mackay trying to stay here with Dane Warren, who's trying to showcase he's the fastest at the front of the field. Jordan Ross took half a second out of Forzan El Nabi, and there is traffic in the form of David Baxter, which will be worrying Forzan here, and catches at the wrong point in time up the hill here, but will get past going through this next section, through the left-hander and towards the next part of the track, turn 11. That is going to be where the overtake's done. Now Jordan Ross is going to have to hope that he gets through in the next stage very quickly. Every position is so vital, as everyone has great battling up and down this field. Do not count out this next battle between Tom Freer and Andrew Gilliam. Gilliam has just been stuck, it seems, in the dirty air and about a second back, unable to really do anything. Someone else not able to do anything, James Mackay. Pursuit have certainly hit a brick wall at this stage, Ross, in terms of making overtake.
I think that brick wall is actually in the form of Dane Warren ahead. Let's remember that Haber is picking up draft, but he's picking up big lockup. He's going to just about exit the circuit. He will just keep it on track, though. Well done from Harley Haber. Those Mark 1 cars very good under brakes. But what was helping Haber, that isn't helping him now, was the draft ahead of Dane Warren. He doesn't have it now. So now he's rather defenseless to James Mackay behind. Without that draft, he might get the opportunity, like he did at turn 1, to have a go.
Little tap behind for Tom Freer. He gets Gilliam now starting to find that aggressive Jekyll and Hyde character that starts to come in. That aggressive Andrew Gilliam that wants to go through. James Mackay wanting to get in. They're now getting the notice. Oh, they're starting to say that we can't make overtakes. Let's prove them wrong, Sonny. Pit window opens this lap. If you want to come in and make a stop and get yourself to the end, like the lap traffic is at the moment of David Baxter, you can do so. You can do so right now if you are brave enough and bold enough. Gap comes down again at the front to 1.9 seconds. So Jordan Ross is trying to claw this one back. He hasn't shown he's had the pace to close down Omen Zero yet, as there is a look again to the inside. Still nothing, though, for Mackay, who tries to find through every which way you look. The top 6 are all in scraps at the moment, and the top 7 all in scraps, wanting to make sure that they are the best, and they can prove it time and time again here, Ryan.
Is it worth Jordan Ross coming in and making a pit stop now? Pit window's open. He's probably there or thereabouts from the undercut window, and if he comes in and 4-zone goes out, it could be very interesting. And I dare say that they'll certainly be thinking about it.
Yes, sorry to interrupt you yet again, Ryan. But the field. I'm sorry, but you raise a good point. The undercut window is open, but the field is a little too congested from about 10th back. So if he comes out in traffic, it's not going to be worth it. Otherwise, he might actually catch it within a couple of laps of the of making his pit stop. But you are right. The pit window is open. He could make a call soon, but it's going to be a bit line ball. I think Omen have the chance to be able to react here. They've got a bit of margin. They can see if they make a call, if they come out in traffic or not, to have enough time to respond. But pressure moments here. This could be a chance for Evolution Racing Team, as you said.
Oh, actually, there was contact in that pack. It was John Stone and Luke Page here as they were going through the S's section. They were too wide heading through this section. Into turn 3, they were okay. Through 4, no room to go on that inside there for John Stone. So we get a replay of it, and both of them end up brawling in through the asphalt, and effectively, Stars and Stripes are big and bright deep in the heart of Texas. There's not much you can do when you lose a couple of positions deep in the heart of Texas there, Ryan.
No, not much you can do there, and I was actually just caught watching the pit lane to see whether anyone's going to dive into the lane, and in fact, James Mackay will. So he jumps out of that battle. He was stuck behind Harley Haber, and he's come into the pit lane to try and undercut him.
That is the bold call. So Mackay will now start the chain reaction of dominoes, saying everybody come down in onto the lane. Everyone must come down onto the lane now. Mackay, who was 12 seconds back off of the race lead, if he's given 6 laps here to go out there and attack those tyres, Omen are in trouble. At the moment, everyone around him will now come in. That will cause Logitech Altus to come in about 2 laps time, and this pack now all decides, everyone in this field, we now have to make stops because everybody else is starting to make some stops. Caught an eye on Jordan Ross trying to deal with the lap traffic here, and that was Tom O'Connor who took the drastic route to decide I didn't want to take any trouble with the leaders. Now everybody's looking at that pit lane going, well, how quick's this guy going to go? I don't know how quick he's going to go. I've got to do well. Where has that pursuit car come out? It is a mile of clean air for him right now, Ross.
Yeah, so he's got space to Gavin Cox, which is very handy for him and the guys that want to respond. But unfortunately, if the guys in the lead want to pit, they can't. They're going to come out probably around where Rob Bowden, Damian Johnston, and Scott Gamble are. So pit window not quite working for the top guys, but it's going to light up for the bottom part of the podium.
Haber with a massive lock-up, and that's going to cost him a lot of time. And actually, there's been a lot of dealings there between them, and just like that, it's that gap that's coming in. Haber is not comfortable out there on track at the moment, and Gilliam is caught, which is going to mean that Mackay is effectively, by making that stop ahead at the moment, unless Mark 1 have a great stop. Remember, Premier Esports Racing Team are only 5 seconds down the road with Marlon McMullen. That's the big worry that Mark 1 are having at the moment. Yes, they will lose to Omen. There's nothing they can do about that. But the one thing they can prepare themselves against is, of course, going to be that car as Dane Warren decides, I've got to try and do something here and go big on the undercut, try and get back to Evolution and Omen. So they decide it's time to dive down in on the lane. Everybody else stays out, and that's a big call from everyone not to cover the move of James Mackay there, Ross.
As we said, the graphs are pretty tight, so they're going to roll the dice to see if they can fill the very few patches of clean air. If it works, it'll be a masterstroke. If it doesn't, then they've cheated themselves in this pit stop, in yet another pit stop blunder. But we'll find out very soon. What Andrew Gilliam, though, can do with Harley Haber is play a super, favor for James McKee and keep putting Haber under pressure, keep showing the nose, keep costing him time, because James is in clear air at the moment. He is now gaining and potentially overtaking these guys now. So everything Andrew can do to hold up Harley.
He's got the jump. He's got Logitech. Oh my goodness me, they've jumped Logitech to Altus Esports. A 3-second longer stop then from Dane Warren and Altus Esports, and again the strategy fails them again, and now again they've got to get past Pursuit. Great work from Mackay and Pursuit. Now they are net third here at the moment, Ryan.
He gained a fair amount in Dane Warren, then even with that mistake in the pit lane from Ultra Esports, how quick is Mackay going out there on track? We'll find out next time he comes around the checkered flag as we watch Andrew Gilliam trying to make a move on Harley Haber up the inside. And that should be spot taken as Haber tries to hang tough around the outside. It won't be spot taken, and Gilliam is going to have to work hard for this one, as does everyone who's come up against Harley Haber today, and Haber's going to hold on for now. But can he try and get up the inside through 16? Not going to happen. He's going to hold him off.
Yeah, he's going to hold them off for the moment there as they now head through the triple right as they look towards the next sections. Does any of the leaders come in? And Forzan El Nabi decides, I can't go any longer. I have to come in. Jordan Ross is going to follow him straight. They've seen what's going on. We can't afford anybody else behind to dive down in with us. So they decide, now is the time we dive on the lane and decide it is time to go through. Haber stays out, Gilliam stays out, Tom Freer's going to go when they go, as will McMullen, as they will look for the big overcut come the end of this race to pull themselves back in. So now it's a battle of pit crews right now between ERT and Omen. How good are you on your box here, Omen? Absolutely fantastic they are, as was the Evolution Racing team. But the question becomes, who goes on the move, as already it's a good catch from Altus. They've caught up to the back of James Mackay. They were about a second back and already they're there, and they've hit the traffic. Gavin Cox for position as well, so keep an eye on all of this. Who's going to leave pit road first? Will Jordan Ross find himself leaving first? Yes, he will. Oh, yes, he will. Oh, he's got the jump. Evolution Racing team, and get on fuel. Get the jump on Omen. And now Omen have got it all to do as they go through. And look at that. Mazomo in the mix as well. He leads to the outside. Dane Warren diving down the inside. That gap now just a second and a bit, as now Mackay's going to try and come back here, Ross, as they try and make this move. But just like that, the top four all together again.
I can't believe it's played out like this. I thought it was just going to be the two of them fighting it out at front, but now this is a huge battle, and Dane Warren getting held up by the throttle control motorsport. He needs to be decisive like he was earlier in the race. He gets it done. I think a bit of the yellow helmet syndrome there for Mazomo gets out of the way nicely. McKee really putting the pressure on Dane, but he'll be disappointed he lost the spot there. So, this is incredible. I'm shocked with Jordan Ross and Evolution Racing team. That is the play of the race. They've been the silent assassin all night long, and now they lead the race with less than 45 minutes to go. Can he hold on?
The best team in Australia, undeniable. You've got the biggest up-and-coming team in Australia, undeniable. And you have got arguably the biggest fan base at the moment for a new team in the opening year, the team with the greatest opening year in sim racing, undeniable at the moment. Altus, and you got Zero, and you've got Evolution, all going at it together. And don't count Pursuit out, because James Mackay has been absolutely sensational. Where will Mark 1 come out in all of this? They've lost the position to Gilliam. He lost the position. I've got to dive in on the lane. I'm losing too much time right now, and almost clips the Armco as he hits his mark, and he hits it perfectly. So Harley Haber has to be worried right now because of that driver there in the 017, Marlon McMullen, fighting for the championship. And let's not forget, he'll be also hoping that teams like Evolution and Altus are making great inroads here with Harley Haber, because that will take the points away, Brian, from Brady Myers.
Certainly will, but this is going to be an incredible finish of this race. Jordan Ross, Forzan El Nabi, I'd even hazard to say that the fastest driver on track is third, second fastest is second, and the guy with a bit of defending to do is leading this race provisionally, which just means it's going to be incredible. A 10.5 last time around for Dane Warren. He certainly is the fastest man on track right now. That's a stunning lap time again from the Ultra Esports driver. We counted Ultra Esports out earlier on with that 30-second penalty. They've fought their way back into this one, and there's a very real possibility they could still win this race.
The 717 has been fantastic on fuel, and Ross, we have pit stop numbers. That 097 car came in, did a 28-second pit stop, 25 seconds for the 75 machine. You got looking at there a 143. That was your race leaders. They were actually traffic slower on their stop as traffic comes into play, and that will not be helpful at all. As going past Rob Bowden there is Jordan Ross, and now the whole train will want to try and get through. But crucially, James Mackay did 20 seconds on his stop. And I wonder if he has to fuel save now from now towards the end, because there's no hope otherwise of making this work, because Harley Haber is a mile away, and the uber short fill that came in from Mackay in pursuit, I think now is a gamble for them.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find out, to wonder how that happened, because this whole pit stop phase has completely thrown a spanner in the works. Look at Forzan. He's getting so aggressive under the brakes, making these early apexes. He's taken so much time out of Jordan. He's showing that he's got the pace, but look at Dane as well. This is phenomenal. We thought Dane might not have the measure of Forzan, but there's so much left to play out here. Dane really giving it everything he's got. That 10.5 is a stunning lap time. We'll see the lap time come in for Forzan on Arby, though he did have that traffic hold him up, as did Jordan Ross. So still, we'll see what these lap times produce. But the pursuit sim racing strategy, it had an awesome short-term effect, but we do question the long-term. If that was a 5-second shorter pit stop than anyone else, then yeah, you have to wonder if they're actually going to make it on fuel.
In comes KRF, Team Hyperdrive 543, and GRM, so Gone Rogue side, they want to come in. So that's less traffic and less overtakes that have to be done by Jordan Ross at the moment out on track. He's got 8 tenths of a second, 2:11.3. 2:10.9 from Forzan El Nabi, 2:10.2 from Dane Warren, and a mistake from El Nabi at turn 1. Ryan, Dane wants the win, and Altus are going to come back from a 30-second stop and hold, potentially to win this race.
Well, it's played out exactly how I thought a lap ago. Third fastest to fastest, reverse order. Third fastest is leading this race, and this is going to be interesting. Dane Warren's going to want to get by Forzan El Nabi before he finds his speed once again, and make inroads on Jordan Ross, who's going to be begging these two to go side by side behind him and hold each other up. So to do that, it's going to allow Jordan Ross to leap out to a much bigger lead than he has right now. At the moment, he's probably just about ahead of the really big draft effect that an RB could get. Conversely, Dane Warren is right in that draft. He's going to get an almighty draft down this back straightaway. How aggressive does he want to be heading into the braking zone? I don't think he's going to want to be this aggressive, and he won't be. We said this last time, and he almost cleaned up Harley Haber. Did a good job to avoid him, and even despite that, he's back here in third. We almost forget that mistake he made too.
Yeah, certainly do, and now you start thinking about this. Dane Warren's got to make a clean move on Forzan El Nabi, who traditionally comes unstuck in the battle. You've got Jordan Ross here, who has been up there before, twice at Spa-Francorchamps. He held off some of the greatest drivers that Australian sim racing has to offer. He's held off the likes of Jared Philsell, the likes, say, of, when you look at it, Brady Myers. He's held off the likes of Jake Burton and also Sam Sutton. You know that Jordan Ross can defend from the front. You've got to take a superhuman effort. Take that away from him with 40 minutes to go. This one still with a lot of time, and Dane Warren really tucked up underneath. No drivers taking the pits this time by. Crucial as the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th, next, first, second and third continues, but crucially it was Jordan Ross who just held off that gap again. Dane still fast, still tucked up underneath, still no way to go, and he'll have nowhere to go until about turn 11 right now here, Ross, when he has the next chance to make a move.
Yeah, agreed. I'd be very nervous if I'm Zero Esports at the moment, because I would not have expected that this kind of pressure would be being mounted on a car that looks so dominant early in the race. Jordan Ross has been absolutely clinical out front at the moment. Like, he hasn't shown a great deal of pace all day, but he's been quick enough to be in contention. This is fantastic from the Evolution Racing team car. I also want to point out Mark 1 Esports Pink has caught a back marker, but is way. Ooh.
Battle for the lead. Here comes Tom Freer. He's through as he gets by here on Andrew Gilliam. Sorry to cut you off like that. He defends the position and he gets himself overall race lead, but he's run too deep. Gilliam's going to come back, and they're costing themselves to Harley Haber and Co, and they've got to be worried about that. On the brakes, they go around the outside, tries Gilliam, but again, Tom Freer able to keep it there, but the triple right is coming up, and it's all Gilliam here, but Freer's going to take that big wide line to start, try and pick the run up early on the exit, fails to. Andrew Gilliam maintains the race lead, but Ross, back to your point.
Yeah, well, I totally overlooked this battle, but they're losing 1.5 seconds a lap to Harley Haber, so this isn't working. They gotta come in at some point. They gotta cut their losses, unless they want to go for the Uber overcut, I guess, because there is a dramatic tire wear effect here, as we've seen. So going for the lasting strategy. Look at Tom Freer now in the hyperdrive car, closing right up behind Andrew Gilliam. This looks like it'll be easy, but nothing's been easy so far this race, I think, for this car. Deep on the brakes, makes the apex a little lock up from Gilliam. Oh, smooth as you like a glove around on the inside of turn 1.
Like a glove, much there, Tom Freer. That's a brilliant move as he gets the overall race lead back. Remember, all of them have to stop. They're going for the big overcut here, and they're looking for tyre advantage at the moment. And at the moment, you have to say, it's not coming. That track's getting colder and colder and colder. This time, Jordan Ross did a 2:10.8 and managed to gain that 1/10 of a second. These 3, 4th, 5th, and 6th are split by just a second and a half out on track, and Jordan Ross knows that Brenton O'Brien's not in the car. He'll be watching intently. Also, Forza El Nabi knows that Scotty Briscoe will be watching this, team boss at Zero Esports, and Simon Feigl will be watching intensely here at what's going on with Dane Warren. All 3 bosses watching, all 3 vehicles fighting, everyone on the edge of their seats with some great scraps up and down this field, proving to be absolutely world class. And remember, the subplot from all of this is that they've still got the championship battle going on with Marlon McMullen and co, with Harley Haber still going on. Ryan, this is a paradise.
It never ceases to amaze me, the racing we get in AOSC and every other league in Australia. It always puts on a show no matter what. A 4-hour race, and it's come down to this 3 hours and 25 minutes in. How does it happen? I have no idea. But I'll tell you one thing, I'll never get over it, and I absolutely love watching it and calling it, as here comes Dane Warren once again onto the back of Forza El Nabi. No room to get through there, looking for turn 15 and 16, not going to go for the late lunge. The longer and longer we run before we get to the finish of this race, the more and more eager Warren is going to get by El Nabi, because it really looks like he's got the pace. And it looks like Ross could be under pressure if Warren manages to get this move done, as Andrew Gilliam out front is finally fitted.
Yeah, he's come in, but Freer stays out, as does McMullen. They're both going for Uber overcut at the moment. So Gilliam, where will he come out in all of this? Because your leaders now make their way onto the front stretch. Forza El Nabi, Dane Warren and co, along with Jordan Ross, decide to make that push. Just about a second broken for Jordan Ross. That's what he's been looking for such a long time. James Mackay will make his way through. Here's Harley Haber coming through the final corner currently, and this should be an easy get by for them at the moment. So there goes Gilliam, and here will come Harley Haber. So Gilliam hasn't really lost too much at all as Harley Haber goes through. That's only 3 seconds or so. That's catchable. But is Gavin Cox going to come into the mix here as they get on the brakes into the opening corner? No, he is not. So Andrew Gilliam has a clear target, that being Harley Haber, and that is great news for Marlon McMullen, who will have an even better tyre advantage the later he comes into pit right now, Ross.
Yeah, but he is evaporating up that advantage. I kind of feel like he's leaving it a little too long. At least this time he doesn't have to worry so much about a safety car. But as the track temp comes down, the tyre wear will also drop, so the net advantage that the younger tyres will start to taper off. So sometimes going long might be a good idea, but you also get less of an undercut. Yeah, it's a kind of a difficult one to choose.
Forzan's there though. Forzan has a chance if he wants it. On the brakes, into the corner, and he goes so late on the brakes. Can you check it up? Can you check it up? He can. Dane Warren's got to get aggressive now. He's got the inside line. This was the chance he waited for and waited and takes. Up into second goes Altus, and just like that, the one chance he thought of, Forzan's given it away.
Clinical for Dane Warren up the inside of Forza El Nabi. Move done. El Nabi loses a spot, trying to gain a spot on Jordan Ross, and now Ross is going to be under all sorts of pressure from Dane Warren, because that Altus kart looks absolutely on fire out there. So much pace over the guys that have dominated this race so far, and it's going to come down to this. We'll get a replay up on screen of the pass. This is the view from Dane Warren's car. You see there, we'll see the late move up the inside into the sunlight from Forza and Elnabi. Almost contact and exit. They both had to check up. Warren saw the gap on the inside, said, "Thank you very much. I'll take this, Scott." And back you go. P3 provisionally as they make their way now through turn 1, and Dane Warren is right there on Jordan Ross.
Jordan Ross now has to be worried. It is the Team Evolution Racing team which grew so big that forced drivers to leave. They all went to Altus, and Altus becoming that new team, growing, blossoming out of the massive exodus from Evolution Racing Team. This is what we are seeing here. What can Altus do? Can they stick it to their formers here at Circuit of the Americas as they make their way up through 7 and 8 and 9, and now turn 10 is the small kink, and look how close Dane Warren is. This is the chance that he's been waiting for to get back to the front of the field. Jordan Ross does not fight the position. Down the inside he goes, and can he run it around the outside? Yes, he can. Forza are not in a position to attack this one, but they're going to be too wide all the way down now to turn 12, and they're going to run side by side, door to door. Now Jordan Ross starting to gain the momentum and the advantage. He now has half a car length just in front, but it's the inside line that's always going to be favouring here as they go on the breakthrough. And look how deep! Look how deep! Oh my goodness me! And Dane Warren gets away with it. Forza was far too deep on the brakes, breaks everything up, and now Altus leads. Fight for second continues as Jordan Ross had to get out of the way, and Omen now having to go to the Omen dojo, having to try and look for every little move, and a bit of contact there says thank you, and still second though for Evolution Racing Team. Altus are clear even after a drive-through penalty, Ross.
I think Jordan's going to be equal parts frustrated and relieved that didn't end in disaster, but Forzan from so far back threads the needle somehow. That is pinpoint driving from everyone involved, but I'm not sure what the end game was meant for that. Maybe he missed a braking marker. He has been struggling into that braking zone the last couple of points, but it looks like it's his preferred spot, so it's a difficult scenario to try and make the pass work, and it just hasn't worked in the last 2 laps for Forzan on RB.
The only quantum of solace that those drivers now have as Tom Freer makes his way onto pit road and now will have his scrap going on is the fact that Dane Warren has the 1 lap older tyres, and they will go off slightly faster. They can bring themselves back in. Gilliam on a fantastic lap there is miles ahead of Harley Haber, did a 2:11.3 over that lap. Where did Harley lose it all? Answer is turn 12. Harley Haber was trying to fight that one back. Got the move done at turn 11, but Harley was fighting so hard back at turn 12. He went all the way to the inside and even a bit more, but he couldn't get it done. He went far too deep into turn 12, and just like that, Gilliam said, thank you, position's mine. But Tom Freer is back a good 10 seconds or so. I think he got caught speeding on the lane maybe there, Ryan.
Yeah, potentially. It's a lap later. I'm still trying to figure out how there was contact between these 3 drivers down here at this next corner. That was some piece of driving from all 3 involved not to have an almighty crash there. But this time, Elnabi, he's about the same gap back, so we could see a move. Won't see a move. He's a bit less eager on the brakes this time. But had this been the opportunity that Warren's been looking for, this could release him into the lead, or has released him into the lead. And he's got fresh air, and he could just walk away with it now. And Jordan Ross will be very disappointed, because that mistake from Elnabi has cost Ross the opportunity to fight the defense of that lead of the race.
And you have to remember, he's got incidents. Logitech G Altus Esports had to serve a 30-second stop and hold penalty for too many incidents. They fought back with the safety car and have the lead of this race outright, but they have incidents. Other drivers are yet to receive that, so they do not have that ability to go through. As now into the pits, finally comes Marlon McMullen, the last of the lot on lap 91 here of this race. And where will he come out in all of this? Remember, his fight is going to be with Mark 1, who are currently rounding the penultimate corner right now with Harley Haber, who is struggling on those tyres. I think he's cooked them far too much as he looks to try and push on the power and get going again. When will McMullen leave pit road? For the moment, it's now, and I expect to go straight through there is Harley Haber, but again, similar gap, the same that was there for Pursuit. McMullen can close Harley Haber down. Crucial for the championship picture here, Ross.
Yeah, I think this will work out in McMullen's favour. I would have thought he left it a bit too late. Maybe if he pitted early, he might have a chance to chase Gilliam, but I've proven way too many times tonight. I've written off too many people too early, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that one and just enjoy the battle that is going on between positions 2 and 3 right now. Look at Forzan, a bit deep under brakes, locks the front again, trying to avoid contact. But I'm wondering if he's trying to size up a move to surprise Jordan, or if he's trying to set something up over a series of corners, because there's clearly pace in that car, but he just can't get the pass done where he wants it to happen.
Just got to let him go, I think, in some stages. Got to let him attack, as there's a big slide there from Jordan Ross heading into turn 12 as they battle it out and try and go through. But ultimately, you have to say, the big thing for Forzan is he's got to just stay patient here. He's got to let Jordan Ross reel back in Dane Warren, because despite the fact they're 1.3 back that last time by, that draft is still keeping them in that same area. Dane has lost all that pace because he gained it all through the draft. Now Jordan Ross still has that chance to go out there and get what he wants, but he's now got to get what he needs as well, as Marlon McMullen has that gap within a second and a half of his own here to Harley Haber in the battle for the championship, Ryan.
It's not over yet. Jordan Ross is sticking with him. That time by Ross ran an 11.4, Warren an 11.6. He closed down by 2.10, so it was 11.7 for El Nabi, with all his late lunges losing him a bit of time on that lap. And I dare say we're going to see another side-by-side action for the leader of the race before this race is done with, because, as you mentioned, that draft is so powerful, and down that back straightaway, it's such a long straight that the draft is incredibly prevalent. We'll look back to Marlon McMullen and the battle, the championship battle with Harley Haber, who is 6th, and McMullen is 7th, and McMullen is closed right up onto him in just one lap. He's got so much more pace, and Haber will defend this one, I'm sure, but I don't think there's much you can do about it, because those fresh tyres are going to be so advantageous.
Well, I think Harley Haber is starting to hit his limit. He's doing 2.13s. Everyone around him is doing 2.11s and 2.12s. Harley Haber has nothing left in him, and Tom Freer will be next to try and chase down that gap. I don't think KRF, the driver's seat, can, with Rob Harris doing 2.13s. He's in his own scrap with Jamie McKnight. That one for the final 2 spots side of the top 10. But here's Marlon McMullen now, looking to the inside. Harley, hard defense down on that inside line. He will not give this up. This is a championship battle. Oh, and he leaves him outside, hands him out to dry, and says, I'm going to fight using every trick in the book. My goodness, Harley Haber is now resorting to last-ditch tactics, Ross.
Well, what Harley can't afford is to breach that incident limit now, because that'll put him outside the top 10, and that'll hurt his championship a lot more than simply letting McMullen through here. So he's got to play his cards right. Likewise with McMullen, I kind of feel like he's got this more under control, at least the incident point scenario, but Harley needs to be careful of that. If his tyres are falling off as far as they are, he's going to have to start extending the track, and that means 1Xs.
Yeah, it may just have to. He may just have to use every trick in the book. But look at this, Marlon trying to go around the outside. He's using his 1Xs now as he pushes to the inside, trying to make this move. Gets up and under. Can he have the power to go too wide here at turn 19? We don't see it often. There's no traction left in the rears. Harley desperately goes for the inside. They make contact. Both of them go straight on, and just like that, as they continue to go forward, it's Harley who loses out. It is McMullen who picks it up overall. Just like that, it is magical in terms of their battle. Great work from McMullen. Haber gave everything.
That was not damage limitation at all from Harley Haber. But what was exciting was the tandem drifting through that corner. But Harley dancing it in on the rears while it's already sideways, trying to give up a position, get back a position he's already lost. There's more to it. There's more bigger fights in this championship than having to beat McMullen today. He can beat him later on in the series. He can't do it right now. He doesn't have the car under him. He needs to bring home a 7th place. He can't afford incidents like that, or afford a drive-through for nonsense or crazy risks like that.
Well, you have to remember, Mark 1 are in trouble because Team Hyperdrive are coming along with Tom Freer, who is trying everything to get back to Haber. Haber's tyres are gone. I wonder if he forgot to check the boxes when he went in for his pit stop. I wonder if he's been left out on old tyres. That's the only thing I can think of. The lead, though, still on here. Dane Warren has been caught back up again by the 143 of Jordan Ross. If you thought it was over, you've got 25 minutes. Get your popcorn, get your fizzy drink, and make sure that you do not tune out here on the iRacing Esports Network, because we're in for a showdown here in the greatest place, arguably you could say, to see a close finish. It's Circuit of the Americas, the proverbial home, the proverbial finishing place of former iRacing World Championships. And you have to say, Ryan, Dane Warren has now got to play the defensive card. Forzan is starting to fall back slightly.
Yeah, and lock up there for Dane Warren through the penultimate corner, and Jordan Ross is once again back up in behind the leader of the race, and Dane Warren's locking the tyres at almost every corner right now, trying to find any bit of time he can get over Jordan Ross, but he's not finding it because Ross has found something in that car after losing the lead, and he's right there. Warren will take that shallow lump we've seen his teammate Harlow take when he's stint today. El Nabi, though, he's still there. If these two go side by side, El Nabi will catch them within the space of a couple of corners.
All three of them come together. 5 seconds down the road is the 717 Pursuit Sim Race car, which will look to try and take advantage on anything that happens between these three. It so very nearly has over the course of this event. And you have to say, Pursuit 4th and 5th is very, very strong. Keeping an eye on Harley Haber's times, he lost another 0.6 of a second, Ross. Tom Freer, and now Team Hyperdrive are starting to close this one back in again. That gap now under 3 seconds. Harley Haber, will he fight just as hard as he did against Marlon McMullen, against Tom Freer, knowing that those tyres are going? 25 minutes is around here going to be 11 to 12 laps. I'm not sure he can hold it off for that much longer.
I don't think that matters whether he can hold it off for much longer. He's going to try it anyway. I mean, it's just what Harley does. Like, Championship should say no, just let him have it. But then again, it could just be a couple of laps where he needs to hold him off, and that could be a piece of cake for someone like Harley. I guess we'll find out in a few laps' time, but I'm just enthralled by this battle up front and this battle for the championship, the twists and turns it's making, and again, this calm mind of this calmer and more practiced approach of Marlon is going to yield him net points in the championship today, despite probably not going to get onto the top 5.
Exactly, and that is why Marlon McMullen, one of the best drivers in this field, he does not win many races. You have to say that. He does not win many. I can't remember the last time Marlon McMullen won a race, but he is so good at picking up seconds, thirds, fourths, fifths, and sixths that he consistently gets his way to the championship. Effectively, he does it the same way Keke Rosberg did in 1982, picking it up with not much at all. But Dane Warren suddenly responds in the battle for the race lead. That gap, which was 4/10, now doubles to 8. And just like that, Dane Warren says, I need to hit the afterburners right now with 20 minutes remaining on the clock here, Ryan. And just like that, Jordan Ross has got to find something deep within himself.
He does. Damian Johnston finds something to go by Scott Gamble. Gamble will look to get something on exit. Try and get back up the inside. Triple Apex. Not going to happen for him there. That's going to be the spot made up for Damian Johnston. He'll move through in the 12th place and look to chase down Guy Leach in 11th. And I think that is pretty much the only other close battle out on track worth mentioning, unless one of the lap down guys are battling close. That is it, and we'll look back to the leaders because it's not over by any means.
By no stretch of the imagination. Contrasting lines between El Nabi and also Jordan Ross, who gets a good run off the exit. El Nabi all over the AstroTurf, trying to get something going, and maybe he's looking at his vehicle and weaving a little bit, trying to test something out, see what he's got. He's got to be careful he doesn't drop the second all of a sudden. Dane Warren, though, is just still in control. Just, I say, just. as they make their way through turn 12 once again for their 95th revolution of the track. Look back to Harley Haber though, because there is Tom Freer's Team Hyperdrive car. There is Tom Freer now within 1 second there or thereabouts, Ross, of picking up 7th place away from Mark 1, which is going to be disaster for them.
Oh, look, but Hyperdrive will be so pleased with their run today. They started third, but it's not been quite the race they needed. It was a good opening stint from Jamie Stovald, but Tom Freer fought back harder in, I believe, was the second or third stint. Remember, they were way back in the pack, and Tom fought back hard to get back into a decent position and is now able to take on Harley Haber for 7th place. And Harley is wounded. He is struggling. He is limping. So it should be a simple scenario, but it's Harley Haber. It's not going to be simple, but I'm sure Chris Kessie is sweating bullets right now in this scenario. Sideways again from Harley Haber. Those tyres are gone. The Richie Stanaway tactic. I'm getting the same lap time sideways as I am going straight. It's just how gone that car is right now.
Big
Up the
lunge.
inside, big lunge. Was it necessary there? Oh, might as well. I think he's got it. Oh, not quite. Haber somehow gets a bit of traction out on the AstroTurf, but the drag race down to turn 1 looks in favour of Team Hyperdrive.
Well, look at this. Mark 1 may want to come back. Haber might just break early and go for the big lunge back down the inside. He thinks better of it. Stays on the outside, never moved, never deviated. He's got nothing though. Hyperdrive comfortably make their way through. I think Stephen Varga may have just got in Harley's ear and said, you know what, me and Mark Samuel both agree. You've got yourself 20 seconds to KRF. Just stay there, and almost lost it going through turn 3. Has to be careful about that. Battle for the race lead on though. Here is Jordan Ross, and he's got a chance to get back here. They've broken Omen 0. Now they've got to go at it together, and now it's a big defensive line taken from Dane Warren. Jordan Ross has got to run here and may just go for the outside. Try and make this work. He brakes earlier though, but he's more crucially lighter on those brakes as he goes into that section. Forzan closes back up again, and still it is Dane Warren who leads, but there's now just 17 minutes remaining here, Ryan.
Ross is certainly close enough now. He can taste the move. He can taste the race victory coming back into focus, and he's gonna make sure he makes the move stick and doesn't make a mistake of bowler wide trying to take the race lead away, because if you bowler wide, lose 3 or 4 seconds, it's race done. There's only 12 or so minutes left to go, 17 minutes left to go, as you mentioned there, Jake, and we're getting down to just the end of this race. Meanwhile, Forza and Alnavi's praying that these two come together, go side by side, do something to allow him back up there, because it feels like right now Alnavi doesn't quite have the pace. But look how close Jordan Ross is. Down this front straight, he's making Warren take a slightly defensive line once again.
But does he make the lunge? No, not into turn 1, but he's taking the wide line to open up the exit here to go down the hill. Doesn't have it though. Dane Warren very much happy with where he is and battling quite nicely as they go at it. This is effectively a duel between two at the moment, and Forzan's desperately trying to get in on the action, but he's just within a second at this point in time. He can try and bring himself back into this scrap, but this is the scrap which everyone's looking at, the scrap which I think everyone needs to know that they are really just trying to get everything, bragging rights, you name it, the whole works, the whole kit and caboodle, as they now make their way up through turn 9. Now you got the kink of 10 and the hairpin of 11 that comes up next, and again it's a couple of tenths in favour of Dane Warren in the opening sector. It's these last 2 sectors that come into play. Forzan again deep on the brakes, not able to close that one up, but Jordan Ross not in position here, Ross, to make that move and try and get himself away through. Dane Warren has just got the measure at the moment.
Yeah, he's got a decent run on him at the moment, but I'm pretty confident he will want to make this as clean as a whistle, being, you know, to make sure that there is no further controversy and excitement with this race. Again, a lock up from Dane, but we haven't made mention of it for a while, but those incident points, Dane should be fine to be able to extend the track where he sees fit. Jordan Ross, not so much. And is he close enough on a 4X? What about Forzan as well? So the upper hand definitely with Altus Esports at the moment. They might be slightly vulnerable, but Dane doing an absolutely stellar job of keeping the cars behind. But can Jordan do anything with The 1X is available to him with the fresher tyres, anything sneaky, anything smart. Can he outwit Dane Warren, who's just got out and out pace and grit? Same with Forzan. He's going to have to dig super deep here to win this race. But if it's anything that I know about Forzan, he can dig so deep, it's unbelievable. He's pulled out victories when I've written them off, when I'd certainly written them off. So I'm not writing him off again here. This is brilliant stuff with just 12 minutes to go, 13 minutes to go.
Oh, 13 and a bit more as they find their way through turn 2 and now into the S's section through 3 and 4. They come along, and then there's the left of 5 that they next hit. 6 comes up, this long turn 6 that always seems to take forever and a day. Turn 7, this big left-hander that she looks to now start hitting up the hill. 8 and 9 then, this trading rights and lefts. Try and get up through the gears, and then turn 10 follows, which is the small kink left before the hairpin at 11 once again. And still Dane Warren able to extend, but now they've got traffic in front of them. It's Anthony Green in the KRF Penske Shocks car, who will now fall 2 laps down in just a moment's time. He's got to get out of the way of these 3 who are desperate to fight. Wiggle on the exit for Jordan Ross, and look at that, immediately trying to grab the toe is Dane Warren. He's doing everything possible to give himself any leg of leverage that he possibly can here, Ryan.
He wanted as much of that toe as possible. He made me disappointed that that laps car got out of the way so early down the back straight. But nonetheless, good job to get out of the way, not interfere with this battle for the lead of the race. Jordan Ross, once again, he's not close enough that time. I feel like it's going to come down to the last lap. I've got that feeling. The last 2 have come down to the last lap. This one, it could well be 3 in a row because 3 cars involved. Surely one of them makes a lunge.
So surely one of them has to go and make a move, and Jordan Ross all over the back through the triple right-hander on lap 98 of this event. And still they start looking, and still they start hoping, and still they start thinking that there is a chance that a race victory is still mine. All 3 of them fighting for the podium. Remember, Pursuit Sim Racing in 4th place as well. They've got to be careful on their fuel numbers and their fuel margins. They could drop points, which helps Marlon McMullen in his championship fight. Remember, Omen are in that fight. Remember that Brady Myers isn't driving at the moment, but his championship comes into play. Remember this, though. Here's the 1-4-3. Thinking about the inside, went to the outside, thought better of it. How good are you on the brakes into turn number 1? No, that's good enough at the moment, then, for Dane Warren as they bunch up again. 8-10, splitting the top 3 drivers as they make their way for another lap going forward here, Ross.
Yeah, still nothing in it in the lap times, but I was expecting nothing less. They're having to match each other here, and look at how close they are now. So Forzan did drop back a little bit, but it looks like he's back in his rhythm now. So it's just going to get even spicier. James McKee on a 12.5, not quite on the pace. Andrew Gilliam also in the 11s, but too far back to do anything. Maybe might catch his teammate, but I think he's out of this battle. Big wiggle from Forzan Elnabi, and look at the run Jordan Ross has on Dane Warren. He won't want to show his cards too early. He wants to stay in the draft for this big lunge here. And after all the trials and tribulations of the Altus Esports strategy, I'm going to say it, I think the strategy call of the race was copping the 35 incident black flag when they did, because now they've got nothing to worry about. Here we go again.
Here we go again to the outside this time from Jordan Ross. He's not wanted to commit to that inside line. Big late on the brakes though from Forzan behind, and he'll lose a little bit of time. But again, not quite able to make that move. 12 minutes going away. It will be 10 minutes very soon across the line. That will give them just 5 laps then left of battling. 5 laps to decide this race and a bit more. Jordan Ross big to the outside, but again, nothing at that double apex left-hander as they now hit 16, 17 and 18 out on track, trying to make sure that Omen have no Omens left in terms of winning this race and make it so it's a battle of 2 and not a battle of 3 as they make the penultimate corner once again. Still though, it is Evolution Racing Team who I think are playing patience. I think are waiting for the one final decisive chance to make this move, and I'm not sure Dane Warren's going to give it to them. I think they've got to go for the half chances, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. He's got to get a bit of a better run through that section before the back straight. So he's a little bit closer. It seems to be his best opportunity, but we've seen lap and lap as go by where he's just not close enough. He's just a car length and a half too far back. to make the move. And he needs to be a bit better. Starting from now, through the sector, the run through the S's is crucial. He didn't get it quite right last time by. He was a little bit wide through this particular corner. He gets it right this time. Takes a lot of both curbs there through the S's and closes right up to the back of Dane Warren now. If he can get the run right, going up the hill and coming back down towards the back straight, he should be close enough. He's in range at the moment, and Forza Al Nabi's just still edging closer and closer again as after he dropped off. But that was a good exit from Dane Warren. And Jordan Ross, once again, he's probably not going to be close enough down this back straightaway unless he wants to make a little bit of contact in his move. Look at El Nabi throwing it in there. He almost got it alongside Jordan Ross, who was trying to set himself up for that run with the wide late apex. And that might have put him off just a bit. Not going to be close enough though, as Warren's still going to go a little bit defensive and try and lose some of that draft. Trying to go draft with that lapped car in front.
Well, you have to say Forzan's being too aggressive now. He's got to get it wrong! Oh, big slide from Jordan Ross. He saves it though. But has he cost the second? Has he cost the draft? Has he thrown away the race as Dane Warren gets some breathing room? Jordan Ross cracked. He cracked so late on. The man who has got an iron facade seemingly has cracked for the first time in a very, very long time, Ross.
Oh, and just at the wrong moment as well. Dane skipping away just a little bit, and this could be Forzan's chance back into the race now that if Jordan getting the slide again, the tyres have got to be screaming for a break right now. Look at how close Forzan is now, but we've been noticing every lap into the heavy braking zone, so again, Forzan still really trying to make something out of what seems like nothing, a big bit of a cross up from Jordan Ross there, but they've all been locking up their tyres into the tight corners. That's going to be superheating the tyres, that's going to be wearing them out. How much more punishment can they take? Forzan has a look, not quite there. Forzan needs to play his cards right. Those half looks or big looks at the hairpin going onto the back straight are costing him this race. And look at Dane starting just to check out. This could be the lifeline that he needed to finally put this race to bed with just 5 minutes to go.
Jordan Ross has got to find the same pace that he did earlier to pull a similar gap back down. He's done it once, he's got to do it again, and time is of the essence to do so. It's going to be so tough to pull back in Dane Warren. He knows it, everyone knows it, but if anybody can, Jordan Ross can pull himself back in. We've seen the Evolution Racing Team drivers do the impossible time and time again. They've been in victory positions time again. Hark back to Daytona, the last time we've seen Enduro here with AOSC, and just how important that battle was when ERT threw it away with Ethan Griggold on the final chicane of the international track. But now you have to feel that Dane Warren is trying to check out and check away, and has he checked out and checked away in the worst possible time, in the worst possible way? Are we saying that technical issues have hit when they have hit the worst possible time? You're kidding me. You're absolutely kidding me, aren't you? A DC right now ends it right in its tracks. Ross, you have to say it. That is utter heartbreak coming in for that team.
He's back, but he's lost about 15 seconds. Can you believe it? He's back just in front of Andrew Gilliam. He is back in the server, but I can't believe this. He's been robbed. Altus have been robbed of the chance to fight for this. You can't write this stuff, people, but that is, oh my goodness, you have to feel for those guys.
It's unbelievable. You cannot write this. Dane Warren has lost it. On no fault of his own, he has lost this race for Altus Esports, and tears and heartbreak will be there with him, with Jackson, with Simon Feigl, and everyone else. Now, Forzan's got his wish. He's got one-on-one with Jordan Ross, and let's talk about this. There's 3 laps to go now, Ryan, and Forzan's been looking every which way for a move. He's only got to make one now.
We know El Nabi, Forza El Nabi is not afraid to throw a huge lunge. We've seen it so many times in the last closing stages of this race, and now it's going to be for the lead of the race. If he makes a move, throwing it over those curbs, through the S's, and sliding through the exit is Jordan Ross. He's using every little bit of the cut. He's under pressure from Forza El Nabi. He didn't think he'd be battling for the lead after he made that mistake, and he started to struggle. Somehow, he's in the lead of the race again, and a huge shame for Altus, of course, but now Forzan Look at the slide he got, a little bit of a tank slapper coming up and over the crest, coming back down the hill. He's going to be firmly in that draft as they make their way down the back straightaway. Could this be the penultimate lap of the race? I think we might get the white flag. No, we'll get 2 more after this one, correct?
Yeah, correct. As now, Forza El Nabi thinks about it. Do I make the move now, or do I wait? This is the big question. He's getting in the mirrors. He's trying to force another mistake out of Jordan Ross. He thinks about it, dives down the inside. He's sideways as he goes through. They hold it together, but El Nabi stutters and loses it. But he's got himself still within a second, but he's got to fight it back. A mistake this late, and this might just be the one bit of breakaway that Evolution Racing Team were looking for. The draft has to be flawless now from Forzan, as Forzan again makes the mistake, as Dane Warren now under pressure, as Andrew Gilliam fights this one for 4th place as they go through. Andrew Gilliam was the fastest man that last time by. He knows it, we know it, everyone knows it. Jordan Ross in control here, Mr. Rizzo, with 2 laps to go here at the Circuit of the Americas.
Those low percentage moves from Forzan have cost him here. He maybe has one more chance. I can see what we get the white flag this time by or not. I see only 30 seconds on the clock, or is that including the timer? Okay, cool. He's got another chance to catch back up, but someone needs to get into Forzan's ear that he needs to be a 100% move, not a 20%. Size him up. There's a mistake from Jordan Ross. There's a mistake. There's a chance for Forzan. Not this lap. He's not going to get close enough this lap. It needs to be on the last lap, and he needs to be committed. He needs to be closer than what he's been. He needs to be as confident as he can be, but he can't come back from 3 or 4 car lengths back. Another mistake from Jordan Ross. He's hit the inside sleeping policeman far too hard. This will give Forzan another couple of chances, another couple of bites of the cherry, but I have my fingers crossed he doesn't have a crack here, because I don't think it's going to work. He's tried it too many times. His tires have had enough of that kind of punishment as well. He needs to size it up perfectly here. Look how late under the brakes he is under again. He doesn't show the nose, which was right, but he gets close enough for the run here. Well, not quite, but he's not close enough for the lunge yet, but he is now got the chance. He's got the lifeline he needs to have a crack with 1 lap to go.
We saw it once already this season, how ERT have bottled a race victory. They bottled it against Andrew Gilliam at Daytona with Ethan Griggold. Jordan Ross is supposed to be the steeliest character of all of them. He's supposed to be the driver that's held off some of the greats, Jared Filsell, Sam Sutton, Jake Burton and co. But now, maybe he's just hit his limit. His luck maybe could be running dry, because Forzan El Nabi has been gifted a lifeline here, as a lap and a little bit remains as they round themselves through the triple right-hander for the penultimate time here in AOSC at Circuit of the Americas. And El Nabi's got one last chance if he wants to make this move, and he knows it as they make their way through the penultimate corner. He is tucked up underneath. Do you dare go for it now? Do you dare start playing games? Big lunge!
No, not now.
Thinking about it, but he doesn't make it. He doesn't get there. But now Jordan Ross gets a couple of car lengths as the white flag flies, and we will have one final lap of 5.52 here at Circuit of the Americas. The gap was 3.5 tenths of a second as Jordan Ross gets into turn 1, and that's a lot better this time, Jordan. You knew it was a lot better this time, but he's now got to be very good all through this section where he struggled 1 lap prior. That gap came down by 6 tenths of a second that last time by, and Forzan heavy over the sleeping policeman, heavy trying to make those moves. Huge line taken there by Jordan Ross, trying to take everything on entry, on exit. It is Forzan as they make their way through 7, 8 and 9. Come up next, they head up the hill, and there could be a dive at 11, and definitely there'll be a look at turn 12. Forzan there with a car length in between, trying to get himself into a close position. Scotty Briscoe and Brenton O'Brien watching on, hoping that this one is going to be for their team, and that on the brakes, it's not going to be a move at 11, it could be at 12. Forzan's got a storming run coming off for the exit. This could be the chance that he's looking for as he now thinks about pulling in that draft. That gap just a car length, and now moving to the middle of the track. Tries Jordan Ross. He's going to say, well, which way do you go, sunshine? Which way do you go? Outside line it has to be for Forzan, and on the brakes, he's later on the brakes. Can he slow it up and get around the outside? No, he cannot get it, but now he uses the track extend to try and get himself back into position on the brakes. Well defended by Jordan Ross as he goes through 13, 14 and 15. I don't think there's many chances left. May have to be the last chance saloon. On the brakes they go into turns 15, 16, 17, 18 come along, and Jordan Ross, there's the mistake, the Hamilton and Rosberg mistake, the similar mistake, and it's the sanctum that Brenton O'Brien, Jordan Ross and Kyle Stokes were looking for with 2 corners to go. It is Evolution Racing Team that find themselves in command, and there's nothing left except the impossible left for Zero Esports, because Evolution Racing Team have survived and win at Circuit of the Americas. Ryan, what a win for ERT!
What a win, well held from Jordan Ross. El Navi crashes it across the line to come home second. James Mackay will come third for Pursuit Sim Racing 2. And then all the way back, Dane Warren just held on for 4th place, but he's going to be so disappointed with that. Nothing he could have done. 5th place goes to Andrew Gilliam for Pursuit Sim Racing 1. Marlon McMullen comes home 6th for Premier Esports Racing Team. Crucial for the championship because in 7th is Team Hyperdrive Tom Freer. And all the way back in 8th place, 2 spots behind his championship rival is Harley Haber for Mark 1 Esports Pink. That's changed up the championship big time. There's about a 12-second gap back to ERT in 9th.
It certainly has, and driving on rims as he came home there for Harley Haber. Jamie McKnight getting the position late on Rob Harris, who has to take his hat off to that 10th place drive. He did brilliantly. Damien Johnstone there getting himself across the line, and with most drivers getting themselves finished and all said and done, we can bring you official classified results here from Circuit of the Americas here on the iRacing Esports Network. Jordan Ross and Kyle Stokes give Evolution Racing Team the win that they so desperately needed, and they got it by 0.6 of a second in the end over Omen Zero Esports Blue. Forzan could not do enough come the end. Pursuit Sim Racing had a mega last stop which brought them back into contention. They got 3rd place in the end, playing that fuel save game with Logitech G Altus Esports, robbed of the victory by technical plagues which cost them 5 laps home from Sanctum. Pursuit Sim Racing get a top 5 finish, so 2 cars inside the top 5 will do wonders for them. They couldn't get past Logitech G Altus Esports at the end. Premier Sports Racing Team take point, and the lead in the championship goes to Marlon McMullen after this 6th place finish. Team Hyperdrive 7th, Mark 1 and Harley Haber lose the championship lead in 8th place. Ross 9th to 16th.
So coming home in 9th was the 2nd Evolution Racing Team car of Jamie McKnight and Brenton O'Brien, fighting back from a lap down. So hats off to you boys to get to the top 10, and equally to these guys, Sean Thompson and Rob Harris punched way above their weight for pretty much the entirety of that race. So a well-deserved 10th place for KRF, the driver's seat. Gone Rogue Motorsports, the Johnston duo, fantastic drive from 19th to 11th. Has to be an applauded result there. And the V8 Sleuth Esports 46 with Guy Leach and Luke Page, I believe that was a good run from them, a fairly understated drive as well. Team Hyperdrive, Scott Gamble and Matthew Norris. That'll be a bittersweet 13th from 21st. They had a couple of opportunities for a couple of decent spots, but they played the long game. They kept their heads in it, and they'll take home a 13th place. Tanked SRT were in the thick of it all race long, having to fight Brenton O'Brien and everybody else for the entire race. 14th will do just nicely for them, I think. And of course, these guys, Throttle Control Motorsport, Cameron Dance, Simon Mazzomo, solid result for them, 25th to 15th. And then the first car a lap down in 16th place was the Zuva Racing 209. Heartbreak for Thomas Hins and Brett Loxton. Their pace looked so much more promising than 16th. So to Ryan for 17th onwards.
Coming home in 17th place, going to be the Middle Finger Racing number 66 car. Just coming home a lap down, and then the first car 2 laps down was a Karaf Penske Racing Shocks car, parted at the end by Anthony Green. XG Motorsport Blue summoned Vela. We saw them restart the first safety car in the lead of the race. They ended up 2 laps down, us being involved in some incidents following that. RRT LeBlanc Mark Dial home 3 laps down, despite what we assumed to be technical difficulties on that main straight at some point during that race. They come in front of their teammates, RRT LeBlanc 069 for Grant Keynes, 5 laps down for 21st, and some of the retirees, or guys with a lot of damage. It was Middle Finger Racing 019, 31 down. XG Motorsports Red 61 off, and then the Talking Car 25th, 99 laps off the lead of the race, and then running it out. Middle Finger Racing 41, SSF Penrite, Team Edinburgh, and DNA Motorsports, none of whom took the start of this race.
Some brilliant race up and down the field, but we're going to step aside very briefly here on the iRacing Esports Network. The post-race show coming to you after this from deep in the heart of Texas, which gave us one of the great races of this AOSC season, which does not fail to disappoint.
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them 4 abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
40 of the best sim racers, $100,000 on the line. Who will rise to the challenge? This is the most competitive and sought-after season in iRacing World Championship history. This is where legends are made. This is the Porsche Esports Super Cup.
This is fantastic. This is GT Racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rhythm, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my god!
Big crash. Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled.
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go! Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god! God, what?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to AOSC here at Circuit of the Americas. Another last lap thriller it came down to, but this time it did not go the way that it did a couple of races ago at Daytona Beach. Oh no, it was Evolution Racing who got themselves the victory that they were so very desperately hoping for, and a big win for them as they move on forward and try and pull Jordan Ross closer and closer to a championship. It's Jake Sperry with Ross Rizzo here and Ryan Jones. But before we do that, we're going to bring in your race victors overall, both Jordan Ross and Kyle Stokes. Jordan, we'll talk to you first because those final laps were so tense and so vital. Let's talk with 2 to go, though, very specifically, because with 5 to go, you see Dane Warren drop out and drop back 12 seconds as he has his technical issues. You now find yourself in a position where you're fighting off Forza Elnabi, who's been battling you every which way. You thought you had it done with 2 laps to go, but what happened over the final couple of laps which made the mistakes creep in?
I just had no tyres. I was on the rims, and I had a few incidents left, so I just used them. And but I don't think if I had no more incidents, I would have made it, to be honest.
Well, that is going to be a very interesting story for a lot of people to keep an eye out on. Kyle, you had the middling stints and the early stints, very much a case of just keeping it out of trouble in 3rd position. It wasn't that there was too much that you needed to do. You didn't really have to battle anyone there out on track. You found yourself in no man's land. So a case of getting the job done for you to give Jordan the opportunity of victory.
Yeah, exactly right, mate. Just trying to bring the car back all nice and square, and really just give the car back to Jordan in the best possible position I could, and in the end, it paid off.
And Jordan, that final lap, that mistake coming out of turns 15 there for Forzan, surely a relief for you as the next rounds of the championship come up and you can start now gearing back up towards a championship push.
Yeah, I seen in the review mirror he got a bit sideways. But not even looking at the championship at this point because I've had a pretty disastrous first half. So we'll just keep trying to win races and get good results and see where we end.
Well, before we let you go, any shout-out sponsors, anyone you'd like to thank for the victory, you two?
I want to thank Parramatta Isuzu, all the boys at AOSC for running all this good series. Want to thank Logitech G, Big Cafe, and SDX Gaming.
Well, no worries at all. Carl Stokes and Jordan Ross picking up a big race victory. Second position went to Brady Myers and Forzan El Nabi. They are stood by with Mr. Ross Rizzo.
Gentlemen, the Zero Esports Omen crew, an amazing run from you guys today. Just pressure from you, Forzan. We're used to seeing you really digging deep for those kinds of results, those small lunges, getting in the head of Jordan. What was it like chasing him down in those final few laps? And did you feel there was a better chance to perhaps wrap it up?
Yeah, it was pretty intense. Had a few lunges at him, but he held his line really well, and I think overall with the pace he had towards the end of the race and with how his setup worked for him in the cold weather, I think he fully deserved the win. In my opinion, I think Dane was a bit unfortunate with his issues as well, but no, I think Jordan drove a really good, mature race, and I think well-deserved winner.
Brady, you took the early stint and looked comfortable sitting behind JSH. Did you have the pace to pass him, or were you playing the long game?
I felt like we had the pace on him. Just thinking, stints later, just trying to keep car clean and just see where his strengths were relative to ours. So if we had to fight him later, we knew where we could place our car and be strong.
Well, it was a very well-calculated drive from you guys and the Zero Esports team. You must be very pleased at the team's trajectory with a strong result like this, and to boot from the win at the first round at Silverstone. So you guys must be pretty happy with a good result tonight.
Yeah, we're not too happy because we'll see how we go with the penalty points afterwards and the incidents. But yeah, it was all about me. For me, it was helping Griffin and Brady with their endurance points, and yeah, I think even after the penalties are calculated, we'll have an upper hand in that regard as well. But so yeah, it's really good. Team's looking really good so far, and yeah, another podium in this series. So yeah, it's really pleasing.
Well, it's good to see you guys going from strength to strength. Would you like to give a shout out to your sponsors?
Just like big shout out to Omen by HP, Forcex Designs, Molecule, who else? And I've gone blank. Sorry.
Just thank you guys, Sim Speed for the broadcast and excellent commentary, obviously, and yeah.
Well, there we have it. Forzan El Nabi and Brady Myers picking up a big second position. The fourth position overall was Dane Warren and also Jackson Susan Harlow. Dane Warren stood by with Ryan Jones.
Well, Dane, in the end, fourth place for you. I mean, I think from up here in the box, it looked extremely unlucky. We're not quite sure what happened. Maybe just talk us through what happened at the end with your connection and your PC.
Well, that's the sort of the big mystery at the moment. To start off with, sort of all the race, we were getting sort of dropping ins and out where all the cars on track would disappear for a second and come back in a few seconds later. But this one incident, I blinked out. It was a solid 10 seconds. Blinked back in, and I lost that time, which for me and Jackson is really quite unfortunate because we had a nice little comeback towards the end. So it would have been nice to finish on the podium, but we'll just take it as it is.
Well, I think you guys definitely drove well today. I mean, early on we saw you take that 30-second hold for your, 35 incidents. Did you sort of realize you were going to get to 35 incidents and go, screw it, let's just sort of take it before the safety car? We know we're going to get that time back with the safety car bunching everyone up, or we just pushing way too hard in the end and thought we can't avoid this off track.
Yeah, well, me and Jackson were talking about it, and we both openly admitted, I'm not very good at sticking to the track limits myself, and it was just unrealistic to stick within 6 incidents in for another 40 or 50 laps. So we sort of made the strategic call to come in, take the penalty, and as you said, the safety car will come out and we'll make the time back. And but we have another 35 incidents to play with and even gain more time, so it worked out quite well.
Yeah, we certainly thought the extra incidents up your sleeve would have helped towards the end. But regardless of the fact you've come home in 4th place, pretty much beyond your control, you've got to be sort of proud of your performance today, surely, right?
Yeah, we're very happy. Obviously, a few shortcomings, especially myself. I sort of did something very interesting with the setup, and it wasn't what we needed. But honestly, from a driver's point, me and Jackson, especially Jackson, putting in some really good, consistent stints to get us home. We can't. It's just really a day of not great luck. So it's a bit unfortunate.
Well, just one of those days. Sometimes things aren't meant to be. I'm sure with the pace and talent that you two have, you'll be back up there next time. Before we let you go, any shout-outs, sponsors you want to give a shout-out?
Yeah, absolutely. Big thanks to obviously the boys at Altus for all the support. Logitech G, Cube Controls, Astro Gaming, iLiveries, of course, and just hopefully come back next time and get the W.
All right,
well, that is Dane Warren. Oh, sorry, I saw you thunder there a bit, Ryan. That's Dane Warren then, coming home in 4th position. It was 5th position for David Kinmond and James Mackay. We have them here in the commentary booth now. James, let's talk about the final stages of that race, because you massively undercut everyone in the final stop by a good 5 seconds, got yourself within a second of the race lead, and all of a sudden, surely a case of fuel saving to get to the end?
Nah, just didn't have the pace to keep up.
Didn't.
Yeah.
A case there of maybe just trying to fight from behind quite a bit, taking a lot out of the tyres and, just running out of time, so to speak?
Yeah. Some of the fighting didn't really help our tyres, but overall our pace just wasn't up there with the top 3 guys.
Well, Dave, you had the chance to go for the early stages, and let's talk about the first safety car, because a very interesting strategy from your guys there came into play. You had James in the car for a couple of laps or so. The safety car comes out and you dive back in again. Was that just a case of trying to get all of the required driver changes out early, so that gave you more flexibility towards the end?
Pretty much spot on, Sperry. My pace wasn't where I would have really liked it to have been today, so just the way the safety cars fell gave us a nice opportunity to get me out of the car as early as possible and get James back in, and it all worked out really quite well from that point. I think I earned my money on the pit wall today rather than in the driver's seat, but whatever I can contribute to the team and help get a good result. Obviously, we're disappointed for Dane, but really happy to be in the position to benefit and take the podium for the pursuit. So really happy, mate.
Well, both of you incredibly happy as you bring Pursuit home with a top 5 finish. Dave Kinmond and James Mackay there joining us. But, boys, any last words before we close the curtains here at Circuit of the Americas?
I love AOSC. It never fails to produce. I look forward to the next one.
Yeah, likewise, and I think that was a I don't want to say it, but I think I have to. But I think it was a pretty good audition for a future round of AOSC at COTA again. Sorry, I had to say it, but it was amazing to watch that. That race just now was phenomenal. The last 30 minutes, outstanding.
Some outstanding racing, and you can get more outstanding racing from the Parramatta Isuzu Ute AOSC Championship at Donington Park in 2 weeks' time here on the iRacing Esports Network. And guess what? It will be a double header because the week after that, we are heading over to the land of the rising sun to Suzuka. That in 3 weeks' time. Thank you so much, though, to everyone who gets it done, to Parramatta Isuzu Ute and to West End Mazda, who have been there on the replays for us. That's been Jay Kennedy, who has been sat behind the cameras doing Godsend's work. You've got Ross Rizzo there, who's been brilliant for me on my right-hand side. You got on my left-hand side Ryan Jones, who's been sensational in his own right. And I, of course, Jake Sperry. It's 2 in a row for Ross Rizzo and Evolution Racing Team. But this championship, far from secure, as everyone now has their big scrap, their big battle, as the mid part of the season comes into play. The championship changes, and my goodness, every race seemingly goes down in folklore.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got everything outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson! Anderson's up to
Oh my god! Oh! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, here we go. Oh no! That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!